Section 1 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. Section 1, Preface. The author is indebted to Mr. Van Buren, late President of the United States, for the opportunity of presenting to the public the following pages. He considers it proper to say that his diplomatic appointment was for a specific purpose not requiring a residence at the capital, and the object of his mission being fulfilled or failing, he was at liberty to travel. At the time of his arrival in Central America, that country was distracted by a sanguinary civil war, which resulted during his sojourn there in the entire prostration of the federal government. By the protection and facilities afforded by his official character, he was enabled to accomplish what otherwise would have been impossible. His work embraces a journey of nearly 3,000 miles in the interior of Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, including visits to 8 ruined cities, with full illustrations from drawings taken on the spot by Mr. Catherwood. Its publication has been delayed on account of the engravings, but on one consideration the author does not regret the delay. Late intelligence from Central America enables him to express the belief that the state of anarchy in which he has represented that beautiful country no longer exists. The dark clouds which hung over it have passed away, civil war has ceased, and Central America may be welcomed back among republics. New York, May, 1841. Chapter 1. Departure, the Voyage, Arrival at Belize, Mixing of Colors, Government House, Colonel McDonald, Origin of Belize, Negro Schools, Scene in a Courtroom, Law without Lawyers, the Barracks, Excursion in a Pit Pan, A Beginning of Honors, Honors Accumulating, Departure from Belize, Suites of Office. Being entrusted by the President with a special confidential mission to Central America, on Wednesday, the 3rd of October, 1839, I embarked on board the British brig Mary Ann, Hampton, master, for the Bay of Honduras. The brig was lying in the North River, with her anchor apeak and sails loose, and in a few minutes, in company with a large whaling ship bound for the Pacific, we were under way. It was before 7 o'clock in the morning. The streets and wharves were still. The battery was desolate, and at the moment of leaving it on a voyage of uncertain duration seemed more beautiful than I had ever known it before. Opposite the quarantine ground a few friends who had accompanied me on board left me. In an hour the pilot followed. At dusk the dark outline of the highlands of Neversink was barely visible, and the next morning we were fairly at sea. My only fellow passenger was Mr. Catherwood, an experienced traveler and personal friend, who had passed more than 10 years of his life in diligently studying the antiquities of the Old World, and whom, as one familiar with the remains of ancient architectural greatness, I engaged, immediately on receiving my appointment, to accompany me in exploring the ruins of Central America. Hurried on by a strong northeaster, on the 9th we were within the region of the trade winds, on the 10th within the tropics, and on the 11th, with the thermometer at 80 degrees, but a refreshing breeze, we were moving gently between Cuba and Santo Domingo, with both in full sight. For the rest, after 18 days of boisterous weather, drenched with tropical rains, on the 29th we were driven inside the Lighthouse Reef, and, avoiding altogether the regular pilot ground, at midnight reached St. George's Bay, about 20 miles from Belize. A large brig loaded with mahogany was lying at anchor with a pilot on board, waiting for favorable weather to put to sea. The pilot had with him his son, a lad about 16, cradled on the water, whom Captain Hampton knew, and determined to take on board. It was full moonlight when the boy mounted the deck and gave us the pilot's welcome. I could not distinguish his features, but I could see that he was not white, and his voice was as soft as a woman's. He took his place at the wheel, and, loading the brig with canvas, told us of the severe gales on the coast, of the fears entertained for our safety, of disasters and shipwrecks, and of a pilot who, on a night which we well remembered, had driven his vessel over a sunken reef. At 7 o'clock the next morning we saw Belize, appearing, if there be no sin in comparing it with cities consecrated by time and venerable associations, like Venice and Alexandria, to rise out of the water. A range of white houses extended a mile along the shore, terminated at one end by the Government House, and at the other by the barracks, and intersected by the river Belize, the bridge across which formed a picturesque object, while the fort on a little island at the mouth of the river, the spire of a Gothic church behind the Government House, and groves of cocoanut trees, which at that distance reminded us of the palm trees of Egypt, gave it an appearance of actual beauty. 4 ships, 3 brigs, sundry schooners, bungoes, canoes, and a steamboat were riding at anchor in the harbor. Alongside the vessels were rafts of mahogany. Far out a negro was paddling a log of the same costly timber, and the government dory which boarded us when we came to anchor was made of the trunk of a mahogany tree. We landed in front of the warehouse of Mr. Coffin, the consignee of the vessel. There was no hotel in the place, but Mr. Coffin undertook to conduct us to a lady who he thought could accommodate us with lodgings. The heavy rain from which we had suffered at sea had reached Belize. The streets were flooded, and in places there were large puddles, which it was difficult to cross. At the extreme end of the principal street we met the lady, Miss , a mulatto woman, who could only give us board. Mr. Coffin kindly offered the use of an unoccupied house on the other side of the river to sleep in, and we returned. By this time I had twice passed the whole length of the principal street, and the town seemed in the entire possession of blacks. The bridge, the marketplace, the streets and stores were thronged with them, and I might have fancied myself in the capital of a negro republic. They were a fine-looking race, tall, straight, and athletic, with skins black, smooth, and glossy as velvet, and well dressed, the men in white cotton shirts and trousers, with straw hats, and the women in white frocks with short sleeves and broad red borders, and adorned with large red earrings and necklaces. And I could not help remarking that the frock was their only article of dress, and that it was the fashion of these sable ladies to drop this considerably from off the right shoulder, and to carry the skirt in the left hand and raise it to any height necessary for crossing puddles. On my way back I stopped at the house of a merchant whom I found at what is called a second breakfast. The gentleman sat on one side of the table and his lady on the other. At the head was a British officer, and opposite him a mulatto. On his left was another officer, and opposite him also a mulatto. By chance a place was made for me between the 2 colored gentlemen. Some of my countrymen, perhaps, would have hesitated about taking it, but I did not. Both were well dressed, well educated, and polite. They talked of their mahogany works, of England, hunting, horses, ladies, and wine, and before I had been an hour in Belize I learned that the great work of practical amalgamation, the subject of so much angry controversy at home, had been going on quietly for generations; that color was considered mere matter of taste, and that some of the most respectable inhabitants had black wives and mongrel children, whom they educated with as much care, and made money for with as much zeal, as if their skins were perfectly white. I hardly knew whether to be shocked or amused at this condition of society, and in the meantime joined Mr. Catherwood to visit the house offered by Mr. Coffin. It was situated on the opposite side of the river, and the road to it was ankle deep in mud. At the gate was a large puddle, which we cleared by a jump. The house was built on piles about 2 feet high, and underneath was water nearly a foot deep. We ascended on a plank to the sill of the door, and entered a large room occupying the whole of the first floor, and perfectly empty. The upper story was tenanted by a family of negroes. In the yard was a house swarming with negroes, and all over, in the yard and in front, were picturesque groups of little negroes of both sexes, and naked as they were born. We directed the room to be swept and our luggage brought there, and as we left the house we remembered Captain Hampton's description before our arrival, and felt the point of his concluding remark that Belize was the last place made. We returned, and while longing for the comfort of a good hotel, received through Mr. Gough, the consul of the United States, an invitation from His Excellency Colonel McDonald to the Government House, and information that he would send the government dory to the brig for our luggage. As this was the first appointment I had ever held from government, and I was not sure of ever holding another, I determined to make the most of it, and accepted at once His Excellency's invitation. There was a steamboat for Yzabal, the port of Guatimala, lying at Belize, and on my way to the Government House I called upon Senor Comillano, the agent, who told me that she was to go up the next day, but added with great courtesy that if I wished it he would detain her for a few days for my convenience. Used to submitting to the despotic regulations of steamboat agents at home, this seemed a higher honour than the invitation of His Excellency, but not wishing to push my fortune too far, I asked a delay of 1 day only. The Government House stands in a handsome situation at the extreme end of the town, with a lawn extending to the water, and ornamented with cocoanut trees. Colonel McDonald, a veteran 6 feet high, and one of the most military men I ever saw, received me at the gate. In an hour the dory arrived with our luggage, and at 5 o'clock we sat down to dinner. We had at table Mr. Newport, chaplain, and for 15 years parish clergyman at Belize; Mr. Walker, secretary of the government, and holding besides such a list of offices as would make the greatest pluralist among us feel insignificant; and several other gentlemen of Belize, office holders, civil and military, in whose agreeable society we sat till 11 o'clock. The next day we had to make preparations for our journey into the interior, besides which we had an opportunity of seeing a little of Belize. The Honduras Almanac, which assumes to be the chronicler of this settlement, throws a romance around its early history by ascribing its origin to a Scotch buccaneer named Wallace. The fame of the wealth of the New World, and the return of the Spanish galleons laden with the riches of Mexico and Peru, brought upon the coast of America hordes of adventurers, to call them by no harsher name, from England and France, of whom Wallace, one of the most noted and daring, found refuge and security behind the keys and reefs which protect the harbor of Belize. The place where he built his log huts and fortalice is still pointed out, but their site is now occupied by warehouses. Strengthened by a close alliance with the Indians of the Mosquito Shore, and by the adhesion of numerous British adventurers who descended upon the coast of Honduras for the purpose of cutting mahogany, he set the Spaniards at defiance. Ever since, the territory of Belize has been the subject of negotiation and contest, and to this day the people of Central America claim it as their own. It is grown by the exportation of mahogany, but as the trees in the neighborhood have been almost all cut down, and Central America is so impoverished by wars that it offers but a poor market for British goods, the place is languishing, and will probably continue to dwindle away until the enterprise of her merchants discovers other channels of trade. At this day it contains a population of 6,000, of which 4,000 are blacks, who are employed by the merchants in gangs as mahogany cutters. Their condition was always better than that of plantation slaves. Even before the act for the general abolition of slavery throughout the British dominions they were actually free, and on the 31st of August, 1839, a year before the time appointed by the act, by a general meeting and agreement of proprietors, even the nominal yoke of bondage was removed. The event was celebrated, says the Honduras Almanac, by religious ceremonies, processions, bands of music, and banners with devices. The sons of Ham respect the memory of Wilberforce. The Queen, God bless her. McDonald forever. Civil and religious liberty all over the world. Nelson Shaw, a snowdrop of the first water, continues the Almanac, advanced to His Excellency Colonel McDonald and spoke as follows: "On the part of my emancipated brothers and sisters, I venture to approach Your Excellency to entreat you to thank our most gracious Queen for all she has done for us. We will pray for her, we will fight for her, and if it is necessary we will die for her. We thank Your Excellency for all you have done for us. God bless Your Excellency. God bless Her Excellency, Mrs. McDonald, and all the royal family. Come, my countrymen, hurrah! Dance, ye black rascals! The flag of England flies over your heads, and every rustle of its folds knocks the fetters off the limbs of the poor slave. Hubbabboo, Cochalarum, Gee!" The negro schools stand in the rear of the government house, and the boys' department consisted of about 200 from 3 to 15 years of age, and of every degree of tinge, from nearly white down to two little native Africans bearing on their cheeks the scars of cuts made by their parents at home. These last were taken from on board a slave ship captured by an English cruiser, brought into Belize, and, as provided for by the laws, on a drawing by lot, fell to the share of a citizen who, entering into certain covenants for good treatment, is entitled to their services until they are 21 years old. Unfortunately, the master was not present, and I had no opportunity of learning the result of his experience in teaching. But in this school, I was told, the brightest boys, and those who had improved the most, were those who had in them the most white blood. The mistress of the female department had had great experience in teaching, and she told us that, though she had had many clever black girls under her charge, her white scholars were always the most quick and capable. From the negro school we went to the Grand Court. It had been open about half an hour when I entered. On the back wall, in a massive mahogany tablet, were the arms of England. On a high platform beneath was a large circular table, around which were heavy mahogany chairs with high backs and cushions. The court consisted of 7 judges, 5 of whom were in their places. One of them, Mr. Walker, invited me to one of the vacant seats. I objected on the ground that my costume was not becoming so dignified a position. He insisted, and I took my seat, in a roundabout jacket, upon a chair exceedingly comfortable for the administration of justice. As before remarked, 5 of the judges were in their places. One of them was a mulatto. The jury was empaneled, and 2 of the jurors were mulattoes. One of them, as the judge who sat next to me said, was a Sambo, or of the descending line, being a son of a mulatto woman and a black man. I was at a loss to determine the caste of a third, and inquired of the judge, who answered that he was his the judge's brother, and that his mother was a mulatto woman. The judge was aware of the feeling existing in the United States with regard to color, and said that in Belize there was, in political life, no distinction whatever, except on the ground of qualifications and character, and hardly any in social life, even in contracting marriages. I had noticed the judges and jurors, but I missed an important part of an English court. Where were the gentlemen of the bar? Some of my readers will perhaps concur with Captain Hampton that Belize was the last place made, when I tell them that there was not a single lawyer in the place, and never had been. But lest some of my enterprising professional brethren should forthwith be tempted to pack their trunks for a descent upon the exempt city, I consider it my duty to add that I do not believe there is the least chance for one. As there is no bar to prepare men for the bench, the judges, of course, are not lawyers. Of the 5 then sitting, 2 were merchants, 1 a mahogany cutter, and the mulatto, second to none of the others in character or qualifications, a doctor. This court is the highest tribunal for the trial of civil causes, and has jurisdiction in all amounts above £15. Belize is a place of large commercial transactions. Contracts are daily made and broken, or misunderstood, which require the intervention of some proper tribunal to interpret and compel their fulfillment. And there was no absence of litigation. The calendar was large and the courtroom crowded. The first cause called was upon an account, when the defendant did not appear, and a verdict was taken by default. In the next, the plaintiff stated his case and swore to it. The defendant answered, called witnesses, and the cause was submitted to the jury. There was no case of particular interest. In one the parties became excited, and the defendant interrupted the plaintiff repeatedly, on which the latter, putting his hand upon the shoulder of his antagonist, said in a coaxing way, "Now don't, George, wait a little, you shall have your turn, don't interrupt me and I won't you." All was done in a familiar and colloquial way. The parties were more or less known to each other, and the judges and jurors were greatly influenced by knowledge of general character. I remarked that regularly the merits of the case were so clearly brought out that, when it was committed to the jury, there was no question about the verdict, and so satisfactory has this system proved, that though an appeal lies to the Queen in Council, as Mr. Evans the foreman told me, but one cause has been carried up in 22 years. Still, it stands as an anomaly in the history of English jurisprudence, for I believe in every other place where the principles of the common law govern, the learning of the bench and the ingenuity of the bar are considered necessary to elicit the truth. At daylight the next morning I was roused by Mr. Walker for a ride to the barracks. Immediately beyond the suburbs we entered upon an uncultivated country, low and flat, but very rich. We passed a race course, now disused and grown over. This is the only road opened, and there are no wheel carriages in Belize. Between it and the inhabited part of Central America is a wilderness, unbroken even by an Indian path. There is no communication with the interior except by the Golfo Dolce or the Belize River, and from the want of roads, a residence there is more confining than living on an island. In half an hour we reached the barracks, situated on the opposite side of a small bay. The soldiers are all black, and are part of an old Jamaica regiment, most of them having been enlisted at the English recruiting stations in Africa. Tall and athletic, with red coats, and on a line bristling with steel, their ebony faces gave them a peculiarly warlike appearance. They carry themselves proudly, call themselves the Queen's gentlemen, and look down with contempt upon the niggers. We returned to breakfast, and immediately after made an excursion in the government pit pan. This is the same fashion of boat in which the Indians navigated the rivers of America before the Spaniards discovered it. European ingenuity has not contrived a better, though it has perhaps beautified the Indian model. Ours was about 40 feet long and 6 wide in the center, running to a point at both ends, and made of the trunk of a mahogany tree. 10 feet from the stern and running forward was a light wooden top, supported by fanciful stanchions, with curtains for protection against sun and rain. It had large cushioned seats, and was fitted up almost as neatly as the gondolas of Venice. It was manned by 8 negro soldiers, who sat 2 on a seat, with paddles 6 feet long, and 2 stood up behind with paddles as steersmen. A few touches of the paddles gave brisk way to the pit pan, and we passed rapidly the whole length of the town. It was an unusual thing for His Excellency's pit pan to be upon the water. Citizens stopped to gaze at us, and all the idle negroes hurried to the bridge to cheer us. This excited our African boatmen, who, with a wild chant that reminded us of the songs of the Nubian boatmen on the Nile, swept under the bridge and hurried us into the still expanse of a majestic river. Before the cheering of the negroes died away, we were in as perfect a solitude as if removed thousands of miles from human habitations. The Belize River, coming from sources even yet but little known to civilized man, was then in its fullness. On each side was a dense unbroken forest. The banks were overflowed. The trees seemed to grow out of the water, their branches spreading across so as almost to shut out the light of the sun, and reflected in the water as in a mirror. The sources of the river were occupied by the aboriginal owners, wild and free as Cortez found them. We had an eager desire to penetrate by it to the famous Lake of Peten, where the skeleton of the conquering Spaniard's horse was erected into a god by the astonished Indians, but the toil of our boatmen reminded us that they were paddling against a rapid current. We turned the pit pan, and with the full power of the stream, a pull stronger, and a chant louder than before, amid the increased cheering of the negroes, swept under the bridge, and in a few minutes were landed at the Government House. In order that we might embark at the hour appointed, Colonel McDonald had ordered dinner at 2 o'clock, and, as on the 2 preceding days, had invited a small party to meet us. Perhaps I am wrong, but I should do violence to my feelings did I fail to express here my sense of the colonel's kindness. My invitation to the Government House was the fruit of my official character, but I cannot help flattering myself that some portion of the kindness shown me was the result of personal acquaintance. Colonel McDonald is a soldier of the 20 Years' War, the brother of Sir John McDonald, Adjutant General of England, and cousin of Marshal McDonald of France. All his connections and associations are military. At 18 he entered Spain as an ensign, one of an army of 10,000 men, of whom in less than 6 months but 4,000 were left. After being actively engaged in all the trying service of the Peninsular War, at Waterloo he commanded a regiment, and on the field of battle received the order of Companion of the Military Order of the Bath from the King of England, and that of Knight of the Order of St. Anne from the Emperor of Russia. Rich in recollections of a long military life, personally acquainted with the public and private characters of the most distinguished military men of his age, his conversation was like reading a page of history. He is one of a race that is fast passing away, and with whom an American seldom meets. But to return. The large window of the dining room opened upon the harbor. The steamboat lay in front of the Government House, and the black smoke rising in columns from her pipe gave notice that it was time to embark. Before rising, Colonel McDonald, like a loyal subject, proposed the health of the Queen, after which he ordered the glasses to be filled to the brim, and standing up he gave "The health of Mr. Van Buren, President of the United States," accompanying it with a warm and generous sentiment, and the earnest hope of strong and perpetual friendship between England and America. I felt at the moment, cursed be the hand that attempts to break it, and, albeit unused to taking the President and the people upon my shoulders, I answered as well as I could. Another toast followed to the health and successful journey of Mr. Catherwood and myself, and we rose from table. The government dory lay at the foot of the lawn. Colonel McDonald put his arm through mine, and walking away, told me that I was going into a distracted country, that Mr. Savage, the American consul in Guatemala, had on a previous occasion protected the property and lives of British subjects, and if danger threatened me, I must assemble the Europeans, hang out my flag, and send word to him. I knew that these were not mere words of courtesy, and in the state of the country to which I was going, felt the value of such a friend at hand. With the warmest feelings of gratitude I bade him farewell, and stepped into the dory. At the moment flags were run up at the government staff, the fort, the courthouse, and the government schooner, and a gun was fired from the fort. As I crossed the bay a salute of 13 guns was fired. Passing the fort, the soldiers presented arms, the government schooner lowered and raised her ensign, and when I mounted the deck of the steamboat, the captain, with hat in hand, told me that he had instructions to place her under my orders, and to stop wherever I pleased. The reader will perhaps ask how I bore all these honors. I had visited many cities, but it was the first time that flags and cannon announced to the world that I was going away. I was a novice, but I endeavored to behave as if I had been brought up to it, and to tell the truth, my heart beat and I felt proud, for these were honors paid to my country and not to me. To crown the glory of the parting scene, my good friend Captain Hampton had charged his 2 4-pounders, and when the steamboat got under way he fired one, but the other would not go off. The captain of the steamboat had on board one puny gun, with which he would have returned all their civilities, but, as he told me to his great mortification, he had no powder. The steamboat in which we embarked was the last remnant of the stock in trade of a great Central American agricultural association, formed for building cities, raising the price of land, accommodating emigrants, and improvement generally. On the rich plains of the province of Vera Paz they had established the site of New Liverpool, which only wanted houses and a population to become a city. On the wheel of the boat was a brass circular plate, on which in strange juxtaposition were the words Vera Paz, London. The captain was a small, weather-beaten, dried-up old Spaniard, with courtesy enough for a Don of old. The engineer was an Englishman, and the crew were Spaniards, mestizos, and mulattoes, not particularly at home in the management of a steamboat. Our only fellow passenger was a Roman Catholic priest, a young Irishman who had been 8 months at Belize, and was now on his way to Guatemala by invitation of the provisor, by the exile of the archbishop, the head of the church. The cabin was very comfortable, but the evening was so mild that we took our tea on deck. At 10 o'clock the captain came to me for orders. I have had my aspirations, but never expected to be able to dictate to the captain of a steamboat. Nevertheless, again as coolly as if I had been brought up to it, I designated the places I wished to visit, and retired. Verily, thought I, if these are the fruits of official appointments, it is not strange that men are found willing to accept them. Chapter 2. Everyone for himself. Travelers' tricks. Puerto Gorda. A visit to the Carib Indians. A Carib crone. A baptism. Rio Dolce, beautiful scenery, Yzabal, reception of the Padre, a barber in office, a band of Invincibles, parties in Central America, a compatriot, the grave in a foreign land, preparations for the passage of the mountain, a road not macadamized, perils by the way, a well spiced lunch, the mountain passed. We had engaged a servant, a French Spaniard, Santo Domingo born and Omoa bred, bearing the name of Augustin, young, and, as we at first thought, not very sharp. Early in the morning he asked us what we would have for breakfast, naming eggs, chickens, etc. We gave him directions, and in due time sat down to breakfast. During the meal something occurred to put us on inquiry, and we learned that everything on the table, excepting the tea and coffee, belonged to the Padre. Without asking any questions or thinking of the subject at all, we had taken for granted that the steamboat made all necessary provisions for passengers, but to our surprise learned that the boat furnished nothing, and that passengers were expected to take care of themselves. The Padre had been as ignorant and as improvident as we, but some good Catholic friends whom he had married or whose children he had baptized had sent on board contributions of various kinds, and among other things, odd luggage for a traveller, a coop full of chickens. We congratulated the Padre upon his good fortune in having us with him, and ourselves upon such a treasure as Augustin. I may mention by the way that in the midst of Colonel McDonald's hospitalities, Mr. Catherwood and I exhibited rather too much of the old traveller. When at dinner the last day, Mr. C. was called from table to superintend the removal of some luggage, and shortly after I was called out, and fortunately for Colonel McDonald and the credit of my country, I found Mr. C. quietly rolling up, to send back to New York, a large blue cloak belonging to the colonel, supposing it to be mine. I returned to the table and mentioned to our host his narrow escape, adding that I had some doubt about a large canvas sack for bedding which I had found in my room, and, presuming it was the one that had been promised me by Captain Hampton, had put on board the steamboat. But this too, it appeared, belonged to Colonel McDonald, and for many years had carried his camp bed. The result was that the colonel insisted upon our taking it, and I am afraid it was pretty well worn out before he received it again. The reader will infer from all this that Mr. C. and I, with the help of Augustin, were fit to travel in any country. But to return. It was a beautiful day. Our course lay nearly south, directly along the coast of Honduras. In his last voyage Columbus discovered this part of the continent of America, but its verdant beauties could not win him to the shore. Without landing, he continued on to the Isthmus of Darien, in search of that passage to India which was the aim of all his hopes, but which it was destined he should never see. Steamboats have destroyed some of the most pleasing illusions of my life. I was hurried up the Hellespont, past Sestos and Abydos and the plain of Troy, under the clatter of a steam engine, and it struck at the root of all the romance connected with the adventures of Columbus to follow in his track, accompanied by the clamor of the same panting monster. Nevertheless, it was very pleasant. We sat down under an awning. The sun was intensely hot, but we were sheltered and had a refreshing breeze. The coast assumed an appearance of grandeur and beauty that realized my ideas of tropical regions. There was a dense forest to the water's edge. Beyond were lofty mountains, covered to their tops with perpetual green, some isolated, and others running off in ranges higher and higher till they were lost in the clouds. At 11 o'clock we came in sight of Puenta Gorda, a settlement of Carib Indians about 150 miles down the coast, and the first place at which I had directed the captain to stop. As we approached we saw an opening on the water's edge with a range of low houses, reminding me of a clearing in our forests at home. It was but a speck on the great line of coast. On both sides were primeval trees. Behind towered an extraordinary mountain, apparently broken into two like the back of a two-humped camel. As the steamboat turned in, where steamboat had never been before, the whole village was in commotion. Women and children were running on the bank, and four men descended to the water and came off in a canoe to meet us. Our fellow passenger, the padre, during his residence at Belize, had become acquainted with many of the Caribs, and upon one occasion, by invitation from its chief, had visited a settlement for the purpose of marrying and baptizing the inhabitants. He asked whether we had any objection to his taking advantage of the opportunity to do the same here, and as we had none, at the moment of disembarking he appeared on deck with a large wash hand basin in one hand and a well-filled pocket handkerchief in the other, containing his priestly vestments. We anchored a short distance from the beach and went ashore in the small boat. We landed at the foot of a bank about 20 feet high, and ascending to the top, came at once, under a burning sun, into all the richness of tropical vegetation. Besides cotton and rice, the cahoon, banana, cocoanut, pineapple, orange, lemon, and plantain, with many other fruits which we did not know even by name, were growing with such luxuriance that at first their very fragrance was oppressive. Under the shade of these trees most of the inhabitants were gathered, and the padre immediately gave notice in a wholesale way that he had come to marry and baptize them. After a short consultation, a house was selected for the performance of the ceremonies, and Mr. Catherwood and I, under the guidance of a Carib who had picked up a little English in his canoe expeditions to Belize, walked through the settlement. It consisted of about 500 inhabitants. Their native place was on the sea coast, below Truxillo, within the government of Central America, and having taken an active part against Morazan, when his party became dominant, they fled to this place, being within the limits of the British authority. Though living apart as a tribe of Caribs, not mingling their blood with that of their conquerors, they were completely civilized, retaining, however, the Indian passion for beads and ornaments. The houses or huts were built of poles about an inch thick, set upright in the ground, tied together with bark strings, and thatched with caroon leaves. Some had partitions and bedsteads made of the same materials. In every house were a grass hammock and a figure of the Virgin or of some tutelary saint, and we were exceedingly struck with the great progress made in civilization by these descendants of cannibals, the fiercest of all the Indian tribes whom the Spaniards encountered. The houses extended along the bank at some distance apart, and the heat was so oppressive that, before reaching the last, we were about to turn back. But our guide urged us to go on and see one old woman, his grandmother. We followed and saw her. She was very old. No one knew her age, but it was considerably over 100. And what gave her more interest in our eyes than the circumstance of her being the grandmother of our guide, she came from the island of St. Vincent, the residence of the most indomitable portion of her race, and she had never been baptized. She received us with an idiotic laugh. Her figure was shrunken, her face shriveled, weazened, and wicked, and she looked as though in her youth she had gloried in dancing at a feast of human flesh. End of section 1. Section 2 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. We returned and found our friend, the the padre dressed in the contents of his pocket handkerchief, quite a respectable looking priest. By his side was our steamboat wash bowl filled with holy water, and in his hand a prayer book. Augustin stood up holding the stump of a tallow candle. The Caribs, like most of the other Indians of Central America, have received the doctrines of Christianity as presented to them by the priests and monks of Spain, and are, in all things, strict observers of the forms prescribed. In this settlement the visit of a padre was a rare but welcome occurrence. At first they seemed to have a suspicion that our friend was not orthodox, because he did not speak Spanish, but when they saw him in his gown and surplice, with the burning incense, all distrust vanished. There was little to be done in the way of marrying, there being a scarcity of men for that purpose, as most of them were away fishing or at work. But a long file of women presented themselves, each with a child in her arms, for baptism. They were arranged around the wall in a circle, and the padre began. Of the first he asked a question which I believe is not to be found in the book, and which, in some places, it would be considered impertinent to put to a mother who offered her child for initiation into the church, that is, whether she was married. She hesitated, smiled, laughed, and answered no. The padre told her that this was very wrong and unbecoming a good Christian woman, and advised her to take advantage of the present opportunity to marry the child's father. She answered that she would like to do so, but that he was away cutting mahogany, and here, as his questions and her answers had to pass through an interpreter, the affair began to be complicated. Indeed, so many of the women interposed, all speaking at once, that the padre became aware he had touched upon delicate ground, and so passed on to the next. In fact, even with the regular business, our friend had enough to do. He understood but little Spanish. His book was in Latin, and not being able to translate as readily as the occasion required, he had employed the interval of our absence in copying on a slip of paper from a Spanish Protestant prayer book the formal part of the baptismal service. In the confusion this was lost, and the padre was thrown back upon his Latin to be translated into Spanish as required. After laboring a while, he turned to Augustin and gave him in English the questions to be put to the women. Augustin was a good Catholic, and listened to him with as much respect as if he had been the Pope, but did not understand a word he said. I explained to Augustin in French, who explained to one of the men in Spanish, who explained to the women. This, of course, led to confusion, but all were so devout and respectful that, in spite of these tribulations, the ceremony was solemn. When he came to the Latin parts, our friend rattled it off as fast as if fresh from the propaganda at Rome, and the Caribs were not much behindhand. The padre had told us of the passion of the Caribs for a multiplicity of names, and one of the women, after giving her child 3 or 4, pointed to me and told him to add mine. I am not very strict, but I did not care to assume wantonly the obligations of a godfather, and, stopping the ceremony, begged the padre to get me released with the best grace he could. He promised to do so, but it was an excessively hot day, the room was crowded, the doors choked up, and by this time the padre, with his Latin and English and French and Spanish, was in a profuse perspiration and somewhat confused. I thought myself clear, till a few moments afterward a child was passed along for me to take in my arms. But I was relieved on one point. I thought that it was the lady who had become a mother without being a wife that wished her child to bear my name, but it was another. Still, I most ungallantly avoided receiving the baby. On going away, however, the woman intercepted me, and thrusting forward the child, called me compadre, so that, without knowing it, I became godfather to a Carib child. Fortunately, its mother was an honest woman, and the father stood by at the time. In all probability I shall never have much to do with its training, and I can only hope that in due season it will multiply the name and make it respectable among the Caribs. We returned to the steamboat, and in a few minutes were again under way, steering for the Rio Dolce. An amphitheatre of lofty mountains stretches for many miles along the coast, and back till they are lost to the sight. In one small place this lofty range opens for the passage of a gentle river. On the right bank of the coast was one of the places I intended to visit. It was called by the familiar name of Livingston, in honor of the distinguished citizen of Louisiana whose criminal code was at that time introduced into Guatimala, and it was supposed, so advantageous was its position, that it would become the port of entry of Central America. But these expectations were not realized. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and in steering toward it, the captain told me that, if we cast anchor, it would be necessary to lie there till morning. I was loath to lose the only opportunity I shall probably ever have of stopping a steamboat, but I had an eager, almost a burning curiosity to see the Golfo Dolce, and we all agreed that it would be wanton to lose such an opportunity of seeing it to advantage. I therefore directed the captain to move close to the bank and pass on. The bank was elevated about 30 feet above water, and rich and luxuriant as at Puente Gorda. The site of the intended city was occupied by another tribe of Caribs, who, like the first, driven from their home by war, had followed up the coast, and, with that eye for the picturesque and beautiful in natural scenery which distinguishes the Indians everywhere, had fixed themselves upon this spot. Their leaf-thatched huts were ranged along the bank, shaded by groves of plantain and cocoanut trees. Canoes with sails set were lying on the water, and men and women were sitting under the trees gazing at us. It was a soft and sunny scene, speaking peace and freedom from the tumults of a busy world. But beautiful as it was, we soon forgot it, for a narrow opening in a rampart of mountains wooed us on, and in a few moments we entered the Rio Dolce. On each side, rising perpendicularly from 300 to 400 feet, was a wall of living green. Trees grew from the water's edge, with dense unbroken foliage, to the top. Not a spot of barrenness was to be seen, and on both sides, from the tops of the highest trees, long tendrils descended to the water, as if to drink and carry life to the trunks that bore them. It was, as its name imparts, a Rio Dolce, a fairy scene of Titan land, combining exquisite beauty with colossal grandeur. As we advanced the passage turned, and in a few minutes we lost sight of the sea, and were enclosed on all sides by a forest wall. But the river, although showing us no passage, still invited us onward. Could this be the portal to a land of volcanoes and earthquakes, torn and distracted by civil war? For some time we looked in vain for a single barren spot. At length we saw a naked wall of perpendicular rock, but out of the crevices, and apparently out of the rock itself, grew shrubs and trees. Sometimes we were so enclosed that it seemed as if the boat must drive in among the trees. Occasionally, in an angle of the turns, the wall sunk, and the sun struck in with scorching force, but in a moment we were again in the deepest shade. From the fanciful accounts we had heard, we expected to see monkeys gambolling among the trees, and parrots flying over our heads, but all was as quiet as if man had never been there before. The pelican, the the stillest of birds, was the only living thing we saw, and the only sound was the unnatural bluster of our steam engine. The wild defile that leads to the excavated city of Petra is not more noiseless or more extraordinary, but strangely contrasting in its sterile desolation, while here all is luxuriant, romantic, and beautiful. For 9 miles the passage continued thus, one scene of unvarying beauty, when suddenly the narrow river expanded into a large lake, encompassed by mountains and studded with islands, which the setting sun illuminated with gorgeous splendor. We remained on deck till a late hour, and awoke the next morning in the harbor of Yzabal. A single schooner of about 40 tons showed the low state of her commerce. We landed before 7 o'clock in the morning, and even then it was hot. There were no idlers on the bank, and the custom house officer was the only person to receive us. The town stands on a gentle elevation on the banks of the Golfo Dolce, with mountains piled upon mountains behind. We walked up the street to the square, on one side of which was the house of Messrs. Ampudia and Purroy, the largest, and except one they were then engaged in building, the only frame house in the place. The rest were all huts built of poles and reeds, and thatched with leaves of the cahoon tree. Opposite their door was a large shed, under which were bales of merchandise, and mules, muleteers, and Indians for transporting goods across the Mico Mountain. The arrival of the padre created a great sensation. It was announced by a joyful ringing of the church bells, and in an hour after he was dressed in his surplice and saying mass. The church stood at the head of the square, and, like the houses, was built of poles and thatched with leaves. In front, at a distance of 10 or 15 feet, was a large wooden cross. The floor was of bare earth, but swept clean and strewed with pine leaves. The sides were trimmed with branches and festoons of flowers, and the altar was ornamented with figures of the Virgin and saints, and wreaths of flowers. It was a long time since the people had had the privilege of hearing mass, and the whole population, Spaniards, Mestitzoes, and Indians, answered the unexpected but welcome call of the matin bell. The floor was covered with kneeling women having white shawls over their heads, and behind, leaning against the rude pillars, were the men, and their earnestness and humility, the earthen floor and the thatched roof, were more imposing than the pomp of worship in the rich cathedrals of Europe, or under the dome of St. Peter's. After breakfast we inquired for a barber, and were referred to the collector of the port, who, we were told, was the best hair cutter in the place. His house was no bigger than his neighbor's, but inside hung a military saddle, with holsters and pistols, and a huge sword, the accoutrements of the collector when he sallied out at the head of his deputy to strike terror into the heart of a smuggler. Unfortunately, the honest Democrat was not at home, but the deputy offered his own services. Mr. C. and I submitted, but the padre, who wanted his crown shaved according to the rules of his order, determined to wait the return of the collector. I next called upon the commandant with my passport. His house was on the opposite side of the square. A soldier about 14 years old, with a bell-crowned straw hat falling over his eyes like an extinguisher upon a candle, was standing at the door as sentinel. The troops, consisting of about 30 men and boys, were drawn up in front, and a sergeant was smoking a cigar and drilling them. The uniform purported to be a white straw hat, cotton trousers and shirt outside, musket and cartridge box. In one particular uniformity was strictly observed, that is, all were barefooted. The first process of calling off rank and file was omitted, and, as it happened, a long-legged fellow 6 feet high stood next to a boy 12 or 13 years old. The custom house officer was with the sergeant, Advising him, and after a manoeuvre and a consultation, the sergeant walked up to the line, struck a soldier on that part of the body which, in my younger days, was considered by the schoolmaster the channel of knowledge into a boy's brain. The commandant of this hopeful band was Don Juan Pefiol, a gentleman by birth and education, who, with others of his family, had been banished by General Morazan, and sought refuge in the United States. His predecessor, who was an officer of Morazan, had been just driven out by the Carrera party, and he was but 20 days in his place. Three great parties at that time distracted Central America: that of Morazan, the former president of the Republic, in San Salvador; of Ferrera in Honduras; and of Carrera in Guatimala. Ferrera was a mulatto, and Carrera an Indian, and though not fighting for any common purpose, they sympathized in opposition to Morazan. When Mr. Montgomery visited Guatimala, it was just thrown into a ferment by the rising of Carrera, who was then regarded as the head of a troop of banditti, a robber and assassin. His followers were called Cachurecos, meaning false coin. And Mr. Montgomery told me that against him an official passport would be no protection whatever. Now he was the head of the party that ruled Guatimala. Senor Pefiol gave us a melancholy picture of the state of the country. A battle had just been fought near San Salvador between General Morazan and Ferrera, in which the former was wounded, but Ferrera was routed, and his troops were cut to pieces, and he feared Morazan was about to march upon Guatimala. He could only give us a passport to Guatimala, which he said would not be respected by General Morazan. We felt interested in the position of Senor Pefiol, young, but with a face bearing the marks of care and anxiety, a consciousness of the miserable condition of the present, and fearful forebodings for the future. To our great regret, the intelligence we received induced our friend the padre to abandon for the present his intention of going to Guatimala. He had heard all the terrible stories of Morazan's persecution and proscription of the priests, and thought it dangerous to fall into his hands, and I have reason to believe it was the apprehension of this which ultimately drove him from the country. Toward evening I strolled through the town. The population consists of about 1,500 Indians, negroes, mulattoes, mestizos, and mixed blood of every degree, with a few Spaniards. Very soon I was accosted by a man who called himself my countryman, a mulatto from Baltimore, and his name was Philip. He had been 8 years in the country, and said that he had once thought of returning home as a servant by way of New Orleans, but he had left home in such a hurry that he forgot to bring with him his Christian papers, from which I inferred that he was what would be called in Maryland a runaway slave. He was a man of considerable standing, being fireman on board the steamboat at $23 a month, besides which he did odd jobs at carpentering, and was in fact the principal architect in Yzabal, having then on his hands a contract for $3,500 for building the new house of Messrs. Ampudia and Purroy. In other things, I am sorry to say, Philip was not quite so respectable, and I can only hope that it was not his American education that led him into some irregularities in which he seemed to think there was no harm. He asked me to go to his house and see his wife, but on the way I learned from him that he was not married, and he said, what I hope is a slander upon the good people of Yzabal, that he only did as all the rest did. He owned the house in which he lived, and for which, with the ground, he had paid $12. And being a householder and an American, I tried to induce him to take advantage of the opportunity of the padre's visit and set a good example by getting married. But he was obstinate, and said that he did not like to be trammelled, and that he might go elsewhere and see another girl whom he liked better. While standing at his door, Mr. Catherwood passed on his way to visit Mr. Rush, the engineer of the steamboat, who had been ill on board. We found him in one of the huts of the town in a hammock, with all his clothes on. He was a man of Herculean frame, 6 feet 3 or 4 inches high, and stout in proportion, but he lay helpless as a child. A single candle stuck upon the dirt floor gave a miserable light, and a group of men of different races and color, from the white-faced Saxon to the Indian and African, stood around him, rude nurses for one used to the comforts of an English home. I recollected that Yzabal was noted as a sickly place. Mr. Montgomery, who published an interesting account of his visit to Guatimala in 1838, had told me that it was running the gauntlet for life even to pass through it, and I trembled for the poor Englishman. I remembered, too, what it is strange that I had before forgotten, that here Mr. Shannon, our charge to Central America, died. Philip was with me and knew where Mr. Shannon was buried, but in the dark he could not point out the spot. I intended to set out early in the morning, and afraid that in the hurry of departure I might neglect altogether the sacred duty of visiting in this distant place the grave of an American, I returned to the house and requested Senor Ampudia to accompany me. We crossed the square, passed through the suburbs, and in a few minutes were outside of the town. It was so dark that I could scarcely see my way. Crossing a deep gully on a plank, we reached a rising ground, open on the right, stretching away to the Golfo Dolce, and in front bounded by a gloomy forest. On the top was a rude fence of rough, upright poles, enclosing the grave of some relative of Senor Ampudia, and by the side of this was the grave of Mr. Shannon. There was no stone or fence, or hardly any elevation to distinguish it from the soil around. It was a gloomy burial place for a countryman, and I felt an involuntary depression of spirit. A fatality had hung over our diplomatic appointment to Central America. Mr. Williams, Mr. Shannon, Mr. DeWitt, Mr. Leggett, all who had ever held it, were dead. I recollected an expression in a letter from a near relative of Mr. DeWitt: "May you be more fortunate than either of your predecessors has been." It was melancholy that one who had died abroad in the service of his country was thus left on a wild mountain without any stone to mark his grave. I returned to the house, directed a fence to be built around the grave of Mr. Shannon, and my friend the padre promised to plant at its head a cocoanut tree. At daylight the muleteers commenced loading for the passage of the mountain. At 7 o'clock the whole caravan, consisting of nearly 100 mules and 20 or 30 muleteers, was fairly under way. Our immediate party consisted of 5 mules, 2 for Mr. Catherwood and myself, 1 for Augustin, and 2 for luggage, besides which we had 4 Indian carriers. If we had been consulted, perhaps at that time we should have scrupled to use men as beasts of burden. But Senor Ampudia had made all the arrangements for us. The Indians were naked except a small piece of cotton cloth around the loins, and crossing in front between the legs. The loads were arranged so as to have on one side a flat surface. The Indians sat on the ground with their backs against the surface, passed a strap across the forehead which supported the load, and, adjusting it on their shoulders, with the aid of a staff or the hand of a bystander, rose upon their feet. It seemed cruel, but before much sympathy could be expended upon them, they were out of sight. At 8 o'clock Mr. C. and I mounted, each armed with a brace of pistols and a large hunting knife, which we carried in a belt around the body. Besides which, afraid to trust it in other hands, I had a mountain barometer slung over my shoulder. Augustin carried pistols and sword. Our principal muleteer, who was mounted, carried a machete and a pair of murderous spurs, with rowels 2 inches long on his naked heels, and two other muleteers accompanied us on foot, each carrying a gun. A group of friendly bystanders gave us their adieus and good wishes, and passing a few straggling houses which constituted the suburbs, we entered upon a marshy plain sprinkled with shrubs and small trees, and in a few minutes were in an unbroken forest. At every step the mules sank to their fetlocks in mud, and very soon we came to great puddles and mud holes, which reminded me of the breaking up of winter and the solitary horse path in one of our primeval forests at home. As we advanced, the shade of the trees became thicker, the holes larger and deeper, and roots rising 2 or 3 feet above the ground crossed the path in every direction. I gave the barometer to the muleteer, and had as much as I could do to keep myself in the saddle. All conversation was at an end, and we kept as close as we could to the track of the muleteer. When he descended into a mud hole and crawled out, the entire legs of his mule blue with mud, we followed, and came out as blue as he. The caravan of mules, which had started before us, was but a short distance ahead, and in a little while we heard ringing through the woods the loud shout of the muleteers and the sharp crack of the whip. We overtook them at the bank of a stream which broke rapidly over a stony bed. The whole caravan was moving up the bed of the stream. The water was darkened by the shade of the overhanging trees. The muleteers, without shirts and with their large trousers rolled up to the thighs and down from the waistband, were scattered among the mules. One was chasing a stray beast, a second darting at one whose load was slipping off, a third lifting up one that had fallen, another, with his foot braced against a mule's side, straining at the girth, all shouting, cursing, and lashing, the whole a mass of inextricable confusion and presenting a scene almost terrific. We held up to let them pass, and crossing the stream, rode a short distance on a level road, but over fetlock deep in mud, and cutting off a bend, fell into the stream ourselves in the middle of the caravan. The branches of the trees met over our heads, and the bed of the stream was so broken and stony that the mules constantly stumbled and fell. Leaving this and continuing on a road the same as before, in an hour we reached the foot of the mountain. The ascent began precipitously, and by an extraordinary passage. It was a narrow gully, worn by the tracks of mules and the washing of mountain torrents, so deep that the sides were higher than our heads, and so narrow that we could barely pass through without touching. Our whole caravan moved singly through these muddy defiles, the muleteers scattered among them and on the bank above, extricating the mules as they stuck fast, raising them as they fell, arranging their cargoes, cursing, shouting, and lashing them on. If one stopped, all behind were blocked up, unable to turn. Any sudden start pressed us against the sides of the gully, and there was no small danger of getting a leg crushed. Emerging from this defile, we came again among deep mud holes and projecting roots of trees, with the additional difficulty of a steep ascent. The trees, too, were larger, and their roots higher and extending further, and above all the mahogany tree threw out its giant roots, high at the trunk and tapering, not round like the roots of other trees, but straight with sharp edges, traversing rocks and the roots of other trees. It was the last of the rainy season. The heavy rains from which we had suffered at sea had deluged the mountain, and it was in the worst state to be passable, for sometimes it is not passable at all. For the last few days there had been no rain, but we had hardly congratulated ourselves upon our good fortune in having a clear day, when the forest became darker and the rain poured. The woods were of impenetrable thickness, and there was no view except that of the detestable path before us. For 5 long hours we were dragged through mud holes, squeezed in gullies, knocked against trees, and tumbled over roots. Every step required care and great physical exertion, and withal I felt that our inglorious epitaph might be, tossed over the head of a mule, brained by the trunk of a mahogany tree, and buried in the mud of the Mico Mountain. We attempted to walk, but the rocks and roots were so slippery, the mud holes so deep, and the ascents and descents so steep, that it was impossible to continue. The mules were only half loaded, and even then several broke down. The lash could not move them, and scarcely one passed over without a fall. Of our immediate party, mine fell first. Finding that I could not save her with the rein, by an exertion that strained every nerve I lifted myself from off her back and flung clear of roots and trees, but not of mud, and I had an escape from a worse danger. My dagger fell from its sheath and stood upright, with the handle in the mud, a foot of naked blade. Mr. Catherwood was thrown with such violence that for a few moments, feeling the helplessness of our condition, I was horror struck. Long before this he had broken the silence to utter an exclamation which seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, that if he had known of this mountain, I might have come to Central America alone. If I had had any tendency to be a little uplifted by the honors I had received at Belize, I was brought down by this highway to my capital. Shortly after, Augustine's mule fell backward. He kicked his feet out of the stirrups and attempted to slide off behind, but the mule rolled and caught him with his left leg under, and but for his kicking I should have thought that every bone in his body was broken. The mule kicked worse than he, but they rose together, and without any damage except that the mud, which had before lay upon them in spots, was now formed into a regular plaster. We were toiling on toward the top of the mountain, when at a sudden turn we met a solitary traveller. He was a tall, dark complexioned man, with a broad-brimmed Panama hat rolled up at the sides, a striped woolen Guatemala jacket with fringe at the bottom, plaid pantaloons, leather spatterdashes, spurs, and sword. He was mounted on a noble mule, with a high-peaked saddle, and the butts of a pair of horseman's pistols peeped out of the holsters. His face was covered with sweat and mud, his breast and legs were spattered, and his right side was a complete incrustation. Altogether his appearance was fearful. It seemed strange to meet anyone on such a road, and to our surprise he accosted us in English. He had set out with muleteers and Indians, but had lost them in some of the windings of the woods, and was seeking his way alone. He had crossed the mountain twice before, but had never known it so bad. He had been thrown twice. Once his mule rolled over him and nearly crushed him, and now she was so frightened that he could hardly urge her along. He dismounted, and the trembling beast and his own exhausted state confirmed all that he had said. He asked us for brandy, wine, or water, anything to revive him, but unfortunately our stores were ahead, and for him to go back one step was out of the question. Imagine our surprise when, with his feet buried in the mud, he told us that he had been 2 years in Guatemala negotiating for a bank charter. Fresh as I was from the land of banks, I almost thought he intended a fling at me, but he did not look like one in a humor for jesting, and for the benefit of those who will regard it as an evidence of incipient improvement, I am able to state that he had the charter secured when he rolled over in the mud, and was then on his way to England to sell the stock. He told us, too, what seemed in better keeping with the scene, that Carrera had marched toward San Salvador, and a battle was daily expected between him and Morazan. But neither of us had time to lose, and parting, though with some reluctance, almost as abruptly as we had met, we continued our ascent. At 1 o'clock, to our inexpressible satisfaction, we reached the top of the mountain. Here we found a clearing of about 200 feet in diameter, made for the benefit of benighted muleteers. In different places were heaps of ashes and burned stumps of wood, the remains of their fires. It was the only place on the mountain which the sun could reach, and here the ground was dry, but the view was bounded by the clearing. We dismounted and would have lunched, but had no water to drink, and after a few minutes' rest resumed our journey. The descent was as bad as the ascent, and instead of stopping to let the mules breathe, as they had done in ascending, the muleteers seemed anxious to determine in how short a time they could tumble them down the mountain. In one of the muddiest defiles we were shut up by the falling of a mule before, and the crowding upon us of all behind, and at the first convenient place we stopped until the whole caravan had passed. The carefulness of the mules was extraordinary. For an hour I watched the movements of the one before me. At times he put one of his forefeet on a root or stone and tried it as a man would. Sometimes he drew his forelegs out of a bed of mud from the shoulders, and sometimes it was one continued alternation of sinking and pulling out. This is the great high road to the city of Guatimala, which has always been a place of distinction in Spanish America. Almost all the travel and merchandise from Europe passes over it, and our guide said that the reason it was so bad was because it was traversed by so many mules. In some countries this would be a reason for making it better, but it was pleasant to find that the people to whom I was accredited were relieved from one of the sources of contention at home, and did not trouble themselves with the complicated questions attendant upon internal improvements. In 2 hours we reached a wild river or mountain torrent, foaming and breaking over its rocky bed, and shaded by large trees. It was called El Arroyo del Muerto, or Stream of the Dead. The muleteers were already distributed on the rocks or under the shade of the trees, eating their frugal meal of corn cakes. The mules were in the river or scattered along the bank, and we selected a large tree which spread its branches over us like a roof, and so near the stream that we could dip our drinking cups into the water. All the anxiety which I had been able to spare during the day from myself I had bestowed upon the barometer on the back of the guide. He carried besides a small white pitcher with a red rim on the belt of his machete, of which he was very proud and very careful, and several times, after a stumble and a narrow escape, he turned round and held up the pitcher with a smile, which gave me hopes of the barometer, and in fact he had carried it through without its being broken, but unfortunately the quicksilver was not well secured and the hole had escaped. It was impossible to repair it in Guatimala, and the loss of this barometer was a source of regret during our whole journey, for we ascended many mountains, the heights of which have never been ascertained. But we had another misadventure which at the moment touched us more nearly. We sat on the ground Turkish fashion, with a vacant space between us. Augustin placed before us a well-filled napkin, and as we dipped water from the clear stream by our side, a spirit of other days came over us, and we spoke in contempt of railroads, cities, and hotels. But, oh, publicans, you were avenged. We unrolled the napkin, and the scene that presented itself was too shocking even for the strongest nerves. We had provided bread for 3 days, eggs boiled hard, and 2 roasted fowls, for as long as they might last. Augustin had forgotten salt, but he had placed in the napkin a large paper of gunpowder as an adventure of his own. The paper was broken, and the bread, fowls, and eggs were thoroughly seasoned with this new condiment. All the beauty of the scene, all our equanimity, everything except our tremendous appetites left us in a moment. Country taverns rose up before us, and we, who had been so amiable, abused Augustin and wished him the whole murderous seasoning in his own body. We could not pick out enough to satisfy hunger. It was, perhaps, the most innocent way of tasting gunpowder, and even so it was a bitter pill. We picked and made excavations for immediate use, but the rest of our stores was lost. This over, we mounted, and fording the stream, continued our descent. Passing off by a spur of the mountain, we came out upon an open ridge, commanding a view of an extensive savanna. Very soon we reached a fine table of land, where a large party of muleteers on their way to Yzabal were encamped for the night. Bales of indigo, which formed their cargoes, were piled up like a wall. Their mules were pasturing quietly near them, and fires were burning to cook their suppers. It was a great satisfaction to be once more in an open country, and to see the mountain, with its dense forest, lighted up by the setting sun, grand and gloomy, and ourselves fairly out of it. With 10 hours of the hardest riding I ever went through, we had made only 12 miles. Descending from this table, we entered a plain thickly wooded, and in a few minutes reached a grove of wild palm trees of singular beauty. From the top of a tall naked stem grew branches 20 or 30 feet long, spreading from the trunk and falling outward with a graceful bend, like enormous plumes of feathers. The trees stood so close that the bending branches met and formed arches, in some places as regular as if constructed by art, and as we rode among them there was a solemn stillness, an air of desolation that reminded us of the columns of an Egyptian temple. Toward dark we reached the rancho of Mico. It was a small house, built of poles and plastered with mud. Near it, and connected by a shed thatched with branches, was a larger house, built of the same material expressly for the use of travelers. This was already occupied by 2 parties from Guatimala, one of which consisted of the Canonigo Castillo, his clerical companion or secretary, and 2 young Pavons. The other was a French merchant on his way to Paris. Mr. C. and I were picturesque-looking objects, not spattered, but plastered with mud from head to foot, but we were soon known and received from the whole company a cordial welcome to Central America. Their appearance was such as gave me a highly favorable opinion of the description of persons I should meet at Guatimala. The canonigo was one of the first men in the country in position and character, and was then on his way to Havana on a delicate political mission, being sent by the Constituent Assembly to invite back the archbishop, who had been banished by General Morazan 10 years before. He undertook to do the honors, and set before us chocolate and what he called the national dish, frijoles, or black beans fried, which, fortunately for our subsequent travels, we cottoned to at once. We were very tired, but agreeable company was better than sleep. The canonigo had been educated at Rome, and passed the early parts of his life in Europe. The Frenchman was from Paris, the young Pavons were educated in New York, and we sat till a late hour, our clothes stiff with mud, talking of France, Italy, and home. At length we hung up our hammocks. We had been so much occupied that we had paid no attention to our luggage, and when we wanted to procure a change of raiment, could not find our men, and were obliged to turn in as we were, but with the satisfactory feeling that we had passed the mountain, we soon fell asleep. End of section 2. Section 3 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 3. A Canonigo. How to roast a fowl. Extempore shoemaking. Montagua River. Beautiful scene. Crossing the river. The luxury of water. Primitive costumes. How to make tortillas. Costly timber. Gualan. Oppressive heat. Shock of an earthquake. A stroll through town. A troublesome muleteer. A lawsuit. Important negotiations. A modern Bonadea. How to gain a husband. A kingdom of Flora. Zacapa. Making free with a host. Before daylight I was out of doors. 20 or 30 men, muleteers, and servants were asleep on the ground, each lying on his back with his black chamar wound round him, covering his head and feet. As the day broke they arose. Very soon the Frenchman got up, took chocolate, and, after an hour's preparation, started. The canonigo set off next. He had crossed the mountain 20 years before, on his first arrival in the country, and still retained a full recollection of its horrors. He set off on the back of an Indian in a silla, or chair with a high back and top to protect him from the sun. 3 other Indians followed as relay carriers, and a noble mule for his relief if he should become tired of the chair. The Indian was bent almost double, but the canonigo was in high spirits, smoking his cigar and waving his hand till he was out of sight. The Pavons started last, and we were left alone. Still none of our men came. At about 8 o'clock 2 made their appearance. They had slept at a rancho near by, and the others had gone on with the luggage. We were excessively provoked, but enduring as we might the discomfort of our clothes stiff with mud, saddled and set off. We saw no more of our caravan of mules, and our muleteer of the barometer had disappeared without notice, and left us in the hands of 2 understrappers. Our road lay over a mountainous country, but generally clear of wood, and in about 2 hours we reached a collection of ranchos called El Posos. One of our men rode up to a hut and dismounted as if he were at home. The woman of the house chided him for not having come the night before, which he gruffly ascribed to us, and it was evident that we stood a chance of losing him too. But we had a subject of more immediate interest in the want of a breakfast. Our tea and coffee, all that we had left after the destruction of our stores by gunpowder, were gone forward, and for some time we could get nothing. And here, in the beginning of our journey, we found a scarcity of provant greater than we had ever met with before in any inhabited country. The people lived exclusively upon tortillas, flat cakes made of crushed Indian corn and baked on a clay griddle, and black beans. Augustin bought some of these last, but they required several hours soaking before they could be eaten. At length he succeeded in buying a fowl, through which he ran a stick and smoked it over a fire, without dressing of any kind, and which, with tortillas, made a good meal for a penitentiary system of diet. As we had expected, our principal muleteer was unable to tear himself away, but, like a dutiful husband, he sent, by the only one that was now left, a loving message to his wife at Gualan. At the moment of starting, our remaining attendant said he could not go until he had made a pair of shoes, and we were obliged to wait. But it did not take long. Standing on an untanned cowhide, he marked the size of his feet with a piece of coal, cut them out with his machete, made proper holes, and passing a leather string under the instep, around the heel, and between the great doigt du pied and the one next to it, was shod. Again, our road lay on the ridge of a high mountain, with a valley on each side. At a distance were beautiful hillsides, green and ornamented with pine trees and cattle grazing upon them, that reminded us of park scenery in England. Often points presented themselves which at home would have been selected as sites for dwellings, and embellished by art and taste, and it was a land of perpetual summer, the blasts of winter never reach it, but with all its softness and beauty it was dreary and desolate. At 2 o'clock it began to rain. In an hour it cleared off, and from the high mountain ridge we saw the Motagua River, one of the noblest in Central America, rolling majestically through the valley on our left. Descending by a wild, precipitous path, at 4 o'clock we reached the bank directly opposite Encuentros. It was one of the most beautiful scenes I ever beheld. All around were giant mountains, and the river, broad and deep, rolled through them with the force of a mighty torrent. On the opposite bank were a few houses, and 2 or 3 canoes lay in the water, but not a person was in sight. By loud shouting we brought a man to the bank, who entered one of the canoes and set her adrift. He was immediately carried far down the stream, but taking advantage of an eddy, he brought her across to the place where we stood. Our luggage, the saddles, bridles, and other trappings of the mules were put on board, and we embarked. Augustin sat in the stern, holding the halter of one of the mules, and leading her like a decoy duck, but the rest had no disposition to follow. The muleteer drove them in up to their necks, but they ran back to the shore. Several times, by pelting them with sticks and stones, he drove them in as before. At length he stripped himself, and wading to the depth of his breast, with a stick 10 or 12 feet long, succeeded in getting them all afloat, and on a line within the reach of his stick. Any one that turned toward the shore received a blow on his nose, and at length they all set their faces for the opposite bank. Their little heads were all that we could see, aimed directly across, but carried down by the current. One was carried below the rest, and when she saw her companions landing, she raised a frightened cry, and almost drowned herself in struggling to reach them. During all this time we sat in the canoe, with the hot sun beating upon our heads. For the last 2 hours we had suffered excessively from heat. Our clothes were saturated with perspiration and stiff with mud, and we looked forward, almost with rapture, to a bath in the Motagua and a change of linen. We landed and walked up to the house in which we were to pass the night. It was plastered and whitewashed, and adorned with streaks of red, in the shape of festoons, and in front was a fence made of long reeds, 6 inches in diameter, split into 2. Altogether the appearance was favourable. To our great vexation, our luggage had gone on to a rancho 3 leagues beyond. Our muleteers refused to go any further. We were unpleasantly situated, but we did not care to leave so soon the Motagua River. Our host told us that his house and all that he had were at our disposal, but he could give us nothing to eat, and telling Augustin to ransack the village, we returned to the river. Everywhere the current was too rapid for a quiet bath. Calling our canoeman, we returned to the opposite side, and in a few minutes were enjoying an ablution, the luxury of which can only be appreciated by those who, like us, had crossed the Mico Mountain without throwing away their clothes. There was an enjoyment in this bath, greater even than that of cooling our heated bodies. It was the moment of a golden sunset. We stood up to our necks in water clear as crystal, and calm as that of some diminutive lake, at the margin of a channel along which the stream was rushing with arrowy speed. On each side were mountains several thousand feet high, with their tops illuminated by the setting sun. On a point above us was a palm leafed hut, and before it a naked Indian sat, looking at us, while flocks of parrots, with brilliant plumage, almost in thousands, were flying over our heads, catching up our words, and filling the air with their noisy mockings. It was one of those beautiful scenes that so rarely occur in human life, almost realizing dreams. Old as we were, we might have become poetic but that Augustin came down to the opposite bank, and, with a cry that rose above the chattering of parrots and the loud murmur of the river, called us to supper. We had one moment of agony when we returned to our clothes. They lay extended upon the bank, emblems of men who had seen better days. The setting sun, which shed over all a soft and mellow lustre, laid bare the seams of mud and dirt, and made them hideous. We had but one alternative, and that was to go without them. But as this seemed to be trenching upon the proprieties of life, we picked them up and put them on, reluctant. I am not sure, however, but that we made an unnecessary sacrifice of personal comfort. The proprieties of life are matters of conventional usage. Our host was a don, and when we presented our letter he received us with great dignity in a single garment, loose, white, and very laconic, not quite reaching his knees. The dress of his wife was no less easy, somewhat in the style of the old-fashioned short gown and petticoat, only the short gown and whatever else is usually worn under it were wanting, and their place supplied by a string of beads with a large cross at the end. A dozen men and half-grown boys, naked except the small covering formed by rolling the trousers up and down in the manner I have mentioned, were lounging about the house, and women and girls in such extremes of undress that a string of beads seemed quite a covering for modesty. Mr. C. and I were in a rather awkward predicament for the night. The general reception room contained 3 beds, made of strips of cowhide interlaced. The don occupied one. He had not much undressing to do, but what little he did by pulling off his shirt. Another bed was at the foot of my hammock. I was dozing when I opened my eyes and saw a girl about 17 sitting sideway upon it, smoking a cigar. She had a piece of striped cotton cloth tied about her waist and falling below her knees. The rest of her dress was the same which nature bestows alike upon the belle of fashionable life and the poorest girl. In other words, it was the same as that of the don's wife, with the exception of the string of beads. At first I thought it was something I had conjured up in a dream, and as I waked up perhaps I raised my head, for she gave a few quick puffs of her cigar, drew a cotton sheet over her head and shoulders, and lay down to sleep. I endeavoured to do the same. I called to mind the proverb that travelling makes strange bedfellows. I had slept pell-mell with Greeks, Turks, and Arabs. I was beginning a journey in a new country. It was my duty to conform to the customs of the people, to be prepared for the worst, and submit with resignation to whatever might befall me. As guests, it was pleasant to feel that the family made no strangers of us. The wife of the don retired with the same ceremonies. Several times during the night we were waked by the clicking of flint and steel, and saw one of our neighbours lighting a cigar. At daylight the wife of the don was enjoying her morning slumber. While I was dressing she bade me good morning, removed the cotton covering from her shoulders, and arose dressed for the day. We started early, and for some distance our road lay along the banks of the Motagua, almost as beautiful by morning as by evening light. In an hour we commenced ascending the spur of a mountain, and reaching the top, followed the ridge. It was high and narrow, commanding on both sides an almost boundless view, and seemed selected for picturesque effect. The scenery was grand, but the land wild and uncultivated, without fences, enclosures, or habitations. A few cattle were wandering wild over the great expanse, but without imparting that domestic aspect which in other countries attends the presence of cattle. We met a few Indians with their machetes going to their morning's work, and a man riding a mule with a woman before him, his arm encircling her waist. I was riding ahead of my companions, and on the summit of the ridge, a little aside from the road, saw a little white girl, perfectly naked, playing before a rancho. As most of the people we met were Indians or Ladinos, I was attracted by her appearance, and rode up to the rancho. The proprietor, in the easy costume of our host of Encuentros, was swinging in a hammock under the portico and smoking a cigar. At a little distance was a shed, thatched with stalks and leaves of Indian corn, and called the cucinera, or kitchen. As usual, while the don was lolling in his hammock, the women were at work. I rode on to the cucinera and dismounted. The party consisted of the mother and a pretty daughter-in-law of about 19, and two daughters of about 15 and 17. The reader is perhaps curious about costumes, but having given him an insight into those of this country, he will not require any further descriptions. In honor of my visit, the mother snatched up the little girl who had attracted me to the rancho, carried her inside, and slipped over her head a garment which I believe is generally worn by little girls. But in a few minutes my young friend disencumbered herself of her finery, and was toddling about with it under her arm. The whole family was engaged in making tortillas. This is the bread of Central and of all Spanish America, and the only species to be found except in the principal towns. At one end of the cucinera was an elevation, on which stood a comal or griddle, resting on three stones, with a fire blazing under it. The daughter-in-law had before her an earthen vessel containing Indian corn soaked in lime water to remove the husk, and placing a handful on an oblong stone curving inward, mashed it with a stone roller into a thick paste. The girls took it as it was mashed, and patting it with their hands into flat cakes, laid them on the griddle to bake. This is repeated for every meal, and a great part of the business of the women consists in making tortillas. When Mr. Catherwood arrived, the tortillas were smoking, and we stopped to breakfast. They gave us the only luxury they had, coffee made of parched corn, which, in compliment to their kindness, we drank. Like me, Mr. C. was struck with the personal beauty of this family group. With the advantages of dress and education, they might be ornaments in cultivated society, but it is decreed otherwise, and these young girls will go through life making tortillas. For an hour longer we continued on the ridge of the mountain, then entered a more woody country, and in half an hour came to a large gate, which stood directly across the road like a toll bar. It was the first token we had seen of individual or territorial boundary, and in other countries would have formed a fitting entrance to a princely estate, for the massive frame, with all its posts and supporters, was of solid mahogany. The heat was now intense. We entered a thick wood and forded a wild stream, across which pigs were swimming. Soon after we came to a cochineal plantation, and passed through a long lane thickly bordered and overshadowed with shrubs and trees, close to suffocation. We emerged into an open plain, on which the sun beat with almost intolerable power, and, crossing the plain at about 3 o'clock, entered Gualan. There was not a breath of air. The houses and the earth seemed to throw out heat. I was confused, my head swam, and I felt in danger of a stroke of the sun. At that moment there was a slight shock of earthquake. I was unconscious of it, but was almost overpowered by the excessive heat and closeness of atmosphere which accompanied it. We rode up to the house of Donna Bartola, to whom we had a letter of recommendation, and I cannot describe the satisfaction with which I threw myself into a hammock. Shade and quiet restored me. For the first time since we left Yzabal we changed our clothes. For the first time, too, we dined. Toward evening we strolled through the town. It stands on a table of breccia rock at the junction of two noble rivers, and is encircled by a belt of mountains. One principal street, the houses of one story with piazzas in front, terminates in a plaza or public square, at the head of which stands a large church with a Gothic door, and before it, at a distance of 10 or 12 yards, was a cross about 20 feet high. The population is about 10,000, chiefly Mestitzoes. Leaving the plaza, we walked down to the Motagua. On the bank a boat was in the process of construction, about 50 feet long and 10 wide, entirely of mahogany. Near it a party of men and women were fording the stream, carrying their clothes above their heads, and around a point 3 women were bathing. There are no ancient associations connected with this place, but the wildness of the scene, the clouds, the tints of the sky, and the setting sun reflected upon the mountains, were beautiful. At dark we returned to the house. Except for the companionship of some thousands of ants, which blackened the candles and covered everything perishable, we had a room to ourselves. Early in the morning we were served with chocolate and a small roll of sweet bread. While at breakfast our muleteer came, reiterating a demand for settlement, and claiming $3 more than was due. We refused to pay him, and he went away furious. In half an hour an alguazil came to me with a summons to the alcalde. Mr. Catherwood, who was at the moment cleaning his pistols, cheered me by threatening, if they put me in prison, to bombard the town. The cabildo, or house of the municipality, was at one side of the plaza. We entered a large room, one end of which was partitioned off by a wooden railing. Inside sat the alcalde and his clerk, and outside was the muleteer, with a group of half-naked fellows as his backers. He had reduced his claim to $1, doubtless supposing that I would pay rather than have any trouble. It was not very respectable to be sued for $1, but I looked in his face on entering, and resolved not to pay a cent. I did not, however, claim my privilege under the law of nations, but defended the action on the merits, and the alcalde decided in my favour, after which I showed him my passport, and he asked me inside the bar and offered me a cigar. This over, I had more important business. The first was to hire mules, which could not be procured till the day but one after. Next, I negotiated for washing clothes, which was a complicated business, for it was necessary to specify which articles were to be washed, which ironed, and which starched, and to pay separately for washing, ironing, soap, and starch. And lastly, I negotiated with a tailor for a pair of pantaloons, purchasing separately stuff, lining, buttons, and thread, the tailor finding needles and thimble himself. Toward evening we again walked to the river, returned, and taught Donna Bartola how to make tea. By this time the whole town was in commotion, preparatory to the great ceremony of praying to the Santa Lucia. Early in the morning the firing of muskets, petards, and rockets had announced the arrival of this unexpected but welcome visitor, one of the holiest saints of the calendar, and, next to San Antonio, the most celebrated for the power of working miracles. Morazan's rise into power was signalized by a persecution of the clergy. His friends say that it was the purification of a corrupt body, his enemies that it was a war against morality and religion. The country was at that time overrun with priests, friars, and monks of different orders. Everywhere the largest buildings, the best cultivated lands, and a great portion of the wealth of the country were in their hands. Many, no doubt, were good men, but some used their sacred robes as a cloak for rascality and vice, and most were drones, reaping where they did not sow, and living luxuriously by the sweat of other men's brows. At all events, and whatever was the cause, the early part of Morazan's administration was signalized by hostility to them as a class, and from the Archbishop of Guatimala down to the poorest friar they were in danger. Some fled, others were banished, and many were torn by rude soldiers from their convents and churches, hurried to the seaports, and shipped for Cuba and Old Spain under sentence of death if they returned. The country was left comparatively destitute. Many of the churches fell to ruins, others stood, but their doors were seldom opened, and the practice and memory of their religious rites were fading away. Carrera and his Indians, with the mystic rites of Catholicism engrafted upon the superstitions of their fathers, had acquired a strong hold upon the feelings of the people by endeavoring to bring back the exiled clergy and to restore the influence of the church. The tour of the Santa Lucia was regarded as an indication of a change of feeling and government, as a prelude to the restoration of the influence of the church and the revival of ceremonies dear to the heart of the Indian. As such, it was hailed by all the villages through which she had passed, and that night she would receive the prayers of the Christians of Gualan. The Santa Lucia enjoyed a peculiar popularity from her miraculous power over the affections of the young, for any young man who prayed to her for a wife, or any young woman who prayed for a husband, was sure to receive the object of such prayer; and if the person praying indicated to the saint the individual wished for, the prayer would be granted, provided such individual was not already married. It was not surprising that a saint with such extraordinary powers, touching so directly the tenderest sensibilities, created a sensation in a place where the feelings, or rather the passions, are particularly turned to love. Dona Bartola invited us to accompany her, and setting out, we called upon a friend of hers. During the whole visit a servant girl sat with her lap full of tobacco, making straw cigars for immediate use. It was the first time we had smoked with ladies, and at first it was rather awkward to ask one for a light, but we were so thoroughly broken in that night that we never had any delicacy afterward. The conversation turned upon the saint and her miraculous powers, and when we avowed ourselves somewhat skeptical, the servant girl, with that familiarity, though not want of respect, which exists throughout Central America, said that it was wicked to doubt, that she had prayed to the saint herself, and 2 months afterward she was married, and to the very man she prayed for, though at the time he had no idea of her, and in fact wanted another girl. With this encouragement, locking the house, and accompanied by children and servants, we set out to pay our homage to the saint. The sound of a violin and the firing of rockets indicated the direction of her temporary domicile. She had taken up her residence in the hut of a poor Indian in the suburbs, and for some time before reaching it we encountered crowds of both sexes and all ages and colours, and in every degree of dress and undress, smoking and talking, and sitting or lying on the ground in every variety of attitude. Room was made for our party, and we entered the hut. It was about 20 feet square, thatched on the top and sides with leaves of Indian corn, and filled with a dense mass of kneeling men and women. On one side was an altar about 4 feet high, covered with a clean white cotton cloth. On the top of the altar was a frame with 3 elevations, like a flower stand, and on top of that a case containing a large wax doll, dressed in blue silk and ornamented with gold leaf, spangles, and artificial flowers. This was the Santa Lucia. Over her head was a canopy of red cotton cloth, on which was emblazoned a cross in gold. On the right was a sedan chair, trimmed with red cotton and gold leaf, being the travelling equipage of the saint, and near it were Indians in half sacerdotal dress, on whose shoulders she travelled. Festoons of oranges hung from the roof, and the rough posts were inwrapped with leaves of the sugar cane. At the foot of the altar was a mat, on which girls and boys were playing, and a little fellow about 6 years old, habited in the picturesque costume of a straw hat, and that only, was coolly surveying the crowd. The ceremony of praying had already begun, and the music of a drum, a violin, and a flageolet, under the direction of the Indian master of ceremonies, drowned the noise of voices. Dona Bartola, who was a widow, and the other ladies of our party fell on their knees, and recommending myself to their prayers, I looked on without doing anything for myself, but I studied attentively the faces of those around me. There were some of both sexes who could not strictly be called young, but they did not on that account pray less earnestly. In some places people would repel the imputation of being desirous to procure husband or wife, but not so in Gualan. They prayed publicly for what they considered a blessing. Some of the men were so much in earnest that perspiration stood in large drops upon their faces, and none thought that praying for a husband need tinge the cheek of a modest maiden. I watched the countenance of a young Indian girl beaming with enthusiasm and hope, and while her eyes rested upon the image of the saint and her lips moved in prayer, I could not but imagine that her heart was full of some truant and perhaps unworthy lover. Outside the hut was an entirely different scene. Near by were rows of kneeling men and women, but beyond were wild groups of half-naked men and boys setting off rockets and fireworks. As I moved through, a flash rose from under my feet, and a petard exploded so near that the powder singed me, and turning round I saw hurrying away my rascally muleteer. Beyond were parties of young men and women dancing by the light of blazing pine sticks. In a hut at some little distance were two haggard old women with large cauldrons over blazing fires, stirring up and serving out the contents with long wooden ladles, and looking like witches dealing out poison instead of love potions. At 10 o'clock the prayers to the saint died away, and the crowd separated into groups and couples, and many fell into what in English would be called flirtations. A mat was spread for our party against the side of the hut, and we all lighted cigars and sat down upon it. Cups made of small gourds, and filled from the cauldrons with a preparation of boiled Indian corn sweetened with various dulces, were passed from mouth to mouth, each one sipping and passing it on to the next, and this continued without any interruption for more than an hour. We remained on the ground till after midnight, and then were among the first to leave. On the whole, we concluded that praying to the Santa Lucia must lead to matrimony, and I could not but remark that in the way of getting husbands and wives most seemed disposed to do something for themselves, and not leave all to the grace of the saint. The next day it was excessively hot, and we remained within doors. In the evening we visited the padre, who had just returned from a neighbouring village. He was a short, fat man, and had on a white nightcap, a blue-striped jacket, and white pantaloons, and we found him swinging in a hammock and smoking a cigar. He had a large household of women and children, but as to the relation in which they stood to him, people differed. He gave us more information in regard to the country than we had yet been able to obtain, and particularly in regard to Copan, a ruined city which we wished to visit. He was familiar with the history of the Indians, and understood thoroughly the character of the present race, and in answer to our question if they were all Christians, said that they were devout and religious, and had a great respect for the priests and saints. With this he hitched up his bursting pantaloons and lighted another cigar. We might have smiled at the idea of his confounding his comfortable figure with the saints, but he had so much good sense and good feeling that we were not disposed to be captious. The next morning our muleteer came, but through some misunderstanding he had not mules enough to carry all our luggage. Rather than wait, we started without him, and left part of the baggage for him to bring on to Zacapa the next day. Leaving Gualan, we had on our right the Motagua River, which had now become to us a friend, and beyond it the great range of the mountains of Vera Paz, 6,000 or 8,000 feet high. In an hour we commenced ascending. Soon we were in a wilderness of flowers. Shrubs and bushes were clothed in purple and red, and on the sides of the mountain, and in the ravines leading down to the river, in the wildest positions, were large trees so covered with red that they seemed a single flower. In 3 hours we descended from our mountain height and came once more to the riverside, where it was rolling swiftly and in some places breaking into rapids. We followed for about an hour and rose again several thousand feet. At 2 o'clock we reached the village of San Pablo, situated on a lofty tableland looking down upon the river, and having its view bounded by the mountains of Vera Paz. The church stood at the entrance of the village. We turned our mules loose to graze, and took our meal in the porch. It was a beautiful position, and 2 waterfalls, shining like streaks of silver on the distant mountain side, reminded us of cascades in Switzerland. We procured a guide from the alcalde to conduct us to Zacapa, and resuming our journey, for 2 hours more had the same great range upon our right. The sun was obscured, but occasionally it broke through and lighted up the sides of the mountains, while the tops were covered with clouds. At 4 o'clock we had a distant view of the great plain of Zacapa, bounded on the opposite side by a triangular belt of mountains, at the foot of which stood the town. We descended and crossed the plain, which was green and well cultivated, and, fording a stream, ascended a rugged bank and entered the town. It was by far the finest we had seen. The streets were regular, and the houses plastered and whitewashed, with large balconied windows and piazzas. The church was 250 feet long, with walls 10 feet thick, and a facade rich with Moorish devices. It was built in the form of a Latin cross. In one end of the cross was a tailor's shop, and the other was roofless. At one corner was a belfry, consisting of 4 rough trunks of trees supporting a peaked roof covered with tiles. 2 bells were suspended from a rude beam, and as we passed, a half-naked Indian was standing on a platform underneath, ringing for vespers. We rode up to the house of Don Mariano Durante, one of the largest and best in the place, being about 100 feet front, and having a corridor extending the whole length, paved with square stones. The door was opened by a respectable-looking Santo Domingo negro, who told us in French that Senor Durante was not at home, but that the house was at our service, and going round to a porte cochere alongside, admitted us into a large courtyard ornamented with trees and flowers, at one side of which was a caballeria or stable. We left our mules in the hands of the servants, and entered a sala or reception room, covering nearly the whole front, with large windows reaching down to the floor, and iron balconies, and furnished with tables, a European bureau, and chairs. In the centre of the room and in the windows hung cages, handsomely made and gilded, containing beautiful singing birds of the country, and two fine canary birds from Havana. This was the residence of two bachelor brothers, who, feeling for the wants of travellers in a country entirely destitute of hotels, kept a door always open for their accommodation. We had candles lighted, and made ourselves at home. I was sitting at a table writing when we heard the tramp of mules outside, and a gentleman entered, took off his sword and spurs, and laid his pistols upon the table. Supposing him to be a traveller like ourselves, we asked him to take a seat, and when supper was served, invited him to join us. It was not till bedtime that we found we were doing the honours to one of the masters of the house. He must have thought us cool, but I flatter myself he had no reason to complain of any want of attention. Section 4 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This recording is in the public domain. Sue Anderson. Chapter 4. Purchasing a Bridle, a School and its Regulations, Conversation with an Indian, Spanish Translation of The Spy, Chiquimula, a Church in Ruins, a Veteran of the French Empire, St. Stephanos, a Land of Mountains, an Affair with a Muleteer, a Deserted Village, a Rude Assault, Arrest, Imprisonment, Release. The next day we were obliged to wait for our muleteer. Our guide of the night before had stolen one of our bridles, and here we found the beginning of an annoyance which attended us throughout Central America, in the difficulty of buying anything ready-made. There was a blacksmith who had a bit partly made, but had not charcoal enough to finish it. Fortunately, during the day an Indian arrived with a backload, and the bridle was completed. The headstall we bought of a saddler, and the reins, which were of plaited leather like the lash of a whip, we were lucky enough to obtain ready-made. The arrival of the charcoal enabled the blacksmith to fit us out with one pair of spurs. At Zacapa, for the first time, we saw a schoolhouse. It was a respectable-looking building, with columns in front, and against the wall hung a large card headed, "First Decurion, a student who has the care of 10 other students, Second Decurion, monitor, etc. Interior regulation for the good government of the school of first letters of this town, which ought to be observed strictly by all the boys composing it," etc., with a long list of complicated articles, declaring the rewards and punishments. The school, for the government of which these regulations were intended, consisted of 5 boys, 2 besides the decurions and monitor. It was nearly noon, and the master, who was the clerk of the alcalde, had not yet made his appearance. The only books I saw were a Catholic prayer book and a translation of Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws. The boys were fine little fellows, half white, and with one of them I had a trial of sums in addition, and then of exercises in handwriting, in which he showed himself very proficient, writing in Spanish, in a hand which I could not mistake, "Give me 6d." We were rather at a loss what to do with ourselves, but in the afternoon our host called in an Indian for the purpose of enabling us to make a vocabulary of Indian words. The first question I asked him was the name of God, to which he answered, "Santissima Trinidad." Through our host I explained to him that I did not wish the Spanish, but the Indian name, and he answered as before, "Santissima Trinidad," or Dios. I shaped my question in a variety of ways, but could get no other answer. He was of a tribe called Chinaute, and the inference was, either that they had never known any great spirit who governed and directed the universe, or that they had undergone such an entire change in matters of religion that they had lost their own appellation for the deity. In the evening the town was thrown into excitement by the entry of a detachment of Carrera's soldiers, on their way to Yzabal to receive and escort a purchase of muskets. The house of our friend was a gathering place of residence, and, as usual, the conversation turned upon the revolutionary state of the country. Some of them, as soon as they knew my official character, were anxious for me to go directly to San Salvador, the headquarters of the Morazan or Federal party, and assured me that the road to Guatimala was occupied by the troops of Carrera and dangerous to travel over. I knew too much of the effect of party spirit to put implicit faith in what partisans told me, and endeavoured to change the subject. Our host asked me whether we had any wars in my country, and said he knew that we had had one revolution, for he had read La Historia de la Revolucion de los Estados Unidos del Norte in 4 volumes, in which General Washington appeared under the name of Harper, and Jack Lawton and Dr. Sitgraves were 2 of the principal characters. From which I learned, what will perhaps be new to some of my readers, that in the Spanish translation the tale of the Spy is called A History of the American Revolution. Our muleteer did not make his appearance till late the next day. In the meantime I had had an opportunity of acquiring much information about the roads and the state of the country, and being satisfied that, so far as regarded the purpose of my mission, it was not necessary to proceed immediately to Guatimala, and in fact that it was better to wait a little while and see the result of the convulsions that then distracted the country, we determined to visit Copan. It was completely out of the line of travel, and, though distant only a few days' journey, in a region but little known, even at Zacapa. But our muleteer said that he knew the road, and made a contract to conduct us thither in 3 days, arranging the different stages beforehand, and from thence direct to Guatimala. At 7 o'clock the next morning we started. Although both my companion and myself were old travellers, our luggage was in bad packages for travelling with mules over a mountainous country, hard to put on and easy to fall off, and in keeping with this we had but 1 pair of spurs between us. In an hour we forded the Montagua, still a broad stream, deep and with a rapid current, and coming out with our feet and legs wet diminished somewhat the regret with which we bade farewell for a while to the beautiful river. For an hour longer we continued on the plain of Zacapa, cultivated for corn and cochineal, and divided by fences of brush and cactus. Beyond this the country became broken, arid, and barren, and very soon we commenced ascending a steep mountain. In 2 hours we reached the top, 3,000 or 4,000 feet high, and, looking back, had a fine view of the plain and town of Zacapa. Crossing the ridge, we reached a bold precipitous spur, and very soon saw before us another extensive plain, and, afar off, the town of Chiquimula, with its giant church. On each side were immense ravines, and the opposite heights were covered with pale and rose-colored mimosa. We descended by a long and zigzag path, and reached the plain, on which were growing corn, cochineal, and plantain. Once more fording a stream, we ascended a bank, and at 2 o'clock entered Chiquimula, the head of the department of that name. In the centre of the plaza was a fine fountain, shaded by palm trees, at which women were filling their water jars, and on the sides were the church and cabildo. On one corner was a house, to which we were attracted by the appearance of a woman at the door. I may call her a lady, for she wore a frock not open behind, and shoes and stockings, and had a face of uncommon interest, dark, and with finely penciled eyebrows. To heighten the effect of her appearance, she gave us a gracious welcome to her house, and in a few minutes the shed was lumbered with our multifarious luggage. After a slight lunch we took our guns, and, walking down to the edge of the table of land, saw what had attracted our attention at a great distance, a gigantic church in ruins. It was 75 feet front and 250 feet deep, and the walls were 10 feet thick. The facade was adorned with ornaments and figures of the saints larger than life. The roof had fallen, and inside were huge masses of stone and mortar and a thick growth of trees. It was built by the Spaniards on the site of the old Indian village, but having been twice shattered by earthquakes, the inhabitants had deserted it and built the town where it now stands. The ruined village was now occupied as a campo santo, or burial place. Inside the church were the graves of the principal inhabitants, and in the niches of the wall were the bones of priests and monks, with their names written under them. Outside were the graves of the common people, untended and uncared for, with the barrow of laced sticks which had carried the body to the grave laid upon the top and slightly covered with earth. The bodies had decayed, the dirt fallen in, and the graves were yawning. Around this scene of desolation and death, nature was rioting in beauty. The ground was covered with flowers, and parrots on every bush and tree, and flying in flocks over our heads, wanton in gaiety of colors with senseless chattering, disturbed the stillness of the grave. We returned to the town, and found about 1,200 soldiers drawn up in the plaza for evening parade. Their aspect was ferocious and banditti-like, and it was refreshing to see convicts peeking through the gratings of the prison and walking in chains on the plaza, as it gave an idea that sometimes crimes were punished. With all their ferocity of appearance, the officers, mounted on prancing mules or very small horses, almost hidden in saddle-cloth and armor, wore an air bordering upon the mock heroic. While we were looking at them, General Cascara, the commandant of the department, attended by a servant, rode up to the line. He was an Italian, upward of 60, who had served under Napoleon in Italy, and on the downfall of the emperor had fled to Central America. Banished by Morazan, and 8 years in exile, he had just returned to the country, and 6 months before had been appointed to this command. He was ghastly pale, and evidently in feeble health, and I could not but think that, if recollections of the pomp of war under the emperor ever crossed his mind, he must needs blush at his barefooted detachment. He returned to his house, whither we followed and presented our passport. Like the commandant at Yzabal, he seemed ill at ease, and spoke much of the distracted state of the country. He was dissatisfied, too, with the route I proposed taking, and though I told him it was merely to visit the ruins of Copan, he was evidently apprehensive that I intended going to San Salvador to present my credentials to the Federal Government. He visaed the passport, however, as I required, though after we left he called Augustin back and questioned him very closely as to our purposes. I was indignant, but smothered my feelings in consideration of the distracted state of the country and the game of life and death that was then playing throughout the land. We returned to the house and the interesting lady who had welcomed us to it. As yet we did not know whether she was senora or senorita, but unhappily we found that a man whom we supposed her father was her husband. When we inquired of her about a fine boy 10 years old, whom we supposed to be her brother, she answered, "Es mio," he is mine; and, as if it was fated that the charm of her appearance should be broken, when, according to the rules of courtesy, I offered for her choice a cigar and a puro, she took the latter. But it was so long since I had seen a woman who was at all attractive, and her face was so interesting, her manners were so good, her voice so sweet, the Spanish words rolled so beautifully from her lips, and her frock was tied so close behind, that, in spite of a 10-year-old boy and puro, I clung to my first impressions. The next morning we rose early. Our interesting hostess and her fatherly husband were up betimes to assist us. It would have been an offence to the laws of hospitality to offer them money, but Mr. C. gave the boy a penknife, and I put on the finger of the senora a gold ring with the motto, Souvenir de Amite. It was in French, and her husband could not understand it, nor, unfortunately, could she. At 7 o'clock we started. Passing the ruined church and the old village, we rode over a rich valley, so well cultivated with Indian corn that it gave a key to the boy's question whether we had come to Chiquimula to buy maize. At a league's distance we came to the village of St. Stephanos, where, amid a miserable collection of thatched huts, stood a gigantic church like that at Chiquimula, roofless and falling to ruins. We were now in a region which had been scourged by civil war. A year before, the village had been laid waste by the troops of Morazan. Passing the village, we came upon the bank of a stream, in some places diverted into water courses for irrigating the land, and on the other side of the stream was a range of high mountains. Continuing along it, we met an Indian, who advised our muleteer that the camino real for Copan was on the opposite side of the river, and across the range of mountains. We returned and forded the river. A great part of the bed was dry, and we rode along it for some distance, but could find no path that led up the mountain. At length we struck one, but it proved to be a cattle path, and we wandered for more than an hour before we found the camino real, and this royal road was barely a track by which a single mule could climb. It was evident that our muleteer did not know the road, and the region we were entering was so wild that we had some doubts about following him. At 11 we reached the top of the mountain, and, looking back, saw at a great distance, and far below us, the town of Chiquimula. On the right, up the valley, the village of St. Helena, and, rising above a few thatched huts, another gigantic and roofless church. On each side were mountains still higher than ours, some grand and gloomy, with their summits buried in the clouds, others in the form of cones and pyramids, so wild and fantastic that they seemed sporting with the heavens, and I almost wished for wings to fly and light upon their tops. Here, on heights apparently inaccessible, we saw the wild hut of an Indian with his milpa or patch of Indian corn. Clouds gathered around the mountains, and for an hour we rode in the rain. When the sun broke through, we saw the mountain tops still towering above us, and on our right, far below us, a deep valley. We descended, and found it narrower and more beautiful than any we had yet seen, bounded by ranges of mountains several thousand feet high, and having on its left a range of extraordinary beauty, with a red soil of sandstone, without any brush or underwood, and covered with gigantic pines. In front, rising above the miserable huts of the village, and seeming to bestride the valley, was the gigantic church of St. John the Hermit, reminding me of the church of St. John in the wilderness of Judea, but the situation was even more beautiful. At 2 o'clock we crossed the stream and entered the village. Opposite the church, the muleteer told us that the day's work was over, but with all our toils we had made only 15 miles, and were unwilling to stop so soon. The exceeding beauty of the place might have tempted us, but the only good plastered hut was occupied by a band of ruffianly soldiers, and we rode on. The muleteer followed with curses, and vented his spite in lashing the mules. Again we crossed the stream, and continuing up the valley along the dry bed, which bore marks of the flood that washed it in the rainy season, in an hour we crossed it half a dozen times. Heavy clouds rested on the mountains, and again we had rain. At 4 o'clock we saw on a high table on the left the village of Hocotan, with another gigantic church. According to the route agreed upon with the muleteer, this should have been the end of our first day's journey. We had been advised that the cura could give us much information about the ruins of Copan, and told him to cross over and stop there, but he refused, and hurrying on the mules, added that we had refused to stop when he wished, and now he would not stop for us. I could not spur my mule beyond her own gait, and, unable to overtake him, jumped off and ran after him on foot. Accidentally I put my hand on my pistols to steady them in my belt, and he fell back and drew his machete. We came to a parley. He said that if we went there we could not reach Copan the next day, whereupon, willing to make a retreat, and wishing to leave him no excuse for failing, we continued. At 6 o'clock we rose upon a beautiful table of land, on which stood another gigantic church. It was the 7th we had seen that day, and coming upon them in a region of desolation, and by mountain paths which human hands had never attempted to improve, their colossal grandeur and costliness were startling, and gave evidence of a retrograding and expiring people. This stood in a more desolate place than any we had yet seen. The grass was green, the sod unbroken even by a mule path. Not a human being was in sight, and even the gratings of the prison had no one looking through them. It was, in fact, a picture of a deserted village. We rode up to the cabildo, the door of which was fastened and the shed barricaded, probably to prevent the entrance of straggling cattle. We tore away the fastenings, broke open the door, and, unloading the mules, sent Augustin on a foraging expedition. In half an hour he returned with one egg, being all that he was able to procure, but he had waked up the village, and the alcalde, an Indian with a silver-headed cane, and several alguazils with long thin rods or wands of office, came down to examine us. We showed them our passport, and told them where we were going, at which, with their characteristic indifference of manner, they expressed no surprise. They could not read the passport, but they examined the seal and returned it. We asked them for eggs, fowls, milk, etc., to all of which they answered, what afterward became but too familiar, "No hay," there is none, and in a few minutes they retired and left us to ourselves. The cabildo was about 40 feet long and 20 broad, with plastered walls. Its furniture consisted of a large table and 2 benches with high backs, and the alcalde sent us a jar of water. We abused the muleteer for stopping at a place where we could get nothing to eat, and made our dinner and supper upon bread and chocolate, taking care not to give him any. There were pins in the walls for swinging hammocks, and in the evening we prepared for sleep. Mr. C. was in his hammock, and I was half undressed, when the door was suddenly burst open, and 25 or 30 men rushed in, the alcalde, alguazils, soldiers, Indians, and mestizos, ragged and ferocious looking fellows, and armed with staves of office, swords, clubs, muskets, and machetes, and carrying blazing pine sticks. At the head of them was a young officer of about 28 or 30, with a glazed hat and sword, and a knowing and wicked expression, whom we afterward understood to be a captain of one of Carrera's companies. The alcalde was evidently intoxicated, and said that he wished to see my passport again. I delivered it to him, and he handed it over to the young officer, who examined it and said that it was not valid. In the meantime, Mr. Catherwood and I dressed ourselves. I was not very familiar with the Spanish language, and through Augustin explained my official character, and directed him particularly to the endorsements of Commandant Pefiol and General Cascara. He paid no regard to my explanations. The alcalde said that he had seen a passport once before, and that it was printed, and on a small piece of paper not bigger than his hand, whereas mine was the one given by government on a quarto sheet. Besides this, they said that the seal of General Cascara was only that of the department of Chiquimula, and it ought to be that of the state of Guatimala. I did all in my power to show the insufficiency of these objections, but, after a warm altercation, the young man said that we should not proceed on our journey, but must remain at Comotan until information could be sent to Chiquimula, and orders received from that place. We had no disposition to remain in such hands, threatened them with the consequences of throwing any obstructions in our way, and I at length said that, rather than be detained there and lose time, I would abandon my journey to Copan altogether, and return by the road on which I came. But both the officer and the alcalde said peremptorily that we should not leave Comotan. The young man then told me to give up my passport. I answered that the passport was given me by my own government, that it was the evidence of my official character, necessary for my personal security, and I would not give it up. Mr. Catherwood made a learned exposition of the law of nations, the right of an ambassador, and the danger of bringing down upon them the vengeance of the government del Norte, which I sustained with some warmth, but it was of no use. At length I told him again that I would not give up the passport, but offered to go with it myself, under a guard of soldiers, to Chiquimula, or wherever else they chose to send it. He answered insultingly that we should not go to Chiquimula or anywhere else, neither forward nor backward, that we must stay where we were and must give up the passport. Finding arguments and remonstrances of no use, I placed the paper inside my vest, buttoned my coat tight across my breast, and told him he must get it by force. And the officer, with a gleam of satisfaction crossing his villainous face, responded that he would. I added that, whatever might be the immediate result, it would ultimately be fatal to them, to which he answered with a sneer that they would run the risk. During the whole time the band of cowardly ruffians stood with their hands on their swords and machetes, and two assassin-looking scoundrels sat on a bench with muskets against their shoulders, and the muzzles pointed within 3 feet of my breast. If we had been longer in the country, we should have been more alarmed, but as yet we did not know the sanguinary character of the people, and the whole proceeding was so outrageous and insulting that it roused our indignation more than our fears. Augustin, who, from having had a cut across the head with a machete which did not kill him, was always bellicose, begged me in French to give the order to fire, and said that one round would scatter them all. We had 11 charges, all sure. We were excited, and if the young man himself had laid his hands upon me, I think I should have knocked him down at least. But most fortunately, before he had time to give his order to fall upon us, a man, who entered after the rest, of a better class, wearing a glazed hat and a roundabout jacket, stepped forward and asked to see the passport. I was determined not to trust it out of my hands, and held it up before a blazing pine stick, while he read it, and, at Mr. Catherwood's request, aloud. I have since doubted whether even the officer had read it, or, if so, whether he had communicated its contents, for it produced an effect upon the alcalde and his alguazils, and, after some moments of anxious suspense to us, they forbore to execute their threat, but said that we must remain in custody. I demanded a courier to carry a letter immediately to General Cascara, which they refused, but on my offering to pay the expense of the courier, the alcalde promised to send it. Knowing General Cascara to be an Italian, and afraid to trust my Spanish, I wrote a note, which Mr. C. translated into Italian, informing him of our arrest and imprisonment, that we had exhibited to the alcalde and soldiers who arrested us my special passport from my own government, with the endorsements of Commandant Pefiol and himself, certifying my official character, which were not deemed sufficient, demanding to be set at liberty immediately, and allowed to proceed on our journey without further molestation, and adding that we should of course represent to the government at Guatimala, and also to my own, the manner in which we had been treated. Not to mince matters, Mr. Catherwood signed the note as secretary, and having no official seal with me, we sealed it unobserved by anybody with a new American $50, and gave it to the alcalde. The eagle spread his wings, and the stars glittered in the torchlight. All gathered round to examine it, and retired, locking us up in the cabildo, stationing 12 men at the door, with swords, muskets, and machetes, and at parting the officer told the alcalde that, if we escaped during the night, his head should answer for it. The excitement over, Mr. C. and I were exhausted. We had made a beautiful beginning of our travels, but a month from home, and in the hands of men who would have been turned out of any decent state prison lest they should contaminate the borders. A peep at our beautiful keepers did not reassure us. They were sitting under the shed, directly before the door, around a fire, their arms in reach, and smoking cigars. Their whole stock of wearing apparel was not worth a pair of old boots, and with their rags, their arms, their dark faces reddened by the firelight, their appearance was ferocious, and doubtless if we had attempted to escape, they would have been glad of the excuse for murder. We opened a basket of wine with which Colonel McDonald had provided us, and drank his health. We were relieved from immediate apprehensions, but our prospects were not pleasant, and fastening the door as well as we could inside, we again betook ourselves to our hammocks. During the night the door was again burst open, and the whole ruffianly band entered as before with swords, muskets, machetes, and blazing pine sticks. In an instant we were on our feet, and my hurried impression was that they had come to take the passport. But to our surprise the alcalde handed me back the letter with the big seal, said there was no use in sending it, and that we were at liberty to proceed on our journey when we chose. We were too well pleased to ask any questions, and to this day do not know why we were arrested. My belief is that if we had quailed at all, and had not kept up a high, threatening tone to the last, we should not have been set free, and I have no doubt that the big seal did much in our behalf. Our indignation, however, was not the less strong that we considered ourselves safe in pouring it out. We insisted that the matter should not end here, and that the letter should go to General Cascara. The alcalde objected, but we told him that, if not sent, it would be the worse for him, and after some delay he thrust it into the hands of an Indian and beat him out of doors with his staff, and in a few minutes the guard was withdrawn, and they all left us. It was now nearly daylight, and we did not know what to do. To continue was to expose ourselves to a repetition of the same treatment, and perhaps, as we advanced further into the interior, with a worse result. undetermined for the third time, we turned into our hammocks. At broad daylight we were again roused by the alcalde and his alguazils, but this time they came to pay us a visit of ceremony. The soldiers who had accidentally passed through the village, and had made all the disturbance, had left. After some deliberation we determined to continue, and charging the alcalde again about the letter to General Cascara, turned our backs upon him and his alguazils. In a few minutes they all withdrew. We took a cup of chocolate, loaded our mules, and when we left, the place was as desolate as when we entered. Not a person had been there to welcome us, and there was not one to bid us farewell. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 5. An Indian Funeral, Copan River, Woman's Kindness, Hacienda of San Antonio, Strange Customs, A Mountain of Aloes, the State of Honduras, Village of Copan, An Ungracious Host, Wall of Copan, History of Copan, First View of the Ruins, Vain Speculations, Applications for Medicine, Search for an Abode, A Sick Woman, Plagues of a Muleteer, An Unpleasant Situation, A Thunderstorm, Thoughts of Buying Copan. Turning away from the church, we passed the brow of a hill, behind which was a collection of huts almost concealed from sight and occupied by our friends of the night before. Very soon we commenced ascending a mountain. At a short distance we met a corpse, borne on a rude bier of sticks upon the shoulders of Indians, naked except a piece of cotton cloth over the loins, and shaking awfully under the movements of its carriers. Soon after we met another, borne in the same way, but wrapped in matting, and accompanied by 3 or 4 men and a young woman. Both were on their way to the graveyard of the village church. Ascending, we reached the top of a mountain, and saw behind us a beautiful valley extending toward Hocotan, but all waste, and suggesting a feeling of regret that so beautiful a country should be in such miserable hands. At 12:30 we descended to the banks of the Copan River. It was broad and rapid, and in the middle was a large sandbar. We had difficulty in fording it, and some of the baggage, particularly the beds and bedding, got wet. From the opposite side we again commenced ascending another ridge, and from the top saw the river winding through the valley. As we crossed, by a sudden turn it flowed along the base, and we looked directly down upon it. Descending this mountain, we came to a beautiful stream, where a gray-haired Indian woman and a pretty little girl, pictures of youth and old age, were washing clothes. We dismounted and sat down on the bank to wait for the muleteer. I forgot to mention that he had with him a boy about 13 or 14 years old, a fine little fellow, upon whom he imposed the worst part of the burden, that of chasing the mules, and who really seemed, like Baron Munchausen's dog, in danger of running his legs off. Our breach with the muleteer had not been healed, and at first we ascribed to him some agency in our troubles at Comotan. At all events, if it had not been for him, we should not have stopped there. All day he had been particularly furious with the mules, and they had been particularly perverse, and now they had gone astray, and it was an hour before we heard his spiteful voice loading them with curses. We mounted again, and at 4 o'clock saw at a distance a hacienda on the opposite side of a valley. It stood alone, and promised a quiet resting place for the night. We turned off from the Camino Real into a wild path, stony and overgrown with bushes, and so steep that we were obliged to dismount, let the mules go ahead, and hold on ourselves by the bushes to descend. At the foot of the hill we mounted and crossed a stream, where a little boy, playing in the water, saluted me by crossing his arms upon his breast, and then passed on to Mr. Catherwood. This was a favourable omen, and as we climbed up a steep hill, I felt that here, in this lonely spot, away from the gathering places of men, we must meet kindness. On the top of the hill, a woman with a naked child in her arms and a smile on her face stood watching our toilsome ascent, and when we asked her if we could make posada there, she answered, in the kindest phrase of the country, with a face that spoke even a warmer welcome than her words, "Como no?" Why not? And when she saw that our servant had pineapples in his alforgas, she asked why he had brought them, and if he did not know that she had plenty. The situation of the hacienda of San Antonio was wildly beautiful. It had a clearing for a cow yard, a plantation of corn, tobacco, and plantains, and the opening gave a view of the high mountains by which it was surrounded. The house was built of poles plastered with mud, and against the wall in front of the door was a figure of the Saviour on the cross, on a white cotton cloth hung round with votive offerings. The naked child which the mother carried in her arms was called Maria de los Angeles. While supper was in preparation, the master of the house arrived, a swarthy, grim-looking fellow, with a broad-brimmed sombrero and huge whiskers, and mounted on a powerful young horse which he was just breaking to the mountain roads. When he knew that we were strangers asking hospitality, his harsh features relaxed, and he repeated the welcome the woman had given us. Unfortunately, the boy of the muleteer was taken very ill. His master paid no attention to him, and while the poor little fellow was groaning under a violent fever, ate on with perfect indifference. We made him a comfortable bed on the piazza, and Mr. Catherwood gave him a dose of medicine. Our evening passed very differently from the last. Our host and hostess were a kind-hearted and simple couple. It was the first time they had ever met with men from another country, and they asked many questions, and examined our little travelling apparatus, particularly our plated cups, knives, forks, and spoons. We showed them our watches, compass, sextant, chronometer, thermometer, telescope, etc., and the woman, with great discernment, said that we must be very rich, and had muchos ideas, many ideas. They asked us about our wives, and we learned that our simple-minded host had two, one of whom lived in Hocotan, and that he passed a week alternately with each. We told him that in England he would be transported, and in the north imprisoned for life for such indulgences, to which he responded that they were barbarous countries, and the woman, although she thought a man ought to be content with one, said that it was no peccato, or crime, to have two, but I heard them say sotto voce that we were mas cristianos, or better Christians, than they. He assisted us in swinging our hammocks, and about 9 o'clock we drove out the dogs and pigs, lighted cigars, and went to bed. Including servants, women, and children, we numbered 11 in the room. All around were little balls of fire, shining and disappearing with the puffs of the cigars. One by one these went out, and we fell asleep. In the morning we all rose together. The boy was much better, but we did not think him in a condition to travel. His brutal master, however, insisted upon his going. For all that our kind friends had done for us, they would have charged us nothing, but besides compensating them in money, we distributed among them various trifles, and when bidding them farewell, I saw with regret a ring which I had given her sparkling on his finger. After we had mounted, the little boy whom we had met at the stream came staggering under a load of 6 freshly cut pineapples, and even when we had started, the woman ran after me with a piece of fresh sugar cane. All parted at the hacienda of San Antonio with kind feelings, except our surly muleteer, who was indignant, as he said that we made presents to everybody except to him. The poor boy was most grateful, and unfortunately for him we had given him a knife, which made the muleteer jealous. Almost immediately from the hacienda we entered a thick wood, dense as that of the Mico Mountain, and almost as muddy. The ascent was toilsome, but the top was open and so covered with that beautiful plant that we called it the Mountain of Aloes. Some were just peeping out of the ground, others were 20 or 30 feet high, and some gigantic stalks were dead. Flowers which would have kindled rapture in the breast of beauty had bloomed and died on this desolate mountain, unseen except by a passing Indian. In descending we lost the path, and wandered for some time before we recovered it. Almost immediately we commenced ascending another mountain, and from its top looked completely over a third, and at a great distance saw a large hacienda. Our road lay directly along the edge of a precipice, from which we looked down upon the tops of gigantic pines at a great distance beneath us. Very soon the path became so broken, and ran so near the edge of a precipice, that I called to Mr. Catherwood to dismount. The precipice was on the left side, and I had advanced so far that, on the back of a perverse mule, I did not venture to make any irregular movement, and rode for some moments in great anxiety. Somewhere on this road, but unmarked by any visible sign, we crossed the boundary line of the state of Guatimala and entered Honduras. At 2 o'clock we reached the village of Copan, which consisted of half a dozen miserable huts thatched with corn. Our appearance created a great sensation. All the men and women gathered around us to gaze. We inquired immediately for the ruins, but none of the villagers could direct us to them, and all advised us to go to the hacienda of Don Gregorio. We had no wish to stop at a village, and told the muleteer to go on, but he refused, and said that his engagement was to conduct us to Copan. After a long wrangle we prevailed, and riding through a piece of woods, forded once more the Copan River, and came out upon a clearing, on one side of which was a hacienda with a tile roof and having cucinera and other outbuildings, evidently the residence of a rich proprietor. We were greeted by a pack of barking dogs, and all the doorways were filled with women and children, who seemed in no small degree surprised at our appearance. There was not a man in sight, but the women received us kindly, and told us that Don Gregorio would return soon, and would conduct us to the ruins. Immediately the fire was rekindled in the cucinera. The sound of the patting of hands gave notice of the making of tortillas, and in half an hour dinner was ready. It was served up on a massive silver plate, with water in a silver tankard, but without knife, fork, or spoon. Soup or caldo was served in cups to be drunk. Nevertheless, we congratulated ourselves upon having fallen into such good quarters. In a short time a young man arrived on horseback, gaily dressed, with an embroidered shirt, and accompanied by several men driving a herd of cattle. An ox was selected, a rope thrown around its horns, and the animal was drawn up to the side of the house, and by another rope around its legs thrown down. Its feet were tied together, its head drawn back by a rope tied from its horns to its tail, and with one thrust of the machete the artery of life was severed. The pack of hungry dogs stood ready, and with a horrible clicking lapped up the blood with their tongues. All the women were looking on, and a young girl took a puppy dog and rubbed its nose in the crimson stream to give it an early taste for blood. The ox was skinned, the meat separated from the bones, and to the entire destruction of steaks, sirloins, and roasting pieces, in an hour the whole animal was hanging in long strings on a line before the door. During this operation Don Gregorio arrived. He was about 50, had large black whiskers and a beard of several days' growth, and from the behaviour of all around it was easy to see that he was a domestic tyrant. The glance which he threw at us before dismounting seemed to say, "Who are you?" But without a word he entered the house. We waited until he had finished his dinner, when, supposing that to be the favourable moment, I entered the house. In my intercourse with the world I have more than once found my overtures to an acquaintance received coldly, but I never experienced anything quite so cool as the Don's reception of me. I told him that we had come into that neighbourhood to visit the ruins of Copan, and his manner said, "What's that to me?" But he answered that they were on the other side of the river. I asked him whether we could procure a guide, and again he said that the only man who knew anything about them lived on the other side of the river. As yet we did not make sufficient allowance for the distracted state of the country, nor the circumstance that a man might incur danger to himself by giving shelter to suspected persons. But relying on the reputation of the country for hospitality, and the proof of it which we had already met with, I was rather slow in coming to the disagreeable conclusion that we were not welcome. This conclusion, however, was irresistible. The Don was not pleased with our looks. I ordered the muleteer to saddle the mules, but the rascal enjoyed our confusion, and positively refused to saddle his beasts again that day. We applied to Don Gregorio himself, offering to pay him, and, as Augustin said, in the hope of getting rid of us, he lent us two on which to ride back to the village. Unfortunately, the guide we sought was away. A brisk cockfight was then pending, and we received no encouragement, either from the appearance of the people or from invitation, to bring our luggage to that place. And we learned, what was very provoking, that Don Gregorio was the great man of Copan, the richest man, and petty tyrant, and that it would be most unfortunate to have a rupture with him, or even to let it be known at the village that we were not well received at his house. Reluctantly, but in the hope of making a more favourable impression, we returned to the hacienda. Mr. C. dismounted on the steps and took a seat on the piazza. I happened to dismount outside, and before moving took a survey of the party. The Don sat on a chair, with our detestable muleteer by his side, and a half-concealed smile of derision on his face, talking of idols and looking at me. By this time 8 or 10 men, sons, servants, and labourers, had come in from their day's work, but not one offered to take my mule, or made any of those demonstrations of civility which are always shown to a welcome guest. The women turned away their heads, as if they had been reproved for receiving us, and all the men, taking their cue from the Don, looked so insulting that I told Mr. Catherwood we would tumble our luggage into the road and curse him for an inhospitable churl. But Mr. Catherwood warned me against it, urging that if we had an open quarrel with him, after all our trouble, we would be prevented seeing the ruins. The Don probably suspected something of what passed, and, fearing that he might push things too far and bring a stain upon his name, pointed to a chair and asked me to take a seat. With a great effort I resolved to smother my indignation until I could pour it out with safety. Augustin was very indignant at the treatment we received. On the road he had sometimes swelled his own importance by telling of the flags hoisted and cannon fired when we left Balize, and here he hoisted more flags and fired more guns than usual, beginning with 40 guns, and afterward going on to a cannonade. But it would not do. The Don did not like us, and probably was willing to hoist flags and fire cannons too, as at Balize, when we should go away. Toward evening the skin of an ox was spread upon the piazza, corn in ears thrown upon it, and all the men, with the Don at their head, sat down to shell it. The cobs were carried to the kitchen to burn, the corn taken up in baskets, and 3 pet hogs, which had been grunting outside in expectation of the feast, were let in to pick up the scattered grains. During the evening no notice was taken of us, except that the wife of the Don sent a message by Augustin that supper was preparing, and our wounded pride was relieved, and our discontent somewhat removed, by an additional message that they had an oven and flour, and would bake us some bread if we wished to buy it. After supper all prepared for sleep. The Don's house had 2 sides, an inside and an out. The Don and his family occupied the former, and we the latter, but we had not even this to ourselves. All along the wall were frames made of sticks about an inch thick, tied together with bark strings, over which the workmen spread an untanned ox hide for a bed. There were 3 hammocks besides ours, and I had so little room for mine that my body described an inverted parabola, with my heels as high as my head. It was vexatious and ridiculous, or, in the words of the English tourist in Fra Diavolo, it was shocking, positively shocking. In the morning Don Gregorio was in the same humour. We took no notice of him, but made our toilet under the shed with as much respect as possible to the presence of the female members of the family, who were constantly passing and repassing. We had made up our minds to hold on and see the ruins, and fortunately, early in the morning, one of the crusty Don's sons, a civil young man, brought over from the village Jose, the guide of whom we stood in need. By reason of many vexatious delays, growing out of difficulties between Jose and the muleteer, we did not get away until 9 o'clock. Very soon we left the path or road and entered a large field, partially cultivated with corn, belonging to Don Gregorio. Riding some distance through this, we reached a hut thatched with corn leaves on the edge of the woods, at which some workmen were preparing their breakfast. Here we dismounted, and, tying our mules to trees near by, entered the woods, Jose clearing a path before us with a machete. Soon we came to the bank of a river, and saw directly opposite a stone wall, perhaps 100 feet high, with firs growing out of the top, running north and south along the river, in some places fallen, but in others entire. It had more the character of a structure than any we had ever seen ascribed to the aborigines of America, and formed part of the wall of Copan, an ancient city on whose history books throw but little light. I am entering abruptly upon new ground. Volumes without number have been written to account for the first peopling of America. By some, the inhabitants of this continent have been regarded as a separate race, not descended from the same common father with the rest of mankind. Others have ascribed their origin to some remnant of the antediluvian inhabitants of the earth, who survived the deluge which swept away the greatest part of the human species in the days of Noah, and hence have considered them the most ancient race of people on the earth. Under the broad range allowed by a descent from the sons of Noah, the Jews, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, the Greeks, the Scythians in ancient times, the Chinese, the Swedes, the Norwegians, the Welsh, and the Spaniards in modern, have ascribed to them the honor of peopling America. The two continents have been joined together and rent asunder by the shock of an earthquake. The fabled island of Atlantis has been lifted out of the ocean, and not to be behindhand, an enterprising American has turned the tables on the Old World and planted the Ark itself within the state of New York. The monuments and architectural remains of the aborigines have heretofore formed but little part of the groundwork for these speculations. Dr. Robertson, in his History of America, lays it down as a certain principle that America was not peopled by any nation of the ancient continent which had made considerable progress in civilization. The inhabitants of the New World, he says, were in a state of society so extremely rude as to be unacquainted with those arts which are the first essays of human ingenuity in its advancement toward improvement. Discrediting the glowing accounts of Cortez and his companions, of soldiers, priests, and civilians, all concurring in representations of the splendor exhibited in the buildings of Mexico, he says that the houses of the people were mere huts built with turf or mud or the branches of trees like those of the rudest Indians. The temple of Cholula was nothing more than a mound of earth without any steps or any facing of stone, covered with grass and shrubs," and on the authority of persons long resident in New Spain, and who profess to have visited every part of it, he says that "there is not in all the extent of that vast empire a single monument or vestige of any building more ancient than the conquest." At that time distrust was perhaps the safer side for the historian, but since Dr. Robertson wrote, a new flood of light has poured upon the world, and the field of American antiquities has been opened. The ignorance, carelessness, and indifference of the inhabitants of Spanish America on this subject are matter of wonder. In our own country, the opening of forests and the discovery of tumuli or mounds and fortifications, extending in ranges from the lakes through the valleys of the Ohio and Mississippi, mummies in a cave in Kentucky, the inscription on the rock at Dighton, supposed to be in Phoenician characters, and the ruins of walls and a great city in Arkansas and Wisconsin territory, had suggested wild and wandering ideas in regard to the first peopling of this country, and the strong belief that powerful and populous nations had occupied it and had passed away, whose histories are entirely unknown. The same evidences continue in Texas, and in Mexico they assume a still more definite form. The first new light thrown upon this subject, as regards Mexico, was by the great Humboldt, who visited that country at a time when, by the jealous policy of the government, it was almost as much closed against strangers as China is now. No man could have better deserved such fortune. At that time the monuments of the country were not a leading object of research, but Humboldt collected from various sources information and drawings, particularly of Mitla, or the Vale of the Dead, Xochicalco, a mountain hewed down and terraced, and called the Hill of Flowers, and the Great Pyramid or Temple of Cholula he visited himself, of all which his own eloquent account is within reach of the reader. Unfortunately, of the great cities beyond the Vale of Mexico, buried in forests, ruined, desolate, and without a name, Humboldt never heard, or at least he never visited them. It is but lately that accounts of their existence reached Europe and our own country. These accounts, however vague and unsatisfactory, had roused our curiosity, though I ought perhaps to say that both Mr. C. and I were somewhat sceptical, and when we arrived at Copan it was with the hope rather than the expectation of finding wonders. Since the discovery of these ruined cities, the prevailing theory has been that they belonged to a race long anterior to that which inhabited the country at the time of the Spanish conquest. With regard to Copan, mention is made by the early Spanish historians of a place of that name, situated in the same region of country in which these ruins are found, which then existed as an inhabited city, and offered a formidable resistance to the Spanish arms, though there are circumstances which seem to indicate that the city referred to was inferior in strength and solidity of construction, and of more modern origin. It stood in the old province of Chiquimula de Sierras, which was conquered by the officers of Pedro de Alvarado, but not one of the Spanish historians has given any particulars of this conquest. In 1530 the Indians of the province revolted, and attempted to throw off the yoke of Spain. Hernando de Chaves was sent to subdue them, and after many sanguinary battles he encamped before Esquipulas, a place of arms belonging to a powerful cacique, which on the fourth day, to use the words of the cacique himself, more out of respect to the public tranquillity than from fear of the Spanish arms, determined to surrender. And with the capital, the whole province submitted again to the Spanish dominion. The cacique of Copan, whose name was Copan Calel, had been active in exciting the revolt and assisting the insurgents. Hernando de Chaves determined to punish him, and marched against Copan, then one of the largest, most opulent, and most populous places of the kingdom. The camp of the cacique, with his auxiliaries, consisted of 30,000 men, well disciplined and veterans in war, armed with wooden swords having stone edges, arrows, and slings. On one side, says the historian, it was defended by the ranges of mountains of Chiquimula and Gracias a Dios, and on the opposite side by a deep fosse, and an entrenchment formed of strong beams of timber, having the interstices filled with earth, with embrasures and loopholes for the discharge of arrows. Chaves, accompanied by some horsemen well armed, rode to the fosse, and made sign that he wished to hold conference. The cacique answered with an arrow. A shower of arrows, stones, and darts followed, which compelled the Spaniards to retreat. The next day Chaves made an attack upon the entrenchment. The infantry wore loose coats stuffed with cotton, swords, and shields. The horsemen wore breastplates and helmets, and their horses were covered. The Copanes had each a shield covered with the skin of the danta on his arm, and his head guarded by bunches of feathers. The attack lasted the whole day. The Indians, with their arrows, javelins, and pikes, the heads of which were hardened by fire, maintained their ground. The Spaniards were obliged to retreat. Chaves, who had fought in the thickest of the battle, was alarmed at the difficulties of the enterprise and the danger to the credit of the Spanish arms, but received information that in one place the depth of the ditch which defended Copan was but trifling, and the next day he proceeded to the spot to make an attack there. The Copanes had watched his movements and manned the entrenchment with their bravest soldiers. The infantry were unable to make a lodgment. The cavalry came to their assistance. The Indians brought up their whole force, and the Spaniards stood like rocks, impassable to pikes, arrows, and stones. Several times they attempted to scale the entrenchments, and were driven back into the fosse. Many were killed on both sides, but the battle continued without advantage to either until a brave horseman leaped the ditch, and his horse being carried violently with his breast against the barrier, the earth and palisades gave way, and the frightened horse plunged among the Indians. Other horsemen followed, and spread such terror among the Copanes that their lines were broken and they fled. Copan Calel rallied at a place where he had posted a body of reserve, but, unable to resist long, retreated and left Copan to its fate. This is the account which the Spanish historians have given of Copan, and, as applied to the city, the wall of which we saw from the opposite side of the river, it appeared to us most meagre and unsatisfactory, for the massive stone structures before us had little the air of belonging to a city the entrenchment of which could be broken down by the charge of a single horseman. At this place the river was not fordable. We returned to our mules, mounted, and rode to another part of the bank a short distance above. The stream was wide, and in some places deep, rapid, and with a broken and stony bottom. Fording it, we rode along the bank by a footpath, encumbered with undergrowth, which Jose opened by cutting away the branches, until we came to the foot of the wall, where we again dismounted and tied our mules. End of section 5. Section 6 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The wall was of cut stone, well laid, and in good state of preservation. We ascended by large stone steps, in some places perfect, and in others thrown down by trees which had grown up between the crevices, and reached a terrace, the form of which it was impossible to make out, from the density of the forest in which it was enveloped. Our guide cleared a way with his machete, and we passed, as it lay half buried in the earth, a large fragment of stone elaborately sculptured, and came to the angle of a structure with steps on the sides, in form and appearance, so far as the trees would enable us to make out, like the sides of a pyramid. Diverging from the base and working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet on each side, sculptured in very bold relief, and on all 4 of the sides, from the base to the top. The front was the figure of a man, curiously and richly dressed, and the face, evidently a portrait, solemn, stern, and well fitted to excite terror. The back was of a different design, unlike anything we had ever seen before, and the sides were covered with hieroglyphics. This our guide called an idol, and before it, at a distance of 3 feet, was a large block of stone, also sculptured with figures and emblematic devices, which he called an altar. The sight of this unexpected monument put at rest at once and forever, in our minds, all uncertainty in regard to the character of American antiquities, and gave us the assurance that the objects we were in search of were interesting, not only as the remains of an unknown people, but as works of art, proving, like newly discovered historical records, that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages. With an interest perhaps stronger than we had ever felt in wandering among the ruins of Egypt, we followed our guide, who, sometimes missing his way, with a constant and vigorous use of his machete, conducted us through the thick forest, among half-buried fragments, to 14 15 monuments of the same character and appearance, some with more elegant designs, and some in workmanship equal to the finest monuments of the Egyptians. One displaced from its pedestal by enormous roots, another locked in the close embrace of branches of trees and almost lifted out of the earth, another hurled to the ground and bound down by huge vines and creepers, and one standing with its altar before it in a grove of trees which grew around it, seemingly to shade and shroud it as a sacred thing. In the solemn stillness of the woods it seemed a divinity mourning over a fallen people. The only sounds that disturbed the quiet of this buried city were the noise of monkeys moving among the tops of the trees and the cracking of dry branches broken by their weight. They moved over our heads in long and swift processions, 40 or 50 at a time, some with little ones wound in their long arms, walking out to the ends of boughs, and holding on with their hind feet or a curl of the tail, sprang to a branch of the next tree, and with a noise like a current of wind passed on into the depths of the forest. It was the first time we had seen these mockeries of humanity, and with the strange monuments around us, they seemed like wandering spirits of the departed race guarding the ruins of their former habitations. We returned to the base of the pyramidal structure, and ascended by regular stone steps, in some places forced apart by bushes and saplings, and in others thrown down by the growth of large trees, while some remained entire. In parts they were ornamented with sculptured figures and rows of death's heads. Climbing over the ruined top, we reached a terrace overgrown with trees, and crossing it, descended by stone steps into an area so covered with trees that at first we could not make out its form, but which, on clearing the way with the machete, we ascertained to be a square, and with steps on all the sides almost as perfect as those of the Roman amphitheatre. The steps were ornamented with sculpture, and on the south side, about halfway up, forced out of its place by roots, was a colossal head, evidently a portrait. We ascended these steps and reached a broad terrace 100 feet high, overlooking the river, and supported by the wall which we had seen from the opposite bank. The whole terrace was covered with trees, and even at this height from the ground were 2 giant ceibas, or wild cottonwood trees of India, above 20 feet in circumference, extending their half-naked roots 50 or 100 feet around, binding down the ruins and shading them with their wide-spreading branches. We sat down on the very edge of the wall, and strove in vain to penetrate the mystery by which we were surrounded. Who were the people that built this city? In the ruined cities of Egypt, even in the long-lost Petra, the stranger knows the story of the people whose vestiges are around him. America, say historians, was peopled by savages, but savages never reared these structures, savages never carved these stones. We asked the Indians who made them, and their dull answer was, "Quien sabe?" Who knows? There were no associations connected with the place, none of those stirring recollections which hallow Rome, Athens, and the world's great mistress on the Egyptian plain. But architecture, sculpture, and painting, all the arts which embellish life, had flourished in this overgrown forest. Orators, warriors, and statesmen, beauty, ambition, and glory had lived and passed away, and none knew that such things had been, or could tell of their past existence. Books, the records of knowledge, are silent on this theme. The city was desolate. No remnant of this race hangs around the ruins, with traditions handed down from father to son, and from generation to generation. It lay before us like a shattered bark in the midst of the ocean, her masts gone, her name effaced, her crew perished, and none to tell whence she came, to whom she belonged, how long on her voyage, or what caused her destruction; her lost people to be traced only by some fancied resemblance in the construction of the vessel, and perhaps never to be known at all. The place where we sat, was it a citadel from which an unknown people had sounded the trumpet of war, or a temple for the worship of the God of peace, or did the inhabitants worship the idols made with their own hands, and offer sacrifices on the stones before them? All was mystery, dark, impenetrable mystery, and every circumstance increased it. In Egypt the colossal skeletons of gigantic temples stand in the unwatered sands in all the nakedness of desolation. Here an immense forest shrouded the ruins, hiding them from sight, heightening the impression and moral effect, and giving an intensity and almost wildness to the interest. Late in the afternoon we worked our way back to the mules, bathed in the clear river at the foot of the wall, and returned to the hacienda. Our grateful muleteer boy had told of his dreadful illness and the extraordinary cure effected by Mr. Catherwood, and we found at the hacienda a ghastly looking man, worn down by fever and ague, who begged us for remedios. An old lady on a visit to the family, who had intended to go home that day, was waiting to be cured of a malady from which she had suffered 20 years. Our medicine chest was brought out, and this converted the wife of the Don into a patient also. Mr. C.'s reputation rose with the medicines he distributed, and in the course of the evening he had under his hands 4 or 5 women and as many men. We wanted very much to practice on the Don, but he was cautious. The percussion caps of our pistols attracted the attention of the men, and we showed them the compass and other things which made our friend at San Antonio suppose we were very rich and had many ideas. By degrees we became on social terms with all the house except the master, who found a congenial spirit in the muleteer. He had taken his ground, and was too dignified and obstinate to unbend. Our new friends made more room for our hammocks, and we had a better swing for the night. In the morning we continued to astonish the people by our strange ways, particularly by brushing our teeth, an operation which probably they saw then for the first time. While engaged in this, the door of the house opened, and Don Gregorio appeared, turning his head away to avoid giving us a buenos dias. We resolved not to sleep another night under his shed, but to take our hammocks to the ruins, and, if there was no building to shelter us, to hang them up under a tree. My contract with the muleteer was to stop 3 days at Copan, but there was no bargain for the use of the mules during that time, and he hoped that the vexations we met with would make us go on immediately. When he found us bent on remaining, he swore he would not carry the hammocks, and would not remain 1 day over, but at length consented to hire the mules for that day. Before we started, a new party, who had been conversing some time with Don Gregorio, stepped forward, and said that he was the owner of the idols, and that no one could go on the land without his permission, and handed me his title papers. This was a new difficulty. I was not disposed to dispute his title, but read his papers as attentively as if I meditated an action in ejectment, and he seemed relieved when I told him his title was good, and that, if not disturbed, I would make him a compliment at parting. Fortunately, he had a favour to ask. Our fame as physicians had reached the village, and he wished remedios for a sick wife. It was important to make him our friend, and after some conversation it was arranged that Mr. C., with several workmen whom we had hired, should go on to the ruins, as we intended, to make a lodgment there, while I would go to the village and visit his wife. Our new acquaintance, Don Jose Maria Acevedo, was about 50, tall and well dressed, that is, his cotton shirt and pantaloons were clean, inoffensive though ignorant, and one of the most respectable inhabitants of Copan. He lived in one of the best huts of the village, made of poles, thatched with corn leaves, with a wooden frame on one side for a bed, and furnished with a few pieces of pottery for cooking. A heavy rain had fallen during the night, and the ground inside the hut was wet. His wife seemed as old as he, and, fortunately, was suffering from a rheumatism of several years' standing. I say fortunately, but I speak only in reference to ourselves as medical men, and the honour of the profession accidentally confided to our hands. I told her that if it had been a recent affection, it would be more within the reach of art, but as it was a case of old standing, it required time, skill, watching of symptoms, and the effect of medicine from day to day, and for the present I advised her to take her feet out of a puddle of water in which she was standing, and promised to consult Mr. Catherwood, who was even a better medico than I, and to send her a liniment with which to bathe her neck. This over, Don Jose Maria accompanied me to the ruins, where I found Mr. Catherwood with the Indian workmen. Again we wandered over the whole ground, in search of some ruined building in which we could take up our abode, but there was none. To hang up our hammocks under the trees was madness. The branches were still wet, the ground muddy, and again there was a prospect of early rain. But we were determined not to go back to Don Gregorio's. Don Mariano said that there was a hut near by, and conducted me to it. As we approached, we heard the screams of a woman inside, and entering, saw her rolling and tossing on a bull's hide bed, wild with fever and pain, and starting to her knees at the sight of me, with her hands pressed against her temples and tears bursting from her eyes, she begged me for the love of God to give her some remedios. Her skin was hot, her pulse very high, she had a violent intermitting fever. While inquiring into her symptoms, her husband entered the hut, a white man about 40, dressed in a pair of dirty cotton drawers, with a nether garment hanging outside, a handkerchief tied around his head, and barefooted, and his name was Don Miguel. I told him that we wished to pass a few days among the ruins, and asked permission to stop at his hut. The woman, most happy at having a skilful physician near her, answered for him, and I returned to relieve Mr. Catherwood and add another to his list of patients. The whole party escorted us to the hut, bringing along only the mule that carried the hammocks, and by the addition of Mr. C. to the medical corps, and a mysterious display of drawing materials and measuring rods, the poor woman's fever seemed frightened away. The hut stood on the edge of a clearing, on the ground once covered by the city, with a stone fragment, hollowed out and used as a drinking vessel for cattle, almost at the very door. The clearing was planted with corn and tobacco, and bounded on each side by the forest. The hut was about 16 feet square, with a peaked roof, thatched with husks of Indian corn, made by setting in the ground two upright poles with crotches, in which another pole was laid to support the peak of the roof, and similar supports on each side, but only about 4 feet high. The gable end was the front, and one half of it was thatched with corn leaves, while the other remained open. The back part was thatched, and piled up against it was Indian corn 3 ears deep. On one side the pile was unbroken, but on the other it was used down to within 3 or 4 feet of the ground. In the corner in front was the bed of Don Miguel and his wife, protected by a bull's hide fastened at the head and side. The furniture consisted of a stone roller for mashing corn, and a comal or earthen griddle for baking tortillas ; and on a rude shelf over the bed were two boxes, which contained the wardrobe and all the property of Don Miguel and his wife, except Bartalo, their son and heir, an overgrown lad of 20, whose naked body seemed to have burst up out of a pair of boy's trousers. Disdaining a shirt, his stomach swollen by a distressing liver complaint, and that and his livid face clouded with dirt. There was only room enough for one hammock, and in fact the cross sticks were not strong enough to support two men. The pile of corn which had been used down was just high and broad enough for a bed, and by consent I took this for my sleeping place, and Mr. Catherwood hung up his hammock. We were so glad at being relieved from the churlish hospitality of Don Gregorio, and so near the ruins, that all seemed snug and comfortable. After a noonday meal I mounted the luggage mule, with only a halter to hold her, and, accompanied by Augustin on foot, set out for Don Gregorio's for the purpose of bringing over the luggage. The heavy rains had swollen the river, and Augustin was obliged to strip himself in order to ford it. Don Gregorio was not at home, and the muleteer, as usual, glad of a difficulty, said that it was impossible to cross the river with a cargo that day. Regularly, instead of helping us in our little difficulties, he did all that he could to increase them. He knew that if we discharged him we could get no mules in Copan except by sending off 2 days' journey, that we had no one on whom we could rely to send, and that the delay would be at least a week. Uncertain at what moment it might be advisable to leave, and not wishing to be left destitute, I was compelled to hire him to remain at a price which was considered so exorbitant that it gave me a reputation for having mucha plata, which, though it might be useful at home, I did not covet at Copan, and, afraid to trust me, the rascal stipulated for daily payments. At that time I was not acquainted with the cash system of business prevailing in the country. The barbarians are not satisfied with your custom unless you pay them besides, and the whole or a large portion must be in advance. I was accidentally in arrears to the muleteer, and while I was congratulating myself on this only security for his good behaviour, he was torturing himself with the apprehension that I did not mean to pay at all. In the meantime it began to rain, and settling my accounts with the senora, thanking her for her kindness, leaving an order to have some bread baked for the next day, and taking with me an umbrella and a blue bag, contents unknown, belonging to Mr. Catherwood, which he had particularly requested me to bring, I set out on my return. Augustin followed with a tin teapot and some other articles for immediate use. Entering the woods, the umbrella struck against the branches of the trees and frightened the mule, and while I was endeavouring to close it, she fairly ran away with me. Having only a halter, I could not hold her, and knocking me against the branches, she ran through the woods, splashed into the river, missing the fording place, and never stopped till she was breast deep. The river was swollen and angry, and the rain pouring down. Rapids were foaming a short distance below. In the effort to restrain her, I lost Mr. Catherwood's blue bag, caught at it with the handle of the umbrella, and would have saved it if the beast had stood still, but as it floated under her nose she snorted and started back. I broke the umbrella in driving her across, and just as I touched the shore saw the bag floating toward the rapids, and Augustin, with his clothes in one hand and the teapot in the other, both above his head, steering down the river after it. Supposing it to contain some indispensable drawing materials, I dashed among the thickets on the bank in the hope of intercepting it, but became entangled among branches and vines. I dismounted and tied my mule, and was 2 or 3 minutes working my way to the river, where I saw Augustin's clothes and the teapot, but nothing of him, and with the rapids roaring below, had horrible apprehensions. It was impossible to continue along the bank, so with a violent effort I jumped across a rapid channel to a ragged island of sand covered with scrub bushes, and running down to the end of it, saw the whole face of the river and the rapids, but nothing of Augustin. I shouted with all my strength, and to my inexpressible relief heard an answer, but in the noise of the rapids very faint. Presently he appeared in the water, working himself around a point and hauling upon the bushes. Relieved about him, I now found myself in a quandary. The jump back was to higher ground, the stream a torrent, and the excitement over, I was afraid to attempt it. It would have been exceedingly inconvenient for me if Augustin had been drowned. Making his way through the bushes and down to the bank opposite with his dripping body, he stretched a pole across the stream, by springing upon which I touched the edge of the bank, slipped, but hauled myself up by the bushes with the aid of a lift from Augustin. All this time it was raining very hard, and now I had forgotten where I tied my mule. We were several minutes looking for her, and wishing everything but good luck to the old bag, I mounted. Augustin, principally because he could carry them more conveniently on his back, put on his clothes. Reaching the village, I took shelter in the hut of Don Jose Maria, while Augustin, being in that happy state that cannot be made worse, continued through the rain. There was no one in the hut but a little girl, and the moment the rain abated I followed. I had another stream to cross, which was also much swollen, and the road was flooded. The road lay through a thick forest. Very soon the clouds became blacker than ever. On the left was a range of naked mountains, the old stone quarries of Copan, along which the thunder rolled fearfully, and the lightning wrote angry inscriptions on its sides. An English tourist in the United States admits the superiority of our thunder and lightning. I am pertinacious on all points of national honor, but concede this in favor of the tropics. The rain fell as if floodgates were opened from above, and while my mule was slipping and sliding through the mud, I lost my road. I returned some distance, and was again retracing my steps, when I met a woman, barefooted and holding her dress above her knees, who proved to be my rheumatic patient, the wife of Don Jose Maria. While inquiring the road, I told her that she was setting at naught the skill of the physician, and added, what I believed to be very true, that she need not expect to get well under our treatment. I rode on some distance, and again lost my way. It was necessary to enter the woods on the right. I had come out by a footpath which I had not noticed particularly. There were cattle paths in every direction, and within the line of a mile I kept going in and out without hitting the right one. Several times I saw the print of Augustin's feet, but soon lost them in puddles of water, and they only confused me more. At length I came to a complete standstill. It was nearly dark. I did not know which way to turn, and as Mr. Henry Pelham did when in danger of drowning in one of the gutters of Paris, I stood still and hallooed. To my great joy I was answered by a roar from Augustin, who had been lost longer than I, and was in even greater tribulation. He had the teapot in his hand, the stump of an unlighted cigar in his mouth, and was plastered with mud from his head to his heels, and altogether a most distressful object. We compared notes, and selecting a path, shouting as we went, our united volleys were answered by barking dogs and Mr. Catherwood, who, alarmed at our absence and apprehending what had happened, was coming out with Don Miguel to look for us. I had no change of clothes, and therefore stripped and rolled myself up in a blanket in the style of a North American Indian. All the evening peals of thunder crashed over our heads, lightning illuminated the dark forest and flashed through the open hut, the rain fell in torrents, and Don Miguel said there was a prospect of being cut off for several days from all communication with the opposite side of the river, and from our luggage. Nevertheless, we passed the evening with great satisfaction, smoking cigars of Copan tobacco, the most famed in Central America, of Don Miguel's own growing and his wife's own making. Don Miguel, like myself that evening, had but little wearing apparel, but he was an intelligent and educated man, could read and write, bleed and draw teeth or a law paper, literary in his tastes, for he asked Augustin if we had any books. He said their being in English made no difference, books were good things, and it was delightful to hear him express his contempt for the understanding of Don Gregorio. He was a sub-tenant on the estate, at a rent of $4 a year, and was generally behindhand in his payments. He said he had not much to offer us, but we felt what was better than a canopied bed, that we were welcome guests. In fact, all were pleased. His wife expected us to drive away her fever and ague. Bartolo made sure that we would reduce the protuberance of his stomach, and Don Miguel liked our society. In these happy circumstances, the raging of the elements without did not disturb us. All day I had been brooding over the title deeds of Don Jose Maria, and, drawing my blanket around me, suggested to Mr. Catherwood an operation. Hide your heads, ye speculators in uptown lots. To buy Copan, remove the monuments of a bygone people from the desolate region in which they were buried, set them up in the great commercial emporium, and found an institution to be the nucleus of a great National Museum of American Antiquities. But, query, could the idols be removed? They were on the banks of a river that emptied into the same ocean by which the docks of New York are washed, but there were rapids below, and in answer to my inquiry, Don Miguel said these were impassable. Nevertheless, I should have been unworthy of having passed through the times that tried men's souls, if I had not had an alternative, and this was to exhibit by sample, to cut one up and remove it in pieces, and make casts of the others. The casts of the Parthenon are regarded as precious memorials in the British Museum, and casts of Copan would be the same in New York. Other ruins might be discovered, even more interesting and more accessible. Very soon their existence would become known and their value appreciated, and the friends of science and the arts in Europe would get possession of them. They belonged of right to us, and though we did not know how soon we might be kicked out ourselves, I resolved that ours they should be. With visions of glory and indistinct fancies of receiving the thanks of the corporation flitting before my eyes, I drew my blanket around me and fell asleep. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 6. How to begin. Commencement of explorations. Interest created by these ruins. Visit from the alcalde. Vexatious suspicions. A welcome visitor. Letter from General Cascara. Buying a city. Visit from Don Gregorio's family. Distribution of medicines. At daylight the clouds still hung over the forest. As the sun rose they cleared away. Our workmen made their appearance, and at 9 o'clock we left the hut. The branches of the trees were dripping wet and the ground very muddy. Trudging once more over the district which contained the principal monuments, we were startled by the immensity of the work before us, and very soon we concluded that to explore the whole extent would be impossible. Our guides knew only of this district, but having seen columns beyond the village, a league distant, we had reason to believe that others were strewed in different directions, completely buried in the woods and entirely unknown. The woods were so dense that it was almost hopeless to think of penetrating them. The only way to make a thorough exploration would be to cut down the whole forest and burn the trees. This was incompatible with our immediate purposes, might be considered taking liberties, and could only be done in the dry season. After deliberation, we resolved first to obtain drawings of the sculptured columns. Even in this there was great difficulty. The designs were very complicated, and so different from anything Mr. Catherwood had ever seen before as to be perfectly unintelligible. The cutting was in very high relief, and required a strong body of light to bring up the figures, and the foliage was so thick and the shade so deep that drawing was impossible. After much consultation we selected one of the idols and determined to cut down the trees around it, and thus lay it open to the rays of the sun. Here again was difficulty. There was no axe, and the only instrument which the Indians possessed was the machete or chopping knife, which varies in form in different sections of the country. Wielded with one hand, it was useful in clearing away shrubs and branches, but almost harmless upon large trees, and the Indians, as in the days when the Spaniards discovered them, applied to work without ardor, carried it on with little activity, and, like children, were easily diverted from it. One hacked into a tree, and when tired, which happened very soon, sat down to rest, and another relieved him. While one worked, there were always several looking on. I remembered the ring of the woodman's axe in the forests at home, and wished for a few long-sighted Green Mountain boys. But we had been buffeted into patience, and watched the Indians while they hacked with their machetes, and even wondered that they succeeded so well. At length the trees were felled and dragged aside, a space cleared around the base, Mr. C.'s frame set up, and he set to work. I took two mestizos, Bruno and Francisco, and offering them a reward for every new discovery, with a compass in my hand, set out on a tour of exploration. Neither had seen the idols until the morning of our first visit, when they followed in our train to laugh at los Ingleses, but very soon they exhibited such an interest that I hired them. Bruno attracted my attention by his admiration, as I supposed, of my person, but I found it was of my coat, which was a long shooting frock with many pockets, and he said that he could make one just like it except the skirts. He was a tailor by profession, and in the intervals of a great job upon a roundabout jacket worked with his machete. But he had an inborn taste for the arts. As we passed through the woods, nothing escaped his eye, and he was professionally curious touching the costumes of the sculptured figures. I was struck with the first development of their antiquarian taste. Francisco found the feet and legs of a statue, and Bruno a part of the body to match, and the effect was electric upon both. They searched and raked up the ground with their machetes till they found the shoulders, and set it up entire except the head, and they were both eager for the possession of instruments with which to dig and find this remaining fragment. It is impossible to describe the interest with which I explored these ruins. The ground was entirely new. There were no guidebooks or guides. The whole was a virgin soil. We could not see 10 yards before us, and never knew what we should stumble upon next. At one time we stopped to cut away branches and vines which concealed the face of a monument, and then to dig around and bring to light a fragment, a sculptured corner of which protruded from the earth. I leaned over with breathless anxiety while the Indians worked, and an eye, an ear, a foot, or a hand was disentombed. And when the machete rang against the chiseled stone, I pushed the Indians away and cleared out the loose earth with my hands. The beauty of the sculpture, the solemn stillness of the woods, disturbed only by the scrambling of monkeys and the chattering of parrots, the desolation of the city, and the mystery that hung over it, all created an interest higher, if possible, than I had ever felt among the ruins of the old world. After several hours' absence, I returned to Mr. Catherwood, and reported upward of 50 objects to be copied. I found him not so well pleased as I expected with my report. He was standing with his feet in the mud, and was drawing with his gloves on to protect his hands from the mosquitoes. As we feared, the designs were so intricate and complicated, the subject so entirely new and unintelligible, that he had great difficulty in drawing. He had made several attempts, both with the camera lucida and without, but failed to satisfy himself, or even me, who was less severe in criticism. The idol seemed to defy his art. 2 monkeys on a tree on one side appeared to be laughing at him, and I felt discouraged and despondent. In fact, I made up my mind, with a pang of regret, that we must abandon the idea of carrying away any materials for antiquarian speculation, and must be content with having seen them ourselves. Of that satisfaction nothing could deprive us. We returned to the hut with our interest undiminished, but sadly out of heart as to the result of our labors. Our luggage had not been able to cross the river, but the blue bag, which had caused me so many troubles, was recovered. I had offered $1 reward, and Bartolo, the heir apparent of the lesseeship of our hut, had passed the day in the river and found it entangled in a bush upon the bank. His naked body seemed glad of its accidental washing, and the bag, which we supposed to contain some of Mr. C.'s drawing materials, being shaken, gave out a pair of old boots, which, however, were at that time worth their weight in gold, being waterproof, and cheered Mr. Catherwood's drooping spirits, who was ill with a prospective attack of fever and ague or rheumatism from standing all day in the mud. Our men went home, and Frederico had orders, before coming to work in the morning, to go to Don Gregorio's and buy bread, milk, candles, lard, and a few yards of beef. The door of the hut looked toward the west, and the sun set over the dark forest in front with a gorgeousness I have never seen surpassed. Again during the night we had rain, with thunder and lightning, but not so violent as the night before, and in the morning it was again clear. That day Mr. Catherwood was much more successful in his drawings. Indeed, at the beginning the light fell exactly as he wished, and he mastered the difficulty. His preparations, too, were much more comfortable, as he had his waterproofs, and stood on a piece of oiled canvas used for covering luggage on the road. I passed the morning in selecting another monument, clearing away the trees, and preparing it for him to copy. At 1 o'clock Augustin came to call us to dinner. Don Miguel had a patch of beans, from which Augustin gathered as many as he pleased, and with the fruits of a standing order for all the eggs in the village, being 3 or 4 a day, strings of beef, and bread and milk from the hacienda, we did very well. In the afternoon we were again called off by Augustin, with a message that the alcalde had come to pay us a visit. As it was growing late, we broke up for the day, and went back to the hut. We shook hands with the alcalde, and gave him and his attendants cigars, and were disposed to be sociable ; but the dignitary was so tipsy he could hardly speak. His attendants sat crouching on the ground, swinging themselves on their knee joints, and, though their positions were different, reminding us of the Arabs. In a few minutes the alcalde started up suddenly, made a staggering bow, and left us, and they all followed, Don Miguel with them. While we were at supper he returned, and it was easy to see that he and his wife and Bartalo were in trouble, and, as we feared, the matter concerned us. While we were busy with our own affairs, we had but little idea what a sensation we were creating in the village. Not satisfied with getting us out of his house, Don Gregorio wanted to get us out of the neighbourhood. Unluckily, besides his instinctive dislike, we had offended him in drawing off some of his workmen by the high prices which, as strangers, we were obliged to pay, and he began to look upon us as rivals, and said everywhere that we were suspicious characters, that we should be the cause of disturbing the peace of Copan, and introducing soldiers and war into the neighbourhood. In confirmation of this, 2 Indians passed through the village, who reported that we had escaped from imprisonment, had been chased to the borders of Honduras by a detachment of 25 soldiers under Landaveri, the officer who arrested us, and that if we had been taken we would have been shot. The alcalde, who had been drunk ever since our arrival, resolved to visit us, to solve the doubts of the village, and take those measures which the presence of such dangerous persons and the safety of the country might require. But this doughty purpose was frustrated by a ludicrous circumstance. We made it a rule to carry our arms with us to the ruins, and when we returned to the hut to receive his visit, as usual, each of us had a brace of pistols in his belt and a gun in hand, and our appearance was so formidable that the alcalde was frightened at his own audacity in having thought of catechizing us, and fairly sneaked off. As soon as he reached the woods, his attendants reproached him for not executing his purpose, and he said doggedly that he was not going to have anything to say to men armed as we were. Roused at the idea of our terrible appearance, we told Don Miguel to advise the alcalde and the people of the village that they had better keep out of our way and let us alone. Don Miguel gave a ghastly smile, but all was not finished. He said that he had no doubt himself of our being good men, but we were suspected, the country was in a state of excitement, and he was warned that he ought not to harbour us, and would get into difficulty by doing so. The poor woman could not conceal her distress. Her head was full of assassinations and murders, and though alarmed for their safety, she was not unmindful of ours. She said that if any soldiers came into the village we would be murdered, and begged us to go away. We were exceedingly vexed and disturbed by these communications, but we had too much at stake to consent to be driven away by apprehensions. We assured Don Miguel that no harm could happen to him, that it was all false and a mistake, and that we were above suspicion. At the same time, in order to convince him, I opened my trunk, and showed him a large bundle of papers, sealed credentials to the government, and private letters of introduction in Spanish to prominent men in Guatimala, describing me as encargado de los negocios de los Estados Unidos del Norte, and one very special from Don Antonio Aycinena, now in this city, formerly colonel in the Central Army, and banished by Morazan, to his brother, the Marquis Aycinena, the leader of the Central party, which was dominant in that district in the civil war then raging, recommending me very highly, and stating my purpose of travelling through the country. This last letter was more important than anything else, and if it had been directed to one of the opposite party in politics, it would have been against us, as confirming the suspicion of our being enemigos. Never was greatness so much under a shade. Though vexatious, it was almost amusing to be obliged to clear up our character to such a miserable party as Don Miguel, his wife, and Bartolo, but it was indispensable to relieve them from doubts and anxieties, enabling us to remain quietly in their wretched hut, and the relief they experienced, and the joy of the woman in learning that we were tolerably respectable people, not enemies, and not in danger of being put up and shot at, were most grateful to us. Nevertheless, Don Miguel advised us to go to Guatimala or to General Cascara, procure an order to visit the ruins, and then return. We had made a false step in one particular. We should have gone direct to Guatimala and returned with a passport and letters from the government. But as we had no time to spare, and did not know what there was at Copan, probably if we had not taken it on the way we should have missed it altogether. And we did not know that the country was so completely secluded. The people are less accustomed to the sight of strangers than the Arabs about Mount Sinai, and they are much more suspicious. Colonel Galindo was the only stranger who had been there before us, and he could hardly be called a stranger, for he was a colonel in the Central American service, and visited the ruins under a commission from the government. Our visit has, perhaps, had some influence upon the feelings of the people. It has, at all events, taught Don Gregorio that strangers are not easily got rid of. But I advise anyone who wishes to visit these ruins in peace to go to Guatimala first and apply to the government for all the protection it can give. As to us, it was too late to think of this, and all we had to do was to maintain our ground as quietly as we could. We had no apprehension of soldiers coming from any other place merely to molest us. Don Miguel told us, what we had before observed, that there was not a musket in the village. The quality and excellence of our arms were well known. The muleteer had reported that we were outrageous fellows and had threatened to shoot him, and the alcalde was an excessive coward. We formed an alliance, offensive and defensive, with Don Miguel, his wife, and Bartolo, and went to sleep. Don Miguel and his wife, by the way, were curious people. They slept with their heads at different ends of the bed, so that, in the unavoidable accompaniment of smoking, they could clear each other. In the morning we were relieved from our difficulty, and put into a position to hurl defiance at the traducers of our character. While the workmen were gathering outside the hut, an Indian courier came trotting through the cornfield up to the door, who inquired for Senor Ministro, and pulling off his petate, took out of the crown a letter, which he said he was ordered by General Cascara to deliver into the right hands. It was directed to Senor Catherwood, Comotan, o donde se halle, conveying the expression of General Cascara's regret for the arrest at Comotan, ascribing it to the ignorance or mistake of the alcalde and the soldiers, and enclosing, besides, a separate passport for Mr. Catherwood. I have great satisfaction in acknowledging the receipt of this letter, and the promptness with which General Cascara despatched it to Comotan, or wherever he may be found, was no less than I expected from his character and station. I requested Don Miguel to read it aloud, told the Indian to deliver our compliments to General Cascara, and sent him to the village to breakfast, with a donation which I knew would make him publish the story with right emphasis and discretion. Don Miguel smiled, his wife laughed, and a few spots of white flashed along Bartolo's dirty skin. Stocks rose, and I resolved to ride to the village, strengthen the cords of friendship with Don Jose Maria, visit our patients, defy Don Gregorio, and get up a party in Copan. Mr. Catherwood went to the ruins to continue his drawings, and I to the village, taking Augustin with me to fire the Belize guns and buy up eatables for a little more than they were worth. My first visit was to Don Jose Maria. After clearing up our character, I broached the subject of a purchase of the ruins, told him that, on account of my public business, I could not remain as long as I desired, but wished to return with spades, pickaxes, ladders, crowbars, and men, build a hut to live in, and make a thorough exploration; that I could not incur the expense at the risk of being refused permission to do so, and, in short, in plain English, asked him, "What will you take for the ruins?" I think he was not more surprised than if I had asked to buy his poor old wife, our rheumatic patient, to practice medicine upon. He seemed to doubt which of us was out of his senses. The property was so utterly worthless that my wanting to buy it seemed very suspicious. On examining the paper, I found that he did not own the fee, but held under a lease from Don Bernardo de Aguila, of which 3 years were unexpired. The tract consisted of about 6,000 acres, for which he paid $80 a year. He was at a loss what to do, but told me that he would reflect upon it, consult his wife, and give me an answer at the hut the next day. I then visited the alcalde, but he was too tipsy to be susceptible of any impression, prescribed for several patients, and, instead of going to Don Gregorio's, sent him a polite request by Don Jose Maria to mind his own business and let us alone, returned, and passed the rest of the day among the ruins. It rained during the night, but again cleared off in the morning, and we were on the ground early. My business was to go around with workmen to clear away trees and bushes, dig and excavate, and prepare monuments for Mr. Catherwood to copy. While so engaged, I was called off by a visit from Don Jose Maria, who was still undecided what to do, and, not wishing to appear too anxious, told him to take more time and come again the next morning. The next morning he came, and his condition was truly pitiable. He was anxious to convert unproductive property into money, but afraid, and said that I was a stranger, and it might bring him into difficulty with the government. I again went into proof of character, and engaged to save him harmless with the government or release him. Don Miguel read my letters of recommendation, and reread the letter of General Cascara. He was convinced, but these papers did not give him a right to sell me land. The shade of suspicion still lingered. For a finale, I opened my trunk and put on a diplomatic coat with a profusion of large eagle buttons. I had on a Panama hat, soaked with rain and spotted with mud, a check shirt, white pantaloons yellow up to the knees with mud, and was about as outre as the negro king who received a company of British officers on the coast of Africa in a cocked hat and military coat, without any inexpressibles. But Don Jose Maria could not withstand the buttons on my coat. The cloth was the finest he had ever seen, and Don Miguel and his wife and Bartolo realized fully that they had in their hut an illustrious incognito. The only question was, Who should find paper on which to draw the contract? I did not stand upon trifles, and gave Don Miguel some paper, who took our mutual instructions, and appointed the next day for the execution of the deed. The reader is perhaps curious to know how old cities sell in Central America. Like other articles of trade, they are regulated by the quantity in market and the demand ; but not being staple articles, like cotton and indigo, they were held at fancy prices, and at that time were dull of sale. I paid $50 for Copan. There was never any difficulty about price. I offered that sum, for which Don Jose Maria thought me only a fool. If I had offered more, he would probably have considered me something worse. We had regular communications with the hacienda by means of Francisco, who brought thence every morning a large waccal of milk, carrying it a distance of 3 miles, and fording the river twice. The ladies of the hacienda had sent us word that they intended paying us a visit, and this morning Don Gregorio's wife appeared, leading a procession of all the women of the house, servants, and children, with 2 of her sons. We received them among the ruins, seated them as well as we could, and, as the first act of civility, gave them cigars all around. It can hardly be believed, but not one of them, not even Don Gregorio's sons, had ever seen the idols before, and now they were much more curious to see Mr. C.'s drawings. In fact, I believe it was the fame of these drawings that procured us the honour of their visit. In his heart Mr. C. was not much happier to see them than the old Don was to see us, as his work was stopped, and every day was precious. As I considered myself, in a manner, the proprietor of the city, I was bound to do the honours, and, having cleared paths, led them around, showing off all the lions as the cicerone does in the Vatican or the Pitti Palace. But I could not keep them away, and, to the distress of Mr. C., brought them all back upon him. Obliged to give up work, we invited them down to the hut to see our accommodations. Some of them were our patients, and reminded us that we had not sent the medicines we promised. The fact is, we avoided giving medicines when we could, among other reasons, from an apprehension that if any one happened to die on our hands, we should be held responsible. But our reputation was established, honours were buckled on our backs, and we were obliged to wear them. These ladies, in spite of Don Gregorio's crustiness, had always treated us kindly, and we would fain have shown our sense of it in some other mode than by giving them physic ; but, to gratify them in their own way, we distributed among them powders and pills, with written directions for use, and, when they went away, escorted them some distance, and had the satisfaction of hearing that they avenged us on Don Gregorio by praises of our gallantry and attentions. CHAPTER VII. Survey of the Ruins. Account of them by Huarros and Colonel Galindo. Their situation. Their extent. Plan of survey. Pyramidal structures. Rows of death's heads. Remarkable portrait. Idols. Character of the engravings. Ranges of terraces. A portrait. Courtyards. Curious altar. Tablets of hieroglyphics. Gigantic head. Stone quarries. More applications for medicine. Idols and altars. Buried image. Material of the statues. Idols originally painted. Circular altar. Antiquity of Copan. That night there was no rain, and the next day, as the ground was somewhat dry, we commenced a regular survey of the ruins. It was my first essay in engineering. Our surveying apparatus was not very extensive. We had a good surveying compass, and the rest consisted of a reel of tape, which Mr. C. had used in a survey of the ruins of Thebes and Jerusalem. My part of the business was very scientific. I had to direct the Indians in cutting straight lines through the woods, make Bruno and Frederico stick their hats on poles to mark the stations, and measure up to them. The second day we were thoroughly in the spirit of it. That day Don Jose Maria refused to execute the contract. Don Gregorio was the cause. He had ceased to interfere with us, but at the idea of our actually taking root in the neighbourhood he could not contain himself, and persuaded Don Jose Maria that he would get into difficulty by having anything to do with us. He even told him that General Cascara's passport was worthless, and that General Cascara himself had gone over to Morazan. He carried his point for the moment, but in the end we beat him, and the contract was executed. After 3 days of very hard but very interesting labour, we finished the survey, the particulars of which I intend to inflict upon the reader, but before doing so I will mention the little that was previously known of these ruins. Huaros, the historian of Guatimala, says, Francisco de Fuentes, who wrote the chronicles of the kingdom of Guatimala, assures us that in his time, that is, in the year 1700, the great circus of Copan still remained entire. This was a circular space surrounded by stone pyramids about 6 yards high, and very well constructed. At the bases of these pyramids were figures, both male and female, of very excellent sculpture, which then retained the colours they had been enamelled with, and, what was not less remarkable, the whole of them were habited in the Castilian costume. In the middle of this area, elevated above a flight of steps, was the place of sacrifice. The same author affirms that at a short distance from the circus there was a portal, constructed of stone, on the columns of which were the figures of men, likewise represented in Spanish habits, with hose and ruff around the neck, sword, cap, and short cloak. On entering the gateway there are 2 fine stone pyramids, moderately large and lofty, from which is suspended a hammock that contains 2 human figures, one of each sex, clothed in the Indian style. Astonishment is forcibly excited on viewing this structure, because, large as it is, there is no appearance of the component parts being joined together, and though entirely of one stone and of an enormous weight, it may be put in motion by the slightest impulse of the hand." From this time, that is, from the year 1700, there is no account of these ruins until the visit of Colonel Galindo in 1836, before referred to, who examined them under a commission from the Central American government, and whose communications on the subject were published in the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society of Paris and in the Literary Gazette of London. He is the only man in that country who has given any attention at all to the subject of antiquities, or who has ever presented Copan to the consideration of Europe and our own country. Not being an artist, his account is necessarily unsatisfactory and imperfect, but it is not exaggerated. Indeed, it falls short of the marvellous account given by Fuentes 135 years before, and makes no mention of the movable stone hammock with the sitting figures, which were our great inducement to visit the ruins. Section 8. Section 8 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. No plans or drawings have ever been published nor anything that can give even an idea of that valley of romance and wonder, where, as has been remarked, the genii who attended on King Solomon seemed to have been the artists. It lies in the district of country now known as the State of Honduras, one of the most fertile valleys in Central America, and to this day famed for the superiority of its tobacco. Mr. Catherwood made several attempts to determine the longitude, but the artificial horizon which we took with us expressly for such purposes had become bent, and, like the barometer, was useless. The ruins are on the left bank of the Copan River, which empties into the Motagua, and so passes into the Bay of Honduras near Omoa, distant perhaps 300 miles from the sea. The Copan River is not navigable, even for canoes, except for a short time in the rainy season. Falls interrupt its course before it empties into the Motagua. Cortes, in his terrible journey from Mexico to Honduras, of the hardships of which even now, when the country is comparatively open and free from masses of enemies, it is difficult to form a conception, must have passed within 2 days' march of this city. The extent along the river, as ascertained by monuments still found, is more than 2 miles. There is one monument on the opposite side of the river, at the distance of a mile, on the top of a mountain 2,000 feet high. Whether the city ever crossed the river and extended to that monument it is impossible to say. I believe not. At the rear is an unexplored forest in which there may be ruins. There are no remains of palaces or private buildings, and the principal part is that which stands on the bank of the river, and may perhaps with propriety be called the temple. This temple is an oblong enclosure. The front or river wall extends on the right line north and south 624 feet, and it is from 60 to 90 feet in height. It is made of cut stones, from 3 to 6 feet in length, and 1.5 feet in breadth. In many places the stones have been thrown down by bushes growing out of the crevices, and in one place there is a small opening from which the ruins are sometimes called by the Indians Las Ventanas, or the windows. The other 3 sides consist of ranges of steps and pyramidal structures, rising from 30 to 140 feet in height on the slope. The whole line of survey is 2,866 feet, which, though gigantic and extraordinary for a ruined structure of the aborigines, that the reader's imagination may not mislead him, I consider it necessary to say, it is not so large as the base of the Great Pyramid of Ghizeh. The engraving opposite gives the plan according to our survey, a reference to which will assist the reader to understand the description. To begin on the right, near the northwest corner of the river wall and the south wall is a recess, which was probably once occupied by a colossal monument fronting the water, no part of which is now visible. Probably it has fallen and been broken, and the fragments have been buried or washed away by the floods of the rainy season. Beyond are the remains of 2 small pyramidal structures, to the largest of which is attached a wall running along the west bank of the river. This appears to have been one of the principal walls of the city, and between the 2 pyramids there seems to have been a gateway or principal entrance from the water. The south wall runs at right angles to the river, beginning with a range of steps about 30 feet high and each step about 18 inches square. At the southeast corner is a massive pyramidal structure, 120 feet high on the slope. On the right are other remains of terraces and pyramidal buildings, and here also was probably a gateway, by a passage about 20 feet wide into a quadrangular area 250 feet square, two sides of which are massive pyramids 120 feet high on the slope. At the foot of these structures, and in different parts of the quadrangular area, are numerous remains of sculpture. At the point marked E is a colossal monument, richly sculptured, fallen, and ruined. Behind it, fragments of sculpture, thrown from their places by trees, are strewed and lying loose on the side of the pyramid, from the base to the top, and among them our attention was forcibly arrested by rows of death's heads of gigantic proportions, still standing in their places about halfway up the side of the pyramid. The effect was extraordinary. The engraving which follows represents one of them. At the time of our visit we had no doubt that these were death's heads, but it has been suggested to me that the drawing is more like the skull of a monkey than that of a man. And in connection with this remark, I add what attracted our attention, though not so forcibly at the time. Among the fragments on this side were the remains of a colossal ape or baboon, strongly resembling in outline and appearance the four monstrous animals which once stood in front attached to the base of the obelisk at Luxor, now in Paris, and which, under the name of cynocephaly, were worshipped at Thebes. This fragment was about 6 feet high. The head was wanting. The trunk lay on the side of the pyramid, and we rolled it down several steps, when it fell among a mass of stones from which we could not disengage it. We had no such idea at the time, but it is not absurd to suppose the sculptured skulls to be intended for the heads of monkeys, and that these animals were worshipped as deities by the people who built Copan. Among the fragments lying on the ground near this place is a remarkable portrait, of which the following engraving is a representation. It is probably the portrait of some king, chieftain, or sage. The mouth is injured, and part of the ornament over the wreath that crowns the head. The expression is noble and severe, and the whole character shows a close imitation of nature. At the point marked D stands one of the columns or idols which give the peculiar character to the ruins of Copan, the front of which forms the frontispiece to this volume, and to which I particularly request the attention of the reader. It stands with its face to the east, about 6 feet from the base of the pyramidal wall. It is 13 feet in height, 4 feet in front, and 3 feet deep, sculptured on all 4 of its sides from the base to the top, and one of the richest and most elaborate specimens in the whole extent of the ruins. Originally it was painted, the marks of red color being still distinctly visible. Before it, at a distance of about 8 feet, is a large block of sculptured stone, which the Indians call an altar. The subject of the front is a full-length figure, the face wanting beard, and of a feminine cast, though the dress seems that of a man. On the 2 sides are rows of hieroglyphics, which probably recite the history of this mysterious personage. As the monuments speak for themselves, I shall abstain from any verbal description, and I have so many to present to the reader, all differing very greatly in detail, that it will be impossible, within reasonable limits, to present our own speculations as to their character. I will only remark that, from the beginning, our great object and effort was to procure true copies of the originals, adding nothing for effect as pictures. Mr. Catherwood made the outline of all the drawings with the camera lucida, and divided his paper into sections so as to preserve the utmost accuracy of proportion. The engravings were made with the same regard to truth, from drawings reduced by Mr. Catherwood himself, the originals being also in the hands of the engraver; and I consider it proper to mention that a portion of them, of which the frontispiece was one, were sent to London and executed by engravers on wood, whose names stand among the very first in England. Yet, though done with exquisite skill, and most effective as pictures, they failed in giving the true character and expression of the originals, and at some considerable loss, both of time and money, were all thrown aside and re-engraved on steel. Proofs of every plate were given to Mr. Catherwood, who made such corrections as were necessary, and, in my opinion, they are as true copies as can be presented, and, except the stones themselves, the reader cannot have better materials for speculation and study. Following the wall, at the place marked C, is another monument or idol of the same size, and in many respects similar. The engraving opposite represents the back. The character of this image, as it stands at the foot of the pyramidal wall, with masses of fallen stone resting against its base, is grand, and it would be difficult to exceed the richness of the ornament and sharpness of the sculpture. This too was painted, and the red is still distinctly visible. The whole quadrangle is overgrown with trees, and interspersed with fragments of fine sculpture, particularly on the east side, and at the northeast corner is a narrow passage, which was probably a third gateway. On the right is a confused range of terraces, running off into the forest, ornamented with death's heads, some of which are still in position, and others lying about as they have fallen or been thrown down. Turning northward, the range on the left hand continues a high, massive pyramidal structure, with trees growing out of it to the very top. At a short distance is a detached pyramid, tolerably perfect, marked on the plan Z, about 50 feet square and 30 feet high. The range continues for a distance of about 400 feet, decreasing somewhat in height, and along this there are but few remains of sculpture. The range of structures turns at right angles to the left, and runs to the river, joining the other extremity of the wall at which we began our survey. The bank was elevated about 30 feet above the river, and had been protected by a wall of stone, most of which had fallen down. Among the fragments lying on the ground on this side is the portrait here given. The plan was complicated, and the whole ground being overgrown with trees, difficult to make out. There was no entire pyramid, but at most 2 or 3 pyramidal sides, and these joined on to terraces or other structures of the same kind. Beyond the wall of enclosure were walls, terraces, and pyramidal elevations running off into the forest, which sometimes confused us. Probably the whole was not erected at the same time, but additions were made and statues erected by different kings, or perhaps in commemoration of important events in the history of the city. Along the whole line were ranges of steps with pyramidal elevations, probably crowned on the top with buildings or altars now ruined. All these steps and the pyramidal sides were painted, and the reader may imagine the effect when the whole country was clear of forest, and priest and people were ascending from the outside to the terraces, and thence to the holy places within, to pay their adoration to the temple. Within this enclosure are 2 rectangular courtyards, having ranges of steps ascending to terraces. The area of each is about 40 feet above the river. Of the larger and most distant from the river, the steps have all fallen, and constitute mere mounds. On one side, at the foot of the pyramidal wall, is the monument or idol marked B, of which the engraving represents the front. It is about the same height with the others, but differs in shape, being larger at the top than below. Its appearance and character are tasteful and pleasing, but the sculpture is in much lower relief. The expression of the hands is good, though somewhat formal. The figure of a man shows the relative height. The back and sides are covered with hieroglyphics. Near this, at the point marked A, is a remarkable altar, which, perhaps, presents as curious a subject of speculation as any monument in Copan. The altars, like the idols, are all of a single block of stone. In general, they are not so richly ornamented, and are more faded and worn, or covered with moss. Some were completely buried, and of others it was difficult to make out more than the form. All differed in fashion, and doubtless had some distinct and peculiar reference to the idols before which they stood. This stands on 4 globes cut out of the same stone. The sculpture is in bas relief, and it is the only specimen of that kind of sculpture found at Copan, all the rest being in bold alto relievo. It is 6 feet square and 4 feet high, and the top is divided into 36 tablets of hieroglyphics, which beyond doubt record some event in the history of the mysterious people who once inhabited the city. The lines are still distinctly visible, and a faithful copy appears in the following cut. The next 2 engravings exhibit the 4 sides of this altar. Each side represents 4 individuals. On the west side are the 2 principal personages, chiefs or warriors, with their faces opposite each other, and apparently engaged in argument or negotiation. The other 14 are divided into 2 equal parties, and seem to be following their leaders. Each of the 2 principal figures is seated cross-legged in the Oriental fashion, on a hieroglyphic which probably designates his name and office or character, and on 3 of which the serpent forms part. Between the 2 principal personages is a remarkable cartouche, containing 2 hieroglyphics well preserved, which reminded us strongly of the Egyptian method of giving the names of the kings or heroes in whose honor monuments were erected. The headdresses are remarkable for their curious and complicated form. The figures have all breastplates, and one of the 2 principal characters holds in his hand an instrument which may perhaps be considered a scepter. Each of the others holds an object which can be only a subject for speculation and conjecture. It may be a weapon of war, and if so, it is the only thing of the kind found represented at Copan. In other countries, battle scenes, warriors, and weapons of war are among the most prominent subjects of sculpture, and from the entire absence of them here, there is reason to believe that the people were not warlike, but peaceable and easily subdued. The other courtyard is near the river. By cutting down the trees, we discovered the entrance to be on the north side, by a passage 30 feet wide and about 300 feet long. On the right is a high range of steps rising to the terrace of the river wall. At the foot of this are 6 circular stones, from 18 inches to 3 feet in diameter, perhaps once the pedestals of columns or monuments, now fallen and buried. On the left side of the passage is a high pyramidal structure, with steps 6 feet high and 9 feet broad, like the side of one of the pyramids at Saqqara, and 122 feet high on the slope. The top is fallen, and has 2 immense ceiba trees growing out of it, the roots of which have thrown down the stones, and now bind the top of the pyramid. At the end of the passage is the area or courtyard, probably the great circus of Fuentes, but which, instead of being circular, is rectangular, 140 feet long and 90 broad, with steps on all the sides. This was probably the most holy place in the temple. Beyond doubt it had been the theatre of great events and of imposing religious ceremonies. But what those ceremonies were, or who were the actors in them, or what had brought them to such a fearful close, were mysteries which it was impossible to fathom. There was no idol or altar, nor were there any vestiges of them. On the left, standing alone, 2/3 of the way up the steps, is the gigantic head opposite. It is moved a little from its place, and a portion of the ornament on one side has been thrown down some distance by the expansion of the trunk of a large tree, as shown by the drawing. The head is about 6 feet high, and the style good. Like many of the others, with the great expansion of the eyes, it seems intended to inspire awe. On either side of it, distant about 30 or 40 feet, and rather lower down, are other fragments of sculpture of colossal dimensions and good design, and at the foot are two colossal heads, turned over and partly buried, well worthy the attention of future travelers and artists. The whole area is overgrown with trees, and encumbered with decayed vegetable matter, with fragments of curious sculpture protruding above the surface, which probably, with many others, completely buried, would be brought to light by digging. On the opposite side, parallel with the river, is a range of 15 steps to a terrace 12 feet wide, and then 15 steps more to another terrace 20 feet wide, extending to the river wall. On each side of the center of the steps is a mound of ruins, apparently of a circular tower. About halfway up the steps on this side is a pit 5 feet square and 17 feet deep, cased with stone. At the bottom is an opening 2 feet 4 inches high, with a wall 1 foot 9 inches thick, which leads into a chamber 10 feet long, 5 feet 8 inches wide, and 4 feet high. At each end is a niche 1 foot 9 inches high, 1 foot 8 inches deep, and 2 feet 5 inches long. Colonel Galindo first broke into this sepulchral vault, and found the niches and the ground full of red earthenware dishes and pots, more than 50 of which, he says, were full of human bones packed in lime. Also several sharpened and pointed knives of chaya, a small death's head carved in a fine green stone, its eyes nearly closed, the lower features distorted, and the back symmetrically perforated by holes, the whole of exquisite workmanship. Immediately above the pit which leads to this vault is a passage leading through the terrace to the river wall, from which, as before mentioned, the ruins are sometimes called Las Ventanas, or the windows. It is 1 foot 11 inches at the bottom and 1 foot at the top in this pyramidal form, and barely large enough for a man to crawl through on his face. There were no remains of buildings. In regard to the stone hammock mentioned by Fuentes, and which in fact was our great inducement to visit these ruins, we made special inquiry and search for it, but saw nothing of it. Colonel Galindo does not mention it. Still, it may have existed, and may be there still, broken and buried. The padre of Gualan told us that he had seen it, and in our inquiries among the Indians we met with one who told us that he had heard his father say that his father, 2 generations back, had spoken of such a monument. I have omitted the particulars of our survey, the difficulty and labor of opening lines through the trees, climbing up the sides of the ruined pyramids, measuring steps, and the aggravation of all these from our want of materials and help, and our imperfect knowledge of the language. The people of Copan could not comprehend what we were about, and thought we were practising some black art to discover hidden treasure. Bruno and Francisco, our principal coadjutors, were completely mystified, and even the monkeys seemed embarrassed and confused. These counterfeit presentments of ourselves aided not a little in keeping alive the strange interest that hung over the place. They had no monkey tricks, but were grave and solemn, as if officiating as the guardians of consecrated ground. In the morning they were quiet, but in the afternoon they came out for a promenade on the tops of the trees, and sometimes, as they looked steadfastly at us, they seemed on the point of asking us why we disturbed the repose of the ruins. I have omitted, too, what aggravated our hardships and disturbed our sentiment, apprehensions from scorpions, and bites of mosquitoes and garrapatas, or ticks, the latter of which, in spite of precautions, pantaloons tied tight over our boots, and coats buttoned close to the throat, got under our clothes and buried themselves in the flesh. At night, moreover, the hut of Don Miguel was alive with fleas, to protect ourselves against which, on the third night of our arrival, we sewed up the sides and one end of our sheets, and thrust ourselves into them as we would into a sack. And while in the way of mentioning our troubles, I may add that during this time the flour of the hacienda gave out, we were cut off from bread, and brought down to tortillas. The day after our survey was finished, as a relief, we set out for a walk to the old stone quarries of Copan. Very soon we abandoned the path along the river, and turned off to the left. The ground was broken, the forest thick, and all the way we had an Indian before us with his machete, cutting down branches and saplings. The range lies about 2 miles north from the river, and runs east and west. At the foot of it we crossed a wild stream. The side of the mountain was overgrown with bushes and trees. The top was bare, and commanded a magnificent view of a dense forest, broken only by the winding of the Copan River and the clearings for the haciendas of Don Gregorio and Don Miguel. The city was buried in forest and entirely hidden from sight. Imagination peopled the quarry with workmen, and laid bare the city to their view. Here, as the sculptor worked, he turned to the theatre of his glory, as the Greek did to the Acropolis of Athens, and dreamed of immortal fame. Little did he imagine that the time would come when his works would perish, his race be extinct, his city a desolation and abode for reptiles, for strangers to gaze at, and wonder by what race it had once been inhabited. The stone is of a soft grit. The range extended a long distance, seemingly unconscious that stone enough had been taken from its sides to build a city. How the huge masses were transported over the irregular and broken surface we had crossed, and particularly how one of them was set up on the top of a mountain 2,000 feet high, it was impossible to conjecture. In many places were blocks which had been quarried out and rejected for some defect, and at one spot, midway in a ravine leading toward the river, was a gigantic block, much larger than any we saw in the city, which was probably on its way thither to be carved and set up as an ornament, when the labours of the workmen were arrested. Like the unfinished blocks in the quarries at Assouan and on the Pentelican mountain, it remains as a memorial of baffled human plans. We remained all day on the top of the range. The close forest in which we had been labouring made us feel more sensibly the beauty of the extended view. On the top of the range was a quarried block. With the chay stone found among the ruins, and supposed to be the instrument of sculpture, we wrote our names upon it. They stand alone, and few will ever see them. Late in the afternoon we returned, and struck the river about a mile above the ruins, near a stone wall with a circular building and a pit, apparently for a reservoir. As we approached our hut, we saw two horses with side saddles tied outside, and heard the cry of a child within. A party had arrived, consisting of an old woman and her daughter, son, and his wife and child, and their visit was to the medicos. We had had so many applications for remedios, our list of patients had increased so rapidly, and we had been so much annoyed every evening with weighing and measuring medicines, that, influenced also by the apprehensions before referred to, we had given out our intention to discontinue practice. But our fame had extended so far that these people had actually come from beyond San Antonio, more than 30 miles distant, to be cured, and it was hard to send them away without doing something for them. As Mr. C. was the medico in whom the public had most confidence, I scarcely paid any attention to them, unless to observe that they were much more respectable in dress and appearance than any patients we had had, except the members of Don Gregorio's family. But during the evening I was attracted by the tone in which the mother spoke of the daughter, and for the first time noticed in the latter an extreme delicacy of figure and a pretty foot, with a neat shoe and clean stocking. She had a shawl drawn over her head, and on speaking to her she removed the shawl, and turned up a pair of the most soft and dove-like eyes that mine ever met. She was the first of our patients in whom I took any interest, and I could not deny myself the physician's privilege of taking her hand in mine. While she thought we were consulting in regard to her malady, we were speaking of her interesting face. But the interest which we took in her was melancholy and painful, for we felt that she was a delicate flower, born to bloom but for a season, and even at the moment of unfolding its beauties, doomed to die. The reader is aware that our hut had no partition walls. Don Miguel and his wife gave up their bed to two of the women. She herself slept on a mat on the ground with the other. Mr. C. slept in his hammock, and I on my bed of Indian corn, and Don Miguel and the young men under a shed out of doors. Section 8. Section 9 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. I passed 2 or 3 days more in making the clearings and preparations, and then Mr. Catherwood had occupation for at least a month. When we turned off to visit these ruins, we did not expect to find employment for more than 2 or 3 days, and I did not consider myself at liberty to remain longer. I apprehended a desperate chase after a government, and fearing that among these ruins I might wreck my own political fortunes and bring reproach upon my political friends, I thought it safer to set out in pursuit. A council was called at the base of an idol, at which Mr. C. and I were both present. It was resumed in Don Miguel's hut. The subject was discussed in all its bearings. All the excitement in the village had died away. We were alone and undisturbed. Mr. C. had under his dominion Bruno and Francisco, Don Miguel, his wife, and Bartolo. We were very reluctant to separate, but it was agreed, with no one contradicting, for me to go on to Guatimala, and for Mr. Catherwood to remain and finish his drawings. Mr. Catherwood did remain, and after many privations and difficulties was compelled to leave on account of illness. He returned a second time and completed them, and I give the result of the whole. At a short distance from the temple, within terraced walls, probably once connected with the main building, are the idols which give distinctive character to the ruins of Copan ; and if the reader will look on the map, and follow the line marked Pathway to Don Miguel's house, toward the end on the right he will see the place where they stand. Near as they are, the forest was so dense that one could not be seen from the other. In order to ascertain their juxtaposition, we cut vistas through the trees, and took the bearings and distances, and I introduce them in the order in which they stand. The first is on the left of the pathway, at the point marked K. This statue is fallen and the face destroyed. It is 12 feet high, 3 feet 3 inches on one side, and 4 feet on the other. The altar is sunk in the earth, and we give no drawing of either. At a distance of 200 feet stands the one marked S. It is 11 feet 8 inches high, 3 feet 4 inches on each side, and stands with its front to the east on a pedestal 6 feet square, the whole resting on a circular stone foundation 16 feet in diameter. Before it, at a distance of 8 feet 10 inches, is an altar, partly buried, 3 feet 3 inches above the ground, 7 feet square, and standing diagonally to the idol. It is in high relief, boldly sculptured, and in a good state of preservation. The engravings which follow represent the front and back view. The front from the absence of a beard and from the dress we supposed to be the figure of a woman, and the countenance presents traits of individuality, leading to the supposition that it is a portrait. The back is a different subject. The head is in the centre, with complicated ornaments over it, the face broken, the border gracefully disposed, and at the foot are tablets of hieroglyphics. The altar is introduced on one side, and consists of 4 large heads, strangely grouped together, so as not to be easily made out. It could not be introduced in its proper place without hiding the lower part of the idol. In drawing the front, Mr. Catherwood always stood between the altar and the idol. A little behind this is the monument marked T. It is one of the most beautiful in Copan, and in workmanship is equal to the finest Egyptian sculpture. Indeed, it would be impossible, with the best instruments of modern times, to cut stones more perfectly. It stands at the foot of a wall of steps, with only the head and part of the breast rising above the earth. The rest is buried, and probably as perfect as the portion which is now visible. When we first discovered it, it was buried up to the eyes. Arrested by the beauty of the sculpture, and by its solemn and mournful position, we commenced excavating. As the ground was level up to that mark, the excavation was made by loosening the earth with the machete, and scooping it out with the hands. As we proceeded, the earth formed a wall around and increased the labour. The Indians struck so carelessly with their machetes that, afraid to let them work near the stone, we cleared it with our own hands. It was impossible, however, to continue. The earth was matted together by roots which entwined and bound the monument. It required a complete throwing out of the earth for 10 or 12 feet around, and without any proper instruments, and afraid of injuring the sculpture, we preferred to let it remain, to be excavated by ourselves at some future time, or by some future traveller. Whoever he may be, I almost envy him the satisfaction of doing it. The outline of the trees growing around it is given in the engraving. Toward the south, at a distance of 50 feet, is a mass of fallen sculpture, with an altar marked R on the map, and at 90 feet distance is the statue marked Q, standing with its front to the east, 12 feet high and 3 feet square, on an oblong pedestal 7 feet in front and 6 feet 2 inches on the sides. Before it, at a distance of 8 feet 3 inches, is an altar 5 feet 8 inches long, 3 feet 8 inches broad, and 4 feet high. The face of this idol is decidedly that of a man. The beard is of a curious fashion, and joined to the mustache and hair. The ears are large, though not resembling nature. The expression is grand, the mouth partly open, and the eyeballs seem starting from the sockets. The intention of the sculptor seems to have been to excite terror. The feet are ornamented with sandals, probably of the skins of some wild animals, in the fashion of that day. The back of this monument contrasts remarkably with the horrible portrait in front. It has nothing grotesque or pertaining to the rude conceits of Indians, but is noticeable for its extreme grace and beauty. In our daily walks we often stopped to gaze at it, and the more we gazed the more it grew upon us. Others seemed intended to inspire terror, and with their altars before them sometimes suggested the idea of a blind, bigoted, and superstitious people, and sacrifices of human victims. This always left a pleasing impression, and there was a higher interest, for we considered that in its medallion tablets the people who reared it had published a record of themselves, through which we might one day hold conference with a perished race and unveil the mystery that hung over the city. At a distance of 142 feet in a southeasterly direction is the idol marked P. It stands at the foot of a wall rising in steps to the height of 30 or 40 feet, originally much higher, but the rest fallen and in ruins. Its face is to the north, its height 11 feet 9 inches, the breadth of its sides 3 feet, and the pedestal is 7 feet square. Before it, at a distance of 12 feet, is a colossal altar. It is of good workmanship, and has been painted red, though scarcely any vestige of the paint remains, and the surface is time worn. The two engravings given opposite represent the front and back view. The former appears to represent the portrait of a king or hero, perhaps erected into a deity. It is judged to be a portrait from certain marks of individuality in the features, also observable in most of the others, and its sex is ascertained by the beard, as in the Egyptian monuments, though this has a mustache which is not found in Egyptian portraits. The back of this idol, again, presents an entirely different subject, consisting of tablets, each containing two figures oddly grouped together, ill-formed in some cases with hideous heads, while in others the natural countenance is preserved. The ornaments, diadems, and dresses are interesting, but what these personages are doing or suffering it is impossible to make out. This statue has suffered so much from the action of time and weather that it is not always easy to make out the characters, the light being in all cases very bad, and coming through irregular openings among the branches of trees. The stone of which all these altars and statues are made is a soft grit stone from the quarries before referred to. At the quarries we observed many blocks with hard flintstones distributed through them, which had been rejected by the workmen after they were quarried out. The back of this monument had contained two. Between the second and third tablets the flint has been picked out, and the sculpture is blurred. The other, in the last row but one from the bottom, remains untouched. An inference from this is that the sculptor had no instruments with which he could cut so hard a stone, and consequently that iron was unknown. We had, of course, directed our searches and inquiries particularly to this point, but did not find any pieces of iron or other metal, nor could we hear of any having ever been found there. Don Miguel had a collection of chay or flint stones cut in the shape of arrowheads, which he thought, and Don Miguel was no fool, were the instruments employed. They were sufficiently hard to scratch into the stone. Perhaps by men accustomed to the use of them the whole of these deep relief ornaments might have been scratched, but the chay stones themselves looked as if they had been cut by metal. The engraving opposite represents the altar as it stands before the last monument. It is 7 feet square and 4 feet high, richly sculptured on all its sides. The front represents a death's head. The top is sculptured and contains grooves, perhaps for the passage of the blood of victims, animal or human, offered in sacrifice. The trees in the engraving give an idea of the forest in which these monuments are buried. At a distance of 120 feet north is the monument marked O, which unhappily is fallen and broken. In sculpture it is the same with the beautiful half-buried monument before given, and, I repeat it, in workmanship equal to the best remains of Egyptian art. The fallen part was completely bound to the earth by vines and creepers, and before it could be drawn it was necessary to unlace them and tear the fibers out of the crevices. The paint is very perfect and has preserved the stone, which makes it more to be regretted that it is broken. The altar is buried, with the top barely visible, which by excavating we made out to represent the back of a tortoise. The next engravings exhibit the front, back, and one of the sides of a monument N, distant 20 feet from the last. It is 12 feet high, 4 feet on one side, 3 feet 4 inches on the other, and stands on a pedestal 7 feet square, with its front to the west. There is no altar visible. Probably it is broken and buried. The front view seems a portrait, probably of some deified king or hero. The two ornaments at the top appear like the trunk of an elephant, an animal unknown in that country. The crocodile's head is 7 feet from it, but appears to have no connection with it. This is 4 feet out of the ground, and is given in the plate as one of the many fragments found among the ruins. The back presents an entirely different subject from the front. At the top is a figure sitting cross-legged, almost buried under an enormous headdress, and 3 of the compartments contain tablets of hieroglyphics. Not to multiply engravings, I have omitted side views, as they are in general less interesting. This is particularly beautiful. The tablets of hieroglyphics are very distinct. At a distance of 28 feet in the same direction is the statue marked M, which is fallen and lies on its back, with a tree across it nearly lengthwise, leaving visible only the outline, feet, and sandals, both of which are well sculptured. The following engraving is a representation of it. Opposite is a circular altar with 2 grooves on the top, 3 feet high and 5 feet 6 inches in diameter, an engraving of which is here given. The next 3 engravings are the front, back, and side view of the monument marked L, distant 72 feet north from the last, with its front toward the west, 12 feet high, 3 feet in front, 2 feet 8 inches on the side, and the pedestal is 6 feet square. Before it, at a distance of 11 feet, is an altar very much defaced and buried in the earth. The front view is a portrait. The back is entirely made up of hieroglyphics, and each tablet has 2 hieroglyphics joined together, an arrangement which afterward we observed occasionally at Palenque. The side presents a single row of hieroglyphics, joined in the same manner. The tablets probably contain the history of the king or hero delineated, and the particular circumstances or actions which constituted his greatness. I have now given engravings of all of the most interesting monuments of Copan, and I repeat they are accurate and faithful representations. I have purposely abstained from all comment. If the reader can derive from them but a small portion of the interest that we did, he will be repaid for whatever he may find unprofitable in these pages. Of the moral effect of the monuments themselves, standing as they do in the depths of a tropical forest, silent and solemn, strange in design, excellent in sculpture, rich in ornament, different from the works of any other people, their uses and purposes, their whole history so entirely unknown, with hieroglyphics explaining all, but perfectly unintelligible, I shall not pretend to convey any idea. Often the imagination was pained in gazing at them. The tone which pervades the ruins is that of deep solemnity. An imaginative mind might be infected with superstitious feelings. From constantly calling them by that name in our intercourse with the Indians, we regarded these solemn memorials as idols, deified kings and heroes, objects of adoration and ceremonial worship. We did not find on either of the monuments or sculptured fragments any delineations of human, or in fact any other kind of sacrifice, but had no doubt that the large sculptured stone invariably found before each idol was employed as a sacrificial altar. The form of sculpture most frequently met with was a death's head, sometimes the principal ornament, and sometimes only accessory. Whole rows of them on the outer wall, adding gloom to the mystery of the place, keeping before the eyes of the living death and the grave, presenting the idea of a holy city, the Mecca or Jerusalem of an unknown people. In regard to the age of this desolate city, I shall not at present offer any conjecture. Some idea might, perhaps, be formed from the accumulations of earth and the gigantic trees growing on the top of the ruined structures, but it would be uncertain and unsatisfactory. Nor shall I at this moment offer any conjecture in regard to the people who built it, or to the time when, or the means by which it was depopulated, and became a desolation and ruin, whether it fell by the sword, or famine, or pestilence. The trees which shroud it may have sprung from the blood of its slaughtered inhabitants. They may have perished howling with hunger, or pestilence, like the cholera, may have piled its streets with dead, and driven forever the feeble remnants from their homes, of which dire calamities to other cities we have authentic accounts, in eras both prior and subsequent to the discovery of the country by the Spaniards. One thing I believe, that its history is graven on its monuments. No Champollion has yet brought to them the energies of his inquiring mind. Who shall read them? Chaos of ruins! Who shall trace the void, or the dim fragments cast a lunar light, and say, here was or is, where all is doubly night? In conclusion, I will barely remark that if this is the place referred to by the Spanish historian as conquered by Hernando de Chaves, which I almost doubt, at that time its broken monuments, terraces, pyramidal structures, portals, walls, and sculptured figures were entire, and all were painted. The Spanish soldiers must have gazed at them with astonishment and wonder, and it seems strange that a European army could have entered it without spreading its fame through official reports of generals and exaggerated stories of soldiers. At least no European army could enter such a city now without this result following. But the silence of the Spaniards may be accounted for by the fact that these conquerors of America were illiterate and ignorant adventurers, eager in pursuit of gold and blind to everything else. Or, if reports were made, the Spanish government with a jealous policy observed, down to the last moment of her dominion, suppressed everything that might attract the attention of rival nations to her American possessions. Chapter 8. Separation. An Adventure. Copan River. Don Clementino. A Wedding. A supper. A wedding ball. Buying a mule. The Sierra. View from the top. Esquipulas. The cura. Hospitable reception. Church of Esquipulas. Responsibility of the cura. Mountain of Quezaltepeque. A narrow escape. San Jacinto. Reception by the padre. A village fete. An ambuscade. Motagua River. Village of San Rosalie. A death scene. Having decided that, under the circumstances, it was best to separate, we lost no time in acting upon the conclusion. I had difficulty in coming to a right understanding with my muleteer, but at length a treaty was established. The mules were loaded, and at 2 o'clock I mounted. Mr. C. accompanied me to the edge of the woods, where I bade him farewell and left him to difficulties worse than we had apprehended. I passed through the village, crossed the river, and leaving the muleteer on the bank, rode to the hacienda of Don Gregorio. But I was deprived of the satisfaction which I had promised myself at parting, of pouring upon him my indignation and contempt, by the consideration that Mr. Catherwood was still within the reach of his influence ; and even now my hand is stayed by the reflection that when Mr. C., in great distress, robbed by his servant, and broken down by fever, took refuge in his house, the don received him as kindly as his bearish nature would permit. My only comfort was in making the lordly churl foot up an account of sixpences and shillings for eggs, milk, meat, etc., to the amount of $2, which I put into his hands. I afterward learned that I had elevated myself very much in his estimation, and in that of the neighbourhood generally, by my handsome conduct in not going off without paying. My good understanding with the muleteer was of short duration. At parting, Mr. C. and I had divided our stock of plates, knives, and forks, spoons, etc., and Augustin had put my share in the basket which had carried the whole, and these being loose made such a clattering that it frightened the mule. The beast ran away, setting us all off together with a crashing noise, till she threw herself among the bushes. We had a scene of terrible confusion, and I escaped as fast as I could from the hoarse and croaking curses of the muleteer. For some distance the road lay along the river. The Copan has no storied associations, but the Guadalquiver cannot be more beautiful. On each side were mountains, and at every turn a new view. We crossed a high range, and at 4 o'clock again came down upon the river, which was here the boundary line of the state of Honduras. It was broad and rapid, deep, and broken by banks of sand and gravel. Fording it, I again entered the state of Guatimala. There was no village, not even a house in sight, and no difficulty about passport. Late in the afternoon, ascending a little eminence, I saw a large field with stone fences and bars and cattle yard that looked like a Westchester farm. We entered a gate and rode up through a fine park to a long, low, substantial looking hacienda. It was the house of Don Clementino, whom I knew to be the kinsman of Don Gregorio, and the one of all others I would have avoided, but also the very one at which the muleteer had determined to contrive a halt. The family consisted of a widow with a large family of children, the principal of whom were Don Clementino, a young man of 21, and a sister of about 16 or 17, a beautiful fair-haired girl. Under the shed was a party of young people in holiday dresses, and 5 or 6 mules with fanciful saddles were tied to the posts of the piazza. Don Clementino was jauntily dressed in white jacket and trousers, braided and embroidered, a white cotton cap, and over it a steeple-crowned glazed hat with a silver cord twisted round as a band, a silver ball with a sharp piece of steel as a cockade, and red and yellow stripes under the brim. He had the consequential air and feelings of a boy who had suddenly become the head of an establishment, and asked me, rather superciliously, if I had finished my visit to the " Idols," and then, without waiting for an answer, if I could mend an accordion, then if I could play on the guitar, then to sell him a pair of pocket pistols which had been the admiration of Don Gregorio's household, and finally if I had anything to sell. With this young gentleman I should have been more welcome as a pedlar than an ambassador from any court in Europe, though it must be admitted that I was not travelling in a very imposing way. Finding I had nothing to make a bargain for, he picked up a guitar, danced off to his own music, and sat down on the earthen floor of the piazza to play cards. Within, preparations were going on for a wedding at the house of a neighbour 2 leagues distant, and a little before dark the young men and girls appeared dressed for the journey. All were mounted, and for the first time I admired exceedingly the fashion of the country in riding. My admiration was called forth by the sister of Don Clementino and the happy young gallant who escorted her. Both rode the same mule and on the same saddle. She sat sidewise before him, his right arm encircled her waist. At starting the mule was restive, and he was obliged from necessity to support her in her seat, to draw her close to himself. Her ear invited a whisper, and when she turned her face toward him, her lips almost touched his. I would have given all the honours of diplomacy for his place. Don Clementino was too much of a coxcomb to set off in this way. He had a fine mule gaily caparisoned, swung a large basket-hilted sword through a strap in the saddle, buckled on a pair of enormous spurs, and, mounting, wound his poncho around his waist, so that the hilt of the sword appeared about 6 inches above it. Giving the animal a sharp thrust with his spurs, he drove her up the steps, through the piazza, and down the other side, and asked me if I wanted to buy her. I declined, and to my great satisfaction he started to overtake the others, and left me alone with his mother, a respectable looking, grey-haired old lady, who called together all the servants and Indian children for vesper prayers. I am sorry to say it, but for the first time I was reminded that it was Sunday. I stood in the door, and it was interesting to see them all kneeling before the figure of the Virgin. An old grey-nosed mule walked up the piazza, and stopping by my side, put his head in the door, when, more forward than I, he walked in, gazed a moment at the figure of the Virgin, and, without disturbing anybody, walked out again. Soon after I was called in to supper, which consisted of fried beans, fried eggs, and tortillas. The beans and eggs were served in heavy silver dishes, and the tortillas were laid in a pile by my side. There was no plate, knife, fork, or spoon. Fingers were made before forks, but bad habits make the latter, to a certain degree, necessary. Poultry, mutton, beef, and the like do not come amiss to fingers, but beans and fried eggs were puzzling. How I managed I will not publish, but from appearances afterward the old lady could not have supposed that I had been at all at a loss. I slept in an outbuilding constructed of small poles and thatched, and for the whole paid 18¾ cents. I gave a pair of earrings to a woman whom I supposed to be a servant, but who I found was only a visitor, and who went away at the same time that I did. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. At a distance of 2 leagues from the hacienda we passed the house of the wedding party. The dancing was not yet over, and I had a strong fancy to see again the fair*haired sister of Don Clementino. Having no better excuse, I determined to call him out and talk mule. As I rode up, the doorway and the space thence to the middle of the room were filled with girls, all dressed in white, with the roses in their hair faded, and the brightness in their eyes somewhat dimmed by a night's dissipation. The sister of Don Clementino was modest and retiring, and, as if she suspected my object, shrank back from observation, while he made all open a way for him and his guitar. I had no idea of buying his mule, but made him an offer, which, to my surprise and regret at the time, he accepted. But virtue is its own reward, and the mule proved a most faithful animal. Mounted on my new purchase, we commenced ascending the great Sierra, which divides the streams of the Atlantic from those that empty into the Pacific Ocean. The ascent was rugged and toilsome, but in 2 hours we reached the top. The scenery was wild and grand, I have no doubt, but the fact is it rained very hard all the time, and while I was floundering among mud holes, I would have given the chance of the sublime for a good macadamized road. Mr. Catherwood, who crossed on a clear day, says that the view from the top, both ways, was the most magnificent he saw in the country. Descending, the clouds were lifted, and I looked down upon an almost boundless plain, running from the foot of the Sierra, and afar off saw, standing alone in the wilderness, the great church of Esquipulas, like the church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem and the Kaaba in Mecca, the holiest of temples. My muleteer was very anxious to stop at a collection of huts on this side of the town, and told me first that the place was occupied by Carrera's soldiers, and then that he was ill. I had a long and magnificent descent to the foot of the Sierra. The plain reminded me of the great waste places of Turkey and Asia Minor, but was more beautiful, being bounded by immense mountains. For 3 hours the church was our guide. As we approached, it stood out more clearly defined against mountains whose tops were buried in the clouds. Late in the afternoon we entered the town and rode up to the convent. I was a little nervous, and presented my passport as a letter of introduction, but could I have doubted the hospitality of a padre? Don Gregorio's reception made me feel more deeply the welcome of the cura of Esquipulas. None can know the value of hospitality but those who have felt the want of it, and they can never forget the welcome of strangers in a strange land. The whole household of the cura turned out to assist, and in a few minutes my mules were munching corn in the yard, while I was installed in the seat of honour in the convent. It was by far the largest and best building in the place. The walls were 3 or 4 feet thick. A large portico extended in front. The entrance was by a wide hall used as a sleeping place for servants, and communicating with a courtyard in the rear. On the left was a large sala or reception room, with lofty windows and deep recesses. On one side of the wall was a long wooden settee, with a high back and arms at each end. Before it was a massive unpolished mahogany table, and above hung a painting of our Saviour. Against the wall were large antiquated chairs, the backs and seats covered with leather and studded with nails, having large brass heads. The cura was a young man, under 30, of delicate frame, and his face beamed with intelligence and refinement of thought and feeling. He was dressed in a long black bombazet gown, drawn tight around the body, with a blue border around the neck, and a cross was suspended to his rosary. His name was Jesus Maria Gutierrez. It was the first time I had ever heard that name applied to a human being, and even in him it seemed a profanation. On a visit to him, and breaking the monotony of his secluded life, was an old schoolfellow and friend, Colonel San Martin of Honduras, who had been wounded in the last battle against Morazan, and was staying at the convent to recover his health and strength. His case showed the distracted state of the country. His father was of the same politics with himself, and his brother was fighting on the other side in the battle in which he was wounded. They gave me disagreeable information in regard to my road to Guatimala. Carrera's troops had fallen back from the frontiers of San Salvador and occupied the whole line of villages to the capital. They were mostly Indians, ignorant, intemperate, and fanatic, who could not comprehend my official character, could not read my passport, and in the excited state of the country would suspect me as a stranger. They had already committed great atrocities. There was not a curate on the whole road, and to attempt traversing it would be to expose myself to robbery and murder. I was very loath to protract my journey, but it would have been madness to proceed. In fact, no muleteer would undertake to go on with me, and I was obliged to turn my eyes to Chiquimula and the road I had left. The cura said I must be guided by him. I put myself in his hands, and at a late hour lay down to rest with the strange consciousness of being a welcome guest. I was awakened by the sound of the matin bell, and accompanied the cura to mass. The church for everyday use was directly opposite the convent, spacious and gloomy, and the floor was paved with large square bricks or tiles. Rows of Indian women were kneeling around the altar, cleanly dressed, with white mantillas over their heads, but without shoes or stockings. A few men stood up behind or leaned against the walls. We returned to breakfast, and afterward set out to visit the only object of interest, the great church of the pilgrimage, the holy place of Central America. Every year, on the 15th of January, pilgrims visit it even from Peru and Mexico, the latter being a journey not exceeded in hardship by the pilgrimage to Mecca. As in the East, it is not forbidden to trade during the pilgrimage, and when there are no wars to make the roads unsafe, 80,000 people have assembled among the mountains to barter and pay homage to our Lord of Esquipulas. The town contains a population of about 1,500 Indians. There was one street nearly a mile long, with mud houses on each side, but most of the houses were shut, being occupied only during the time of the fair. At the head of this street, on elevated ground, stood the great church. About halfway to it we crossed a bridge over a small stream, one of the sources of the great Lempa. It was the first stream I had seen that emptied into the Pacific Ocean, and I saluted it with reverence. Ascending by a flight of massive stone steps in front of the church, we reached a noble platform, 150 feet broad, and paved with bricks a foot square. The view from this platform of the great plain and the high mountains around was magnificent, and the church, rising in solitary grandeur in a region of wildness and desolation, seemed almost the work of enchantment. The facade was rich with stucco ornaments and figures of saints larger than life. At each angle was a high tower, and over the dome a spire, rearing aloft in the air the crown of that once proud power which wrested the greatest part of America from its rightful owners, ruled it for 3 centuries with a rod of iron, and now has not within it a foot of land or a subject to boast of. We entered the church by a lofty portal, rich in sculptured ornaments. Inside was a nave with 2 aisles, separated by rows of pilasters 9 feet square, and a lofty dome, guarded by angels with expanded wings. On the walls were pictures, some drawn by artists of Guatemala, and others that had been brought from Spain, and the recesses were filled with statues, some of which were admirably well executed. The pulpit was covered with gold leaf, and the altar protected by an iron railing with a silver balustrade, ornamented by 6 silver pillars about 2 feet high, and 2 angels standing as guardians on the steps. In front of the altar, in a rich shrine, is an image of the Saviour on the cross, our Lord of Esquipulas, to whom the church is consecrated, famed for his power of working miracles. Every year thousands of devotees ascend the steps of his temple on their knees, or laden with a heavy cross, who are not permitted to touch the sacred image, but go away contented in obtaining a piece of ribbon stamped with the words Dulce nombre de Jesus. We returned to the convent, and while I was sitting with Colonel San Martin, the curate entered, and, closing the door, asked me if my servant was faithful. Augustine's face was an unfortunate letter of recommendation. Colonel MacDonald, Don Francisco, and I afterward heard General Cascara distrusted him. I told the cura all I knew of him, and mentioned his conduct at Comotan, but he still cautioned me to beware of him. Soon after, Augustine, who seemed to suspect that he had not made a very favorable impression, asked me for $1 to pay for a confession. My intelligent friend was not free from the prejudices of education, and though he could not at once change his opinions so warmly expressed, he said that Augustine had been well brought up. In the course of the day I had an opportunity of seeing what I afterward observed throughout all Central America, the life of labour and the responsibility passed by the cura in an Indian village, who devotes himself faithfully to the people under his charge. Besides officiating in all the services of the church, visiting the sick, and burying the dead, my worthy host was looked up to by every Indian in the village as a counsellor, friend, and father. The door of the convent was always open, and Indians were constantly resorting to him, a man who had quarrelled with his neighbour, a wife who had been badly treated by her husband, a father whose son had been carried off as a soldier, a young girl deserted by her lover. All who were in trouble or affliction came to him for advice and consolation, and none went away without it. And besides this, he was principal director of all the public business of the town, the right hand of the alcalde, and had been consulted whether or not I ought to be considered a dangerous person. But the performance of these multifarious duties, and the excitement and danger of the times, were wearing away his frame. 4 years ago he gave up the capital and took upon himself this curacy, and during that time he had lived a life of labour, anxiety, and peril, cut off from all the delights of social intercourse that make labour welcome, beloved by the Indians, but without any to sympathize with him in his thoughts and feelings. Once the troops of Morazan invaded the town, and for 6 months he lay concealed in a cave of the mountains, supported by Indians. Lately the difficulties of the country had increased, and the cloud of civil war was darker than ever. He mourned, but, as he said, he had not long to mourn, and the whole tone of his thoughts and conversation was so good and pure that it seemed like a green spot in a sandy desert. We sat in the embrasure of a large window. Within, the room was already dark. He took a pistol from the window-sill, and, looking at it, said with a faint smile that the cross was his protection. And then he put his thin hand in mine and told me to feel his pulse. It was slow and feeble, and seemed as if every beat would be the last, but he said it was always so, and rising suddenly, added that this was the hour of his private devotions, and retired to his room. I felt as if a good spirit had flitted away. My anxiety to reach Guatimala would not permit me long to enjoy the cura's hospitality. I intended to discharge my muleteer, but unable to replace him immediately, and unwilling to lose another day, I was obliged to retain him. The usual course was to leave Esquipulas in the afternoon and ride 4 leagues, but having 7 mules and only 4 cargoes, I determined to make these 4 leagues and the next day's journey also in one. Early in the morning I started. When I bade farewell, the priest and the soldier stood side by side, pictures of Christian humility and man's pride, and both recommending me to God at parting. We crossed the plain. The mountains of Esquipulas seemed to have gained in grandeur. In half an hour commenced ascending the mountain of Quezaltepeque, thickly wooded, and, like that of Mico, muddy and full of gullies and deep holes. Heavy clouds were hanging over it, and as we ascended it rained hard, but before reaching the top the clouds were lifted, the sun shone, and the plain of Esquipulas, with the great Sierra behind covered with lofty pines, and clouds chasing each other over its sides, all blended together, made one of the grandest spectacles I ever beheld, and the great church still presented itself for the farewell view of the pilgrim. But the gleam of sunshine did not last long, and again the rain poured. For a while I had great satisfaction in seeing the muleteer drenched and hearing him grumble. But an unaccountable fit of good humour came over me, and I lent him my bear's skin great coat. At intervals the sun shone, and we saw at a great distance below us the village of Quezaltepeque. The descent was very precipitous, and the mud holes and gullies were very deep, and the clouds which hung over the mountain were typical of my fortune. Mr. Catherwood, who followed on this road about 3 weeks afterward, heard from the padre of Quezaltepeque that a plan had been formed to murder and rob me, on the supposition that I had a large amount of money about my person, which laudable project was defeated by my crossing in the morning instead of the afternoon, as is usually done. We passed through Quezaltepeque without dismounting. It is usual, in dividing the stages to Guatimala, to make an afternoon's journey to this place and sleep. It was now but 11 o'clock, clear and bright as a September day at home. Leaving the village, we crossed a beautiful stream, at which some women were washing. Very soon we ascended again, and on the top of the mountain came to an abrupt precipice, forming the side of a deep ravine. We descended by a narrow path on the very edge of the precipice, part of the way on a narrow protruding ledge, and in other places by a path built against the rock, to the bottom of the ravine. On the other side rose again precipitous wall. The ravine was deep and narrow, and wild to sublimity. The stream ran through it over a rocky bed, and for some distance the road lay in this bed. We ascended by a steep and difficult path to the top of the other side of the ravine, and rode for some distance along its edge. The opposite side was a perpendicular mass of limestone rock, black with exposure, and in some places were patches of grass on a brown ground, lighted up occasionally by brief gleams of sunshine. We descended again to the very bottom of the ravine, and crossing the stream, ascended almost immediately a narrow path built along the side of the precipice to the top, being on the same side from which we started. It is impossible to give any idea of the wildness of this double crossing of the ravine. It terminated abruptly, and at the extreme end, on a point, was a small hacienda. On one side, looking directly up this awful opening, and on the other side upon a soft valley. At 3 o'clock we struck the Rituelo of San Jacinto. On the opposite side was a fine table of land, with mountains rising beyond, and covered to the top with noble pines. There was no cultivation, and the whole country was in primeval wildness. At 5 o'clock we crossed the stream and entered the village of San Jacinto. It consisted of a collection of huts, some made of poles and some plastered with mud. The church was of the same simple construction. On each side was an arbor thatched with leaves of Indian corn, and at the corners were belfries with 3 bells each. In front were 2 gigantic ceiba trees, the roots of which ran along even with the ground more than 100 feet, and the branches spread to an equal extent. The village was under the care of the cura of Quezaltepeque, who was then at San Jacinto. I rode up to his house and presented the letter of the cura of Esquipulas. My muleteer, without unloading the mules, threw himself down on the piazza, and with my greatcoat on his unthankful body began abusing me for killing him with long marches. I retorted, and before the padre had time to recover from his surprise at our visit, he was confounded by our clamour. But he was a man who could bear a great deal, being above 6 feet, broad-shouldered, and with a protuberance in front that required support to keep it from falling. His dress consisted of a shirt and pair of pantaloons, with buttonholes begging for employment. But he had a heart as big as his body, and as open as his wearing apparel, and when I told him I had ridden from Esquipulas that day, he said I must remain a week to recruit. As to going the next day, he would not hear of it, and in fact very soon I found that it was impossible without other aid, for my abominable muleteer filled up the measure of his iniquities by falling ill with a violent fever. At my earnest solicitation, the padre endeavoured to procure me mules for the next day, and during the evening we had a levee of villagers. The man upon whom he principally relied said that it was dangerous travelling, that 2 Ingleses had been arrested in Honduras and had escaped, but their muleteers and servants were murdered. I could, perhaps, have thrown some light upon this story, but did not think it worth while to know anything about such suspicious characters. The padre was distressed that he could not serve me, but at length said that a man of my rank and character — I had shown him my passport, and Augustin had fired the Balize guns — ought to have every facility, and he would provide for me himself, and he ordered a man to go early in the morning to his hacienda for mules, after which, fatigued with such unusual efforts, he threw his gigantic body into a hammock and swung himself to sleep. The household of the padre consisted of 2 young men, one deaf and dumb, and the other a fool. The former possessed extraordinary vivacity and muscular powers, and entertained the padre by his gesticulations, stories, and sleight of hand tricks, and particularly with a steel puzzle. There was something intensely interesting in the kindness with which the padre played with him, and the earnestness with which he hung around his gigantic master. At times the young man became so excited that it seemed as if he would burst in the effort to give utterance to his thoughts, but all ended in a feeble sound, which grated upon my nerves, and seemed to knit him more closely to the good-hearted padre. The latter was continually changing the puzzle, but the ingenuity of the lad could not be defeated. The poor simpleton, meanwhile, looked on with admiration. The padre offered him $50 if he could open it, and both he and the deaf and dumb lad laughed at the awkward attempts of the simpleton. The padre finished with a warm panegyric upon the worth of both, which the deaf and dumb boy seemed to understand and thank him for, but which he that had ears seemed not to hear. The padre insisted on my taking his own cartaret, which was unusually neat and had a mosquito netting. It was my best bed since I left Colonel McDonald's at Belize. Before I was up he stood over me with a flask of agua ardiente. Soon after came chocolate, with a roll of sweetbread, and finding that it was impossible to get away that day, I became a willing victim to his hospitality. At 9 o'clock we had breakfast, at 12 fruit, at 2 dinner, at 5 chocolate and sweetbread, and at 8 supper, with constant intermediate invitations to agua ardiente, which the padre, with his hand on that prominent part of his own body, said was good for the stomach. In everything except good feeling he was the complete antipodes of the cura of Esquipulas. I had had some suspicion that my muleteer was not as unwell as he pretended, but his neglect of the padre's good fare convinced me that he was really in a bad way. I gave him some medicine, but I believe he suspected me and was afraid to take it. At 12 o'clock the mules sent for by the padre arrived, with a strapping young ladino as muleteer, but they were not in a condition to set off that day. In the afternoon I took a long walk on the bank of the river, and returning stopped under one of the ceiba trees, where a travelling merchant was displaying his wares, consisting of 2 trunks of striped cottons, beads, horn combs, scissors, etc. His mule was tied by a long rope, and a pair of pistols lay on one of the boxes. Passing on, I met a party of women dressed in white, with red shawls over the tops of their heads. I have seen enough of fancy colours in women to remove some prejudices, but retain an old-fashioned predilection for white faces. And here I remarked that the whitest women were the prettiest, though the padre did not agree with me entirely. Under the shed of a deserted house near by was an old Indian with 10 or 12 Indian girls, teaching them the catechism. They were dressed in red plaid cotton, drawn around the waist and tied in a knot on the left side, and a white handkerchief over the shoulders. Other parties were out in different places, organizing for a village fete in honor of some saint, and toward evening, while sitting with the padre, now dressed in his long black gown, a procession advanced, headed by the oldest man in the village, with white hair and beard, and a lame man and 2 or 3 associates playing on violins. Before reaching the house they set off 5 or 6 rockets, and then all went up and saluted the padre, kissing the back of his hand. The women went inside, carrying bundles wrapped in clean white napkins. And when I went in to take my chocolate, I found the table piled up with cakes and confectionery. Afterward all went to the church for vesper prayers. I could but think what afterward impressed itself upon me more and more in every step of my journey in that country: blessed is the village that has a padre. During the day the deaf and dumb boy had contrived several times to make me understand that he wished to accompany me, and in the evening the padre concluded to make him happy by giving him a journey to Guatimala. Early in the morning the convent was in commotion. The good padre was unused to fitting out an expedition for Guatimala. Many things were wanting beside the mules, and the village was laid under contribution. During the bustle a single soldier entered the village, and created an alarm that he was the pioneer of others come to quarter upon them. The padre told him who I was, and that the guard must not molest me. At length all was ready. A large concourse of people, roused by the requisitions of the padre, were at the door, and among them 2 men with violins. The padre directed his own gigantic energies particularly to the eatables. He had put up chocolate, bread, sausages, and fowl, a box of cakes and confectionery, and, as the finale, the deaf and dumb lad came out of the house holding at arm's length above his head the whole side of an ox, with merely the skin taken off and the ribs cracked, which was spread as a wrapper over one of the cargoes and secured by a netting. A large pot, with the bottom upward, was secured on the top of another cargo. The padre took a kind leave of me, and a most affectionate one of the deaf and dumb lad, and at 9 o'clock, with violins playing and a turnout that would have astonished my city friends, I made another start for the capital. A low groan from the piazza reminded me of my muleteer. I dismounted, and at the moment of parting exchanged a few words of kindness. His brawny figure was prostrated by fever. At times he had vexed me almost beyond endurance, but with all my malice against him, I could not have wished him in a worse condition. The boy sat by his side, apparently softened by the illness of his master, and indifferent as to my going. For the first time in a long while we had a level road. The land was rich and productive. Brown sugar sold for 3 cents a pound, and white lump, even under their slow process of making it, for 8 cents, and indigo could be raised for 2 shillings a pound. I was riding quietly when 4 soldiers sprang into the road almost at my mule's head. They were perfectly concealed until I approached, and their sudden appearance was rather footpad-like. They could not read my passport, and said that they must conduct me to Chiquimula. My road lay a little off from that town, and fortunately, while under escort, the soldier whom I had seen in San Jacinto overtook us, satisfied them, and released me. A short distance beyond I recognized the path by which we turned off to go to Copan. 3 weeks had not elapsed, and it seemed an age. We passed by the old church of Chiquimula, and winding up the same zigzag path by which we had descended, crossed the mountain, and descended to the plain of Zacapa and the Motagua River, which I hailed as an old acquaintance. It was growing late, and we saw no signs of habitation. A little before dark, on the top of a small eminence on the right, we saw a little boy, who conducted us to the village of San Rosalie, beautifully situated on a point formed by the bend of the river. The village consisted of a miserable collection of huts. Before the door of the best was a crowd of people who did not ask us to stop, and we rode up to one of the poorest. All we wanted was sacate for the mules. The stores of the padre were abundant for me, and the deaf and dumb lad had cut a few ribs from the side of the ox, and prepared supper for himself and the muleteer. While supping, we heard a voice of lamentation from the house before which the crowd was assembled. After dark I walked over, and found that they were mourning over the dead. Inside were several women. One was wringing her hands, and the first words I distinguished were, "Oh, our Lord of Esquipulas, why have you taken him away?" She was interrupted by the tramp of horses' hoofs, and a man rode up, whose figure in the dark I could not see, but who, without dismounting, in a hoarse voice, said that the priest asked $6 to bury the corpse. One of the crowd cried out, "Shame, shame!" and the others said that they would bury it in El Campo, the field. The horseman, in the same hoarse voice, said that it was the same if buried in the road, the mountain, or the river, the priest must have his fee. There was a great outcry, but the widow, in a weeping tone, declared that the money must be paid, and then renewed her exclamations, "My only help, my consolation, my head, my heart, you who were so strong, who could lift a ceroon of indigo. You said you would go and buy cattle. I said, 'Yes, bring me fine linen and jewelry.'" The words and the piercing tone of distress reminded me of a similar scene I had once beheld on the banks of the Nile. By invitation of one of the friends I entered the house. The corpse lay on the ground in a white cotton dress extending from the neck to the feet. It was that of a young man, not more than 22, with the mustache just budding on his upper lip, tall, and but a month before so strong that he could lift a ceroon of indigo. He had left home to buy cattle, returned with a fever, and in a week was dead. A bandage was tied under his chin to hold up his jaw, his thin wrists were secured across his breast, and his taper fingers held a small crucifix made of corn husks stitched together. On each side of his head was a lighted candle, and ants, which burdened the ground, were swarming over his face. The widow did not notice me, but the mother and two young sisters asked me if I had no remedios, if I could not cure him, if I could have cured him if I had seen him before.